Bonjour.
Good morning. Delighted to see you here today at the Ministry of Finance, Economy and Recovery for this ministerial conference on European digital sovereignty, co-organized with the Ministry of State for European Affairs. My name is Alex Taylor. I'm a European journalist, and I will be moderating these 2 days. The first day of this conference is devoted to thinking and debating about the concept of digital sovereignty, which is the theme of the French presidency's digital policies after President Macron's election and 7 years after the Sorbonne Conference. Where are we with regard to digital sovereignty, and how does this affect European citizens and businesses? This conference has been organized over 2 days. Tomorrow will be dedicated to innovative ecosystems and the Scale Up Europe initiative, which targets emerging technological startups within the continent and scaling them up. We will be looking at 4 pillars: protection, regulation, innovation, and opening. So to open our work, indeed, I would like to give the floor to Bruno Le Maire, who is the Minister of Finance, Economy and Recovery. Thank you very much, Alex Taylor. Thank you all for being present. Thank you, Mr. Minister Clément Beaune. Thank you, Cédric O, Mr. Minister. And I'd like to thank you all for participating in this important conference on digital sovereignty. Sovereignty is a word that is really a buzzword these days. Everyone wants to be sovereign. Everyone wants to be independent. This theme particularly came about with the economic crisis that showed that there were unacceptable gaps in our production supply chains for the production of medicine, masks, ventilators. And we could see that it was very important that we relocalize a number of value chains that were critical in our production. I'm thinking of electric batteries. I'm thinking of semiconductors. I'll come back to that later. And also, it has been based on the strategic nature of innovation. So it's important to understand what we mean by sovereignty. Sovereignty today means technological sovereignty. And as I have said several times, there is no political sovereignty without technological sovereignty. The real sovereignty of the 21st century is technological sovereignty. And of course, you can be politically sovereign, but if, for example, for your 5G networks, you depend on another power, a foreign power, who supplies the 5G, then you are not independent. If you're preparing for 6G, think about Silicon Valley in the U.S., which is already massively invested. We're already behind the U.S. If you're storing your data at hosts who use data for their own benefit, then you are not sovereign. If your autonomous vehicles are guided by software and networks, communication networks that you do not control, then you are not sovereign. So, of course, if you are not technologically sovereign, then you are not politically sovereign. So this is an absolute key for 21st century sovereignty. So we must, throughout Europe, and this is the ambition of the French president and the ambition of the French presidency of the EU, we must wake up in Europe to the technological needs of this century, because this wake-up call will guarantee our technological sovereignty and our political sovereignty, which is something that we all aspire to when we look at China and the United States in particular. Because beyond this notion of sovereignty and the demand for sovereignty, there's a very simple question. Who controls? Who is the sovereign of sovereignty, if I could say it that way? We can see that there are many models that are appearing for the 21st century that are quite different, in fact, incompatible among themselves. You have a model where technological sovereignty is in the hands of technological giants in the private sector. This is what's happening in the U.S. That's the American model, sometimes tempered by the reaction of the American government. We've seen that we've seen with the project like the metaverse or the cryptocurrency project, we can see that sovereignty is switching over in the American model to the private sector. And then there's another model where we have technological sovereignty in the hands of an authoritarian state. That's the Chinese model. And when you see how the Chinese authorities have taken over technological giants, like when Alibaba was taking up too much space in the market, then the central state took over Alibaba. So in this case, we have technological sovereignty in the hands of an authoritarian government. And then there's a third model, which is what Clément, Cédric, and Mr. Macron and myself believe in. That is a model where digital sovereignty is in the hands of the sovereign people, the European people. And this is what is really at stake in the 21st century. Not only building technological sovereignty, but this technological sovereignty should be not in the hands of the private sector, neither in the hands of an authoritarian state, but in the hands of the people, the European people. This is the model of digital sovereignty that we wish to build together. And I'd like to emphasize this choice because, of course, it is time for the presidential election campaigns here in France, and these are subjects that are very important. And it's very important that we focus on this question of technological sovereignty in the hands of the people, not in the private sector, as in the United States, nor in the hands of an authoritarian government, as in China. I believe there are three conditions that will enable us to achieve this popular sovereignty. First of all, of course, there's innovation. Europe must be a major continent for innovation. We have to revive a desire for innovation, for research, for the future, and all of this working towards a model of peace, progress, and development. This might seem a bit philosophical, but I think that what happened in the 20th century led many Europeans to doubt the interest of innovation and progress. And so it is very necessary that today we set targets for the future that will be acceptable to all. Otherwise, I think that we will lose our capacity for innovation, which should be a motor for the 21st century. We have instruments that will enable us to do this. We can give a public aid to innovation, for example, if we want to succeed. I'm talking about the PIEC. It's a very technical term, but I think it's important that we understand that there is a real technological revolution behind these projects. Because for decades, we did not provide public aid to innovative industries, whereas China was doing it, the United States was doing it, and we said, oh no, it's against the competition laws. Well, that's just stupid, and it was a failure. So I'm glad that Europe has woken up and has become more aware of the fact that, yes, we need to think about, for example, how did the U.S. develop space exploration with NASA, which is publicly funded, and China also has developed its technological prowess through public aid. And so why would France deny itself a public policy that supports disruptive technology? The PIECs are working very well. We're looking at electric batteries. We're looking at new factories. We're looking at new wealth development all across Europe. We're looking at development in electronics, and I'd like to congratulate the intensive work of Thierry Breton in particular in regard to the electronic PIEC, the development of semiconductors throughout Europe. And this will also be true for the PIEC on the cloud, which will, I think France will be investing 300 million of public funds into that. And 11 states will be participating. And our ambition is to have this PIEC for the cloud notified in the next few weeks. And we will finally be able to have a data storage that is really genuinely sovereign.
The second condition for this innovation is support for startups. So all of these companies that innovate more than others, developing production means that are revolutionary and that can go to the edge of technology to take disruptive risks. We saw with Cedric O how French tech has worked. It's one of the great successes of the Macron's mandate. There's been an increase of 115% in value of French tech companies. This shows that the movement is underway, that we're heading in the right direction, and that France and Europe are full of intelligent people, full of talent, imagination, know-how, that is just looking for a way to develop and to meet the right conditions. We know very well that one of the difficulties for these startups is not seed money, it's not the first funds, it's being able to raise much larger amounts. And we will fix this. Tomorrow we are launching a European fund, a scale-up fund, with the capacity to more broadly fund these companies that will bring together 10 to 20 funds for a total of 1 billion euros to finance tech champions. The German finance minister, will be in Paris tomorrow, and we will be making this announcement with him tomorrow because we want a fund of funds for Europe with 10 to 20 funds with at least 1 billion euros to help our startups to scale up and to rival American tech giants. Our final goal is to have 10 tech companies with over 100 billion euros each in value by 2030. There's no reason why we should leave innovation and this digital sovereignty up to the United States, because independently of them, we can develop our own capacity. The second pillar after innovation for tech sovereignty is regulation. And this is what sets us apart from both the Chinese and the United States. Regulation in China is state control. Regulation in the United States is a lack of regulation. We want our own model, with regulation chosen by the sovereign citizens, by our deputies, by our representatives, by the state, by the European Commission, moving together to set standards, which is particularly important for Cedric O, and I thank him for his work on this, so the DMA and the DSA. Every time, these are stakes which are very concrete. If you look at the Digital Markets Act, it's a way of avoiding monopolistic stances of tech giants such as Apple. Once the DMA has been definitively accepted, they can no longer lock in their technology. For example, Apple Pay on iPhones. It's a way of opening it up to competition and avoiding monopolistic situations. And the DSA is a way to regulate content and information which can be misleading or illegal on digital marketplaces. And this is essential to regulate flows of information and to regulate economic behavior. And these two regulations, these two acts, are added to what already exists with the RGPD, with the GDPR, and the Gayax initiative that we're launching with our German colleagues. And something that's too often forgotten when we talk about technological sovereignty, so innovation, regulation, and then the third essential pillar that we're only realizing today, this is energy. tech sovereignty will require lots of energy, a lot of electricity, decarbonated electricity. Because the only problem with these technologies is that they consume huge amounts of electricity. So if we want to succeed in our technological sovereignty, if we want to guarantee this technology for the 21st century, we also have to guarantee our power supply. Because 5G networks, 6G networks, clouds, data storage, self-driving vehicles, electric vehicles, hydrogen, electrolysis, all of this requires massive development of our capacity to produce decarbonated electricity. In France, this has been a debate in the European Union, but the French position is that we believe that renewable energy must be developed, but also we believe in the absolute necessity of nuclear energy, which is completely decarbonated and which must allow us to ensure our technological sovereignty. So to conclude, this is a holistic approach that we need, and if we want to succeed, we mustn't look at things piece by piece. We have to broaden our view, understand that there's no political sovereignty without technological sovereignty, and that there won't be any technological sovereignty without a power supply sovereignty. Sovereignty is all of this: technology, power supply, and political willingness to set objectives which will bring us all together. I wish you the greatest success for this conference, and I thank you all for your presence. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for having broached many of the themes that we'll be debating over the next 2 days. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Clément Beaune, who is Secretary of State for European Affairs. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you very much, dear Alex Taylor. Thank you for welcoming us here, Bruno Le Maire, Cedric O. I'm very happy, my turn, to open this conference on digital sovereignty in the name of the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Please excuse Mr. Le Drian, who had to accompany the President of the Republic to Russia. We've already said that a lot of people talk about sovereignty, especially since 2017 and the French president's speech at the Sorbonne. And we've seen how important it is all over Europe and the difficulties that this raises due to the financial crisis we've gone through and now the health crisis. But if we're talking now about digital sovereignty, it's not just because it's become a habit or because we love the word sovereignty and we add digital to it because it sounds modern. It's because we are fully aware of the digital transformation. It's no longer only an economic question. This is now a transition that concerns all of society, all of the economic sectors, and even more, all of our lifestyles. And if we talk about sovereignty without talking about technology, as Bruno Le Maire mentioned, then we'll be missing the target. Without going into a philosophical debate, we'll try to define European sovereignty very simply, and we can see that it's a question of defending and promoting our interests and our values. And the digital area in this context, as well as others, land, sea, air, is now a place for tension, competition, and sometimes conflict. And we can see in current events the traditional methods focusing weapons, tanks, and then 21st century attacks, cyber attacks, fake news, to try to undermine state sovereignty. The European Union, which in many ways is the cradle of a conception of open and free digital technology, has what it takes to become a true digital power. We have more assets than we realize. We're the largest open market in the world. We have scientists, we have researchers, we have a lot of intelligence who is willing to organize the future of this sector based on our values and meeting our own interests. And we're talking about this today because we can see that there is a risk of sometimes being outdistanced by innovation on other continents, by the products and the services, the standards, and sometimes the values and geopolitical interests defined by other powers. Being sovereign concretely means ensuring our own security. This is true in the physical space. It's now also true in the cyberspace. We've made a lot of progress, and we have to continue this to reduce our vulnerability and our dependence, and in the dependence of our citizens and our institutions. And this is the issue of cybersecurity. We are all stakeholders, and we need this at European level to reduce our vulnerabilities, to increase our resilience, and particularly advances in the security of our networks and information systems, so the NIS directive. In the face of cyber attacks, we have to develop a coordination, so between the French presidency and the European Service for External Action. So we have to simulate very extensive cyber crises to learn how to defend our security and meet these threats altogether. The last phase will be held during the Foreign Ministers' Council on the 21st of February. And more broadly, we have to integrate the questions of cybersecurity in our diplomatic actions. So this would be under the restrictive angle, so consolidating the sanctions regimes, which will happen under French presidency, and this is essential, but also through cooperation, by reinforcing our partnerships, namely with the Indo-Pacific region and the African continent. And this will be one of the themes of the summit between the European Union and the African Union on the 17th and 18th of February next. Being sovereign in digital technologies also means, as Bruno Le Maire said, being at the cutting edge of innovation. We do not have to be the regulators of other people's successes. We must also be innovators. We must be the best in the world. And there's no fatality. We don't need to just follow what others have done. We can see today with French tech, we've seen it with our many unicorns, our financial systems, and Bruno Le Maire also said this, tomorrow this will be one of the essential elements of our additional step, which is the Scale Up Europe initiative. Innovation itself, however, also needs a competition context which will favor it. Rules themselves can help this, can stimulate innovation, and this is the objective of the Digital Market Act, the DMA, and the legislative package that we want to further under French presidency, that Cédric O is working on a daily basis, to provide a level playing field for innovation today and tomorrow. Being sovereign also means being in a position to define our own regulations, our own grammar, and our own playing rules. These are stakes which require political willingness and also the rule of democracy. We face cyber attacks, sometimes terrorist attacks, favoring radicalization and the spread of extremism. We have to strengthen our democracy. And the European market, the European scale, is also our best asset and our best shield. We have nearly 500 million consumers and citizens in the European market, and we have to use this lever to democratically regulate the digital world. And these are efforts that we're carrying out with the DSA, through the DSA, so the Digital Services Act, which will probably become an international standard. And in a few weeks, we hope, with Cédric, will become the standard for the international standard to regulate online platforms, to make them responsible for the content they publish. And for us, this is the gold standard for online platforms. Being sovereign in digital technology is also defending an open vision of digital world. Regulation does not mean that we won't have an open internet. We want free and open internet. But we want it to be deeply European in its design. And this requires an essential building block, and this is data. Our goal is to ensure free circulation of data so that we can fully harness it for the benefit of our own companies and citizens. And here we have to protect these data in the face of practices, sometimes based on extraterritorial law. And as Europeans, it can only happen at European level to oppose the transfer of data and private data. And this is also a new text which I hope will be adopted very quickly on data governance under French presidency, which would contribute essentially. Europe wants to be an antidote for the domination strategies of the digital world on the part of private or public actors. There are areas that don't belong to the market, that don't belong to states. They have to be maintained by free and willing contributors. These are the digital commons. Sometimes they can be major platforms such as Wikipedia, and these can be threatened by the strategies of attrition of their resources and captation of the data. Europe will help these commons to remain free, open, independent, useful to all, and French presidency is currently proposing the launch of a new initiative for the digital commons with support from the European Commission, and I thank them. And with their members, we can establish a working group with all stakeholders, representatives from companies, from states, to come up with very concrete proposals before the Digital Summit on the 21st and 22nd of June next. This assembly will act in 3 directions: implementing new sources of funding, which will be secure and stable, setting up a European incubator for digital commons so that we can take initiatives rather than just seeing what other people are doing, and then also setting up human, legal, judicial, and scientific resources to do this. So we're building this brick by brick, and I would like to share 2 simple convictions which echo what Bruno Le Maire already said. First of all, digital technology, this is our way of life. Europe cannot exist, cannot be sovereign if we do not have a mastery over this digital revolution. We have all the necessary ingredients, we have the talent, we have the standards, we have the innovation. And Europe can also invent this third way that the Minister of the Economy was saying. So state internet, an authoritarian internet, and then the Wild West of the private sector without laws or rules, or simply defined by a few people without any transparency whatsoever. With our own standards, with the DMA and the DSA, we can very concretely in the next few weeks define world standards to provide emancipation, innovation, and independence through digital technology at the service of our citizens. This is a democratic choice behind this term of digital sovereignty, and Europe has always been at the forefront of the great democratic breakthroughs through the rules and the standards that we create and apply, and I think we will be proving this once again through our French presidency with the help of our European partners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We will now together define this grammar and examine what the third way could be that you just mentioned. We will now have a debate. So I will now give the floor to Elsa Trujillo, who is assistant to the Ambassador for Digital Affairs, for a roundtable on the digital commons, a must for European innovation, to fight for open and free innovation. Thank you.
Merci, messieurs les
Thank you, ministers, for both those speeches on the major challenges facing us concerning digital sovereignty. In facing those challenges and discussing them throughout today's and tomorrow's conference, during the roundtables we've planned, we will be looking at a number of issues, the first of which is a very specific point, specifically the digital commons. Now, why talk about digital commons? Is that not a slightly naive idea almost, given that we have... Are they an alternative to the major platforms that we are familiar with? And are they not also a way of ensuring independence vis-à-vis these monopolistic behaviours? The President has already said that the digital sovereignty presents us with a conundrum. We have to choose between a model which is American or Californian and another model which is Chinese. Digital commons in some ways are a response, a solution to that conundrum. The merits and advantages of digital commons have been widely broadcast, bringing together an expert knowledge, for example, but these digital commons have not yet become widely known amongst the public, with a few major exceptions, of course, Wikipedia, which is well known, OpenStreetMart or Open Food Facts, which are more broadly known. Those are digital resources for shared governance and whose knowledge base comes from contributors across the world. In order to look at some of those issues, we need to address questions such as how we can ensure that they do genuinely belong to the general public, how are they free from interference and emancipated, and how can places like France and Europe be a fertile breeding ground for the emergence of further digital commons. So in order to answer those questions, we have a number of experts from the sector in open source software, for example. I'm going to start with Bruno Sportis, who is the CEO of INRIA. Now, you assume that these digital commons are levers for digital autonomy and sovereignty. Why do you think so? And in this context, what specifically could you mention in terms of examples? Thank you. I think the first most important thing is that we need alternative tech options on the table compared to the big tech companies, as Bruno Le Maire just said, in order that Europe not be simply happy with sloganeering or regulating solutions developed elsewhere. In order to have such alternatives, we need public-private partnerships in Europe aligned on strategic levels. It's not just a question of one call for projects after another. You need a genuine strategy, and in that context, digital commons can play a real role. And so, in terms of acting as a kind of guerrilla warfare compared to some of the de facto major actors, the major platforms, they can bring to bear the knowledge of data science, artificial intelligence, and we need generic toolboxes, and the commons can provide an alternative to solutions such as Google or Facebook. In sectors such as education, digital commons can provide shared content solutions and shared production solutions. But in order to do that, they need to draw on ecosystems in which you have users. Well, we'll start off with developers, then users, and those users, of course, bring their own part of the added value to the table. It's important to have that global ambition. Because if Europe doesn't have that global ambition, then we will not be able to develop anything which is successful in the long term. It's also important, I think, that commons should be able to really make issues open and known about by the general public, specifically the issues surrounding digital technology. If we want to support autonomy and sovereignty, then that's something which is vital. Everyone, for example, uses the internet pretty much every day, but we're not all familiar with the issues concerning internet standardization. Nonetheless, you can explain what the issues are. That's true for education, it's true for health, it's true for training, it's true for even mapping, using geomapping, for example, and that's why explaining issues and making them accessible to the broad public is the first step towards a genuine digital commons. The role of business, of course, should not be neglected. In Europe, there is a risk, of course, that commons generate value, which is then captured or stolen by other platforms. Let's take YouTube, for example. We're all contributing to that. Posting videos, but the value is completely captured by YouTube, which has essentially a monopoly on in this area, and therefore it's important that everyone get around the table in this particular context. Thank you. Mélanie Dulon-de-Ronet, you are Director of the Centre for the Internet and Society at the CNRS in France. What, for you, are the major digital commons, and how can they help build digital sovereignty? Thanks for the question. First of all, the article written by the Foreign Affairs Minister on Digital Commons is one that I read with great interest. It's to say, trying to fight new digital enclosures and recognizing digital commons as a force for sovereignty. Digital commons indeed are a sort of subset of the commons in general. I used to say an alternative mode of governance and production and use of resources, which is somewhere halfway between, or an alternative to the state on the one hand and the market on the other. And the commons represent resources such as data, culture, software, which are governed and regulated, such as to enable free access, open access, and sharing. The traditional digital commons are things like freeware, Wikipedia, and other public goods, which have already been cited, but they are not exclusive in the way that certain commons might be. For example, they're not materially exclusive. For example, the resource of the sea or common grazing land, traditional commons, that's to say. Rather, digital commons need infrastructure. That infrastructure already exists. We have it in France and other parts of Europe, and that represents, if you like, an alternative internet, or internets, maybe. My colleagues and I refer to it as alternative internets. The academics who with me research digital commons, they are alternatives to surveillance capitalism. They offer solutions which avoid our data being captured, being collected, such as they are by big tech in general, and which have values such as independence, respect for privacy, and so on. And if I may cite a few examples of that infrastructure for digital commons based on free software, for example, alternatives created by citizens. We have, for example, internet access suppliers who are independent, FFDN in France, for example, which is the French Federation of Internet Access Operators. There's DFI in Catalonia, there's Freie Funk in Germany. There are also smart city platforms which have been developed in a decentralized, secure manner. Francesca Bria will be here tomorrow afternoon and was involved in coordinating efforts in this vein, in particular in Barcelona and through various European projects. And then in France, there are a number of solutions. OVH, for example, whose CEO is with us this morning, I believe. We also have a major player in digital commons in France, which is called PharmaSoft, and their objective is to de-Googleize, as they put it, the internet, and to develop a whole series of alternative services, as to say, alternatives to big tech for file sharing, for making appointments, for collaborative working, video conferencing, and so on. During the first lockdown last year, these services were so popular because they met people's needs, of course, businesses, families, schools, that indeed their services were overwhelmed, they were saturated, and then there was a need for a voluntary regulation by users. And so PharmaSoft asked teachers, for example, who've been using their services in the absence of anything provided by government, asking teachers to not use them temporarily, pending a sustainable solution, as the previous speaker mentioned. Thank you for those examples. Roberto Di Cosmo, maybe we could get into the nitty-gritty. You are the founder of Software Heritage, a digital commons, collecting and collating source codes for freeware. What is the benefit, in your view, of such a library, and how can you? What is more broadly the contribution to digital commons? Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me this morning. I think it's a good opportunity to stress the importance of what we see. Everything we see around us is thanks to software. The reason you can take part in this conference today remotely is thanks to software. And the source code of software, which is important. That's the executable knowledge present in the software, but there's also knowledge such as it's understood by humans, and we're at a stage now where everything is so complicated that even a multinational cannot do things alone. No one can do things on their own anymore, as they did several decades ago, and that's why collaboration is more and more important. These software programs are built together. They're used by everyone. 2 days ago, there was a conference on open science. For the first time, a national award was awarded in France, rewarding free and shared software. And really, it's the first time that a manufacturing plant for completely free microprocessors has been set up in the world. Now, another point that's worth mentioning is that Software Heritage is a platform bringing together all the source codes for all the freeware across the planet. The job we have is to look at that in the longer term. Of course, we want to conserve that, and we want to keep all of it, not just one or two, but all of them. And because it's important that this is really the only, it's the first and only archive of all the source codes in the world. No one else has taken an interest. There are whole loads of platforms which have developed freeware source codes, but often that is controlled by a single company, which is the ultimate owner. As the Minister was saying before, that's not really the concept of the commons we want to promote in Europe. So why, therefore, is digital sovereignty so important? Well, we with UNESCO want to preserve our digital heritage. We want it to be open. We want it to be based on freeware. We want it to be non-profit. We are a non-profit. And in particular, I'd like to thank INRIA, who are here today, for their vision 7 years ago, when this was just a bit of a pipe dream, to be honest, when supplying us with some of the startup resources we needed to actually get things off the ground. So one of the key planks in strategic autonomy for any government is going to be digital sovereignty, because it enables provides ensures availability of this source code. Because even if a platform were to disappear, if it were to go off the market, if it were to be taken over by a government, for example, the source code will still be there in that archive, which means that the integrity of that source code of the platform is preserved. It's important, therefore, for traceability purposes, which are vital in ensuring cyber security of modern software. So the strategy, therefore, involves giving back states an autonomy they'd previously lost. Because we've said there's been a massive corporate takeover of platforms. I have nothing against them per se, but we just know that a company's objective, legitimately enough, is making profit. But the objective of our platform is to preserve the digital commons. So in order to return to government its responsibilities that it's previously lost, I think the digital commons, in particular our platform, can play a vital role. Thank you. So I'm looking at the representative of Numium this morning. We talk a lot about the independence of the commons, but the job really is in the long term. Their governance should not reduce their independence, their autonomy, which they had to begin with. So how can we ensure that they actually remain independent and they don't fall under the sway either of private interest or the state? Yes, indeed, the issue of governance is a particularly sensitive one when we talk about digital commons and open source. Of course, there's a whole series of state actors we have to work with, but there's also a community, ensuring that this remains a long-term proposition. Those are human beings, of course, but from various public sector or private sector organizations, foundations, for example, which provide the necessary resources for collaboration. Now, one of the particular difficulties we have in the world of open source software is that most projects tend to be funded by international foundations, and in particular US-based, but also Asia-based. And so by signing up to such a foundation, there are various challenges, various issues. One is that asymmetric information, so the fact that the decision is taken outside of your area of operation precludes us having access to certain information and taking part in certain decisions. There's also another asymmetry, which is more of an economically asymmetrical issue. If you have projects for open source software which are successful, internationally speaking, then the big tech, big digital players will move in. If you take Docker, a French company, which was successful, particularly in the US, but it was then rapidly caught up with and overtaken by other big digital actors. IBM, for example, who have more developers. Same with Google. What happens is that governance essentially is captured by different actors from those who were involved to begin with, and in particular, not by those who are looking towards the greater good for society. Just as an example of one thing that can happen, you also have issues with Chinese foundations, for example. There was one, Apollo Auto, which working on self-driving cars. It's going very well, but the decisions are being taken, particularly ethical decisions, which inevitably is part of the development of such software, is taken not in Europe, but within the funding foundation, which is not, of course, in Europe. And so what we need in Europe, therefore, is to have enough resources to properly host such communities so that we're not reliant on decisions being taken outside of our hands, outside of our continent. Therefore, a major challenge in Europe in order to have these hosting structures. We don't have to do it American style or Chinese style. We need a European model. As to say, a culture of competition, anti-monopolistic, something which is in the common interest, which is perhaps not something so shared in other parts of the world either. And therefore, so organising projects, managing projects is one, but of course it has to be culturally inflected, such as to be European. Thank you. Thank you. I'll pass over to Mr. Sapolsky first of all, but Roberto Cosmo, may I just come back to you for a quick question? We're talking about governance in terms of the digital commons, and then we talked about long-term preservation or maintenance, as to say, engaging contributors, many of whom are volunteers, in the longer term. Recently, we saw in the maintenance failure or breach in open source software that had repercussions at a global level. How can we avoid that happening again? Indeed, what we saw with E4J was the culmination of a long series of events, and we've seen this kind of thing several times. In particular, when you have a breach of an SSL, which is an important library for any source of any open source software. Now, generally, software is probably the most complex thing that you have in your organisation. It's very difficult to build software today which is completely free of any faults or potential breaches. There are one or two isolated examples, but it's very, very difficult to ensure that they are completely free from defects, and there'll always be a few. It's therefore completely standard that there should be one in the library of an open source software, just as for proprietary software. There have been huge numbers of breaches there. What's interesting, the OpenSSL issue shows us that the fundamental building blocks of our digital infrastructure are maintained by volunteers, essentially, by 1, 2, 3 developers who are not recognised, not supported. They're working in isolation. They're not funded, where there's an awful lot of free riding going on, people profiteering almost from their development, using it to create value, and then sometimes we wake up and realise, oh, maybe we ought to have put a bit more money into financing proper maintenance. This is, after all, strategic infrastructure. So these charity businesses, a model we need to move away from. And so, if there's one lesson to be taken from that, is that we need to identify those pieces of software which are critical to our infrastructure, to then support them. And I was talking about this on Friday with a different foundation, which this has been discussed as far up as the White House, I know, though, and for proper level of funding and at least a security audit for these vital pieces of software is needed. And then we need to maintain them over time in the longer term. But to do that, of course, you need to be aware of just how important these strategic software packages are. It's not just because it's open source, because it's better or worse. It's really a question of how well is it resourced in order to improve it and upgrade it over time. One last story to conclude, and that is too often we've seen a lack of awareness or a lack of risk awareness, because when you commit resources to software, it's important even when it's not very widespread or well known. A few years ago, I remember touring France to various businesses and organisations, trying to explain what we want to do with software heritage. And with the exception of INRIA, who were very open, often people were saying, what you're presenting is very interesting, but maybe you should go and check out whether you can get some funding from the US. Maybe you come back later when you've got some money. This attitude is what we need to change. Europe can't afford, I don't think, to simply follow others. We need to be a driver of this development. We need to do it in a professional way. We have the engineers. We need to do it now, whether in the ministry or elsewhere. Open source software it can produce amazing results, and it's used across the planet. Thank you.
Et alors, je vous passe enfin la
All right, I'll give you the floor, Mr. Zapolsky, at last. You're the general manager of Linagora, a leading French company in terms of open source software. I said that in my introduction. The merits of digital commons have been praised for years without them really being able to impose themselves with companies and the broader public. Maybe it's already too late to promote these digital commons. Maybe also we missed the train in this area, and how to accelerate their rollout and their use by larger numbers, and what are the levers for them to become really safeguards for strategic autonomy. Well, first of all, I'm delighted to be here, and we can all be happy after listening to Minister Bruno Le Maire explaining that there could be no political sovereignty without technological sovereignty. We are really seeing the momentum here, to wit this day devoted as part of the French presidency of the European Union, devoted to digital sovereignty, with this roundtable, this panel discussion on digital commons and open source. Linagora is a lesser-known champion of open source software. We're in the top 150 companies in terms of open source contributions, side by side with companies, as Benjamin said, companies like Docker with the worldwide recognition, or companies like Alfresco, and leading ahead of companies like Rackspace or others, or Yahoo. Concretely, the development of open source and digital commons goes through companies. You shouldn't pit universes one against the other. There cannot be volunteer developers and the public sector and foundations and companies on the other hand, as Bruno Sportis said. Companies have a role to play. I wanted to illustrate that with a very concrete example. A few years ago, as part of the future investment programs, we decided to invest in a community called the GEMS community. One of the major commons that everybody's using right now is email. Email is one of the foundations of digital. Email is based on a protocol called IMAP. It's a bit technical, but I think that everybody can understand that. This protocol was invented 30 years ago, at a time when IT was not cloud-oriented, and when there was no artificial intelligence. And all technological solutions for messaging, including those by the giants, like Microsoft with Microsoft Exchange, are based on IMAP. IETF, the standardization body, decided to turn IMAP to a new standard called JMAP, and one of the biggest foundations, Apache, decided to develop a digital commons and open source solutions called GEMS. As part of future investment solutions, we pulled up our sleeves and started coding to improve this software and strengthen this community. Now, the core of GEMS development is about 20 people. Half of them are developers funded by Linagora. What's important with GEMS is that it helped Estonia, which is one of the global champions of digital transformation, to build its own sovereign solution for a lifetime email for its 1.5 million citizens based on that technology. You cannot have any political sovereignty without technological sovereignty and without control over technological building blocks. And with GEMS, a country is able to have control of the core of its digital services. Everybody's trying to develop them. People are invited to connect to the tax service with their Gmail or Yahoo Mail, and it's essential. The Carte Sésame, the credit card economic interest group, developed its own solution for based on JMAP, and it's essential to the development of a commons. It's absolutely necessary for these commons not to be appropriated by others while we lose control of them. In Europe, we are lucky to have control over such digital commons, so with support from the public sector, we need to do everything we can to carry on controlling these commons and not losing our leadership. When you're talking about doing everything we can to accelerate the development of digital commons, what avenues have you got in mind in particular? Well, there are 5 in my opinion. First of all, we need to have massive investment in research and development. We need a large-scale program like Horizon. You know that in Europe, the major program was Horizon 2020. We need Horizon 2030, and at its core, it will be there to finance digital commons and open source solutions. I deeply believe in a project to create a large-scale European foundation for digital commons and open source, finding ways and means to finance them directly, financing those who are developing open source software. The second aspect is public procurement. As Minister Bruno Le Maire recalled in his opening statements, without public procurement, you would have no SpaceX or Palantir. So we need to do away with posturing and taboos. We need to work on that, absolutely. And what I can observe is that there is consensus around it. The main issue defended by France Digital, it's at the core of Numium and all trade federations. It's at the core of the proposal by Euro Jedi, pushing for a Euro ARPA. Now there's a consensus in evolving what was created in the past in regulatory terms to have a small business act that's geared towards digital commons and open source. And it's also absolutely necessary to give resources to open source players so that they can withstand competition, including the competition that we helped emerge with unicorns. Now, massive amounts of money have been invested in digital. The consequence is that salaries are increasing very quickly. So if we want to be able to recruit the best developers, we need to bring money into the companies that defend open source software and make such software. Thirdly, about regulation and laws, we are lucky with what was done recently with the DMA and the DSA, but my deep-seated belief is that there's room to go even much further. Fourthly, there's a matter of taxation. My belief is that open source should be seen as social and solidarity companies like SSE. So there we need to start a project to see to what extent we can rely on the principles of cooperative companies and social and solidarity economy to have companies that make common goods. Companies have as their mission to make profits, but are not only, they're here to serve the common good. These can be purpose companies, as is the case for Linagora, but as soon as you've got digital companies that choose open source and digital commons, they choose good tech. And to me, good tech is in one area of the digital and solidarity, the social and solidarity economy. And one last aspect, which is essential, is this importance of role models. We need to promote the men and women who make those digital commons and open source software, not just the community aspect. You're right to talk about Framasoft. What they do is essential. It's fantastic. But what I can see is that in Europe, there are companies like SUSE, Comtucan, Collabora, Taled, that have hundreds of contributing developers, nearly 1,000 for SUSE. And in France, you've got genius entrepreneurs who fight for digital sovereignty. I'm thinking about Jean-Paul Smets with Amarisoft. With his company, he's revolutionizing edge computing, showing that you can develop edge computing in France and Europe, computing with all the major providers for a lot less money and in a fully decentralized way. There's also Ludovic Dubost, who created XWiki with its CryptoPad solution. Hundreds of thousands of people are now using this software every day. I'm thinking of Jean-Baptiste Kempf with VideoLAN. He created VLC, this small traffic cone icon, so that hundreds of millions of people worldwide can play any video format. And now Jean-Baptiste is working on new codecs that will further evolve video conferencing and improve video conferencing services. And I also want to mention Gaël Duval, who founded Mandrakesoft. A few years ago, he started the iFoundation, the aim being to de-Googleize mobile phones, and he's recreating a sovereign OS where not so long ago we were told that the OS struggle was lost. So a single man, based on the strengths of his entrepreneurial commitment and his leadership, is revolutionizing all that. These role models should be promoted more often, because that way you can prove that it is feasible, it is possible. Our main competitors, influencers, lobbyists, paid off by the internet giants, are trying to hide this debate, to obfuscate it, and prevent politicians from realizing that the abilities that we have in France and Europe to create real worldwide leadership. So yes to foundations and communities, but yes to the commons and open source unicorns. What we're lacking in France and Europe are Linagoras. If you create 1,000 Linagoras, you create an extra 250,000 jobs in France and Europe devoted to open source and digital commons. And I would also like to use this podium that's given to me to call on all of my colleagues on a topic that is essential to me. We need to organize, we need to have more weight in public discourse. It is essential now to unify around a value chain strategic committee on the digital trust value chain. I proposed it at the beginning of the presidential term. I believe that we have the momentum and we can create this digital third path. Thank you. Thank you. You were talking about an interesting point, public procurement. This is probably something that Benjamin Jean can talk about. Some comments are to go through public tenders to be financed, and how can you avoid those this ethos being biased because of these public procurement rules? Well, what's complex now, especially with big recovery stimulus funds, a number of administrations and public authorities wanted to start their own commons almost from scratch. When you want to build commons, you need to rely on what's already in existence. And in order to follow these commons design approaches, it's difficult to go through traditional tools like public procurement. So you have a limited number of economic players that have the resource that created it, and you don't have the commons very conditions, which is to have a community. The challenge is to create digital commons, but not in just in the short term, but in the long term, commons that will be long-lived. Then there are some initiatives, especially in Barcelona, talking about the Decidim project, software, so that all citizens can be involved in public life. From the very beginning of the design of this commons approach, they wanted to have several providers being involved in the design of this resource, so that various other public authorities could use this resource. And from that beginning, that notion of commons was included in the approach in the public procurement of the city. And that's essential, that you need to be aware of. And what's even more essential, we've been hearing about commons for a few years, and we've been talking about open source for 20 to 30 years, as with open source software, but people don't really understand what it is. This commons culture is not well ingrained. We still need to work on it. How would you summarize this culture? Well, if you project yourself as a public authority in funding a commons approach with a public tender or financing or a call for proposals, the National Agency for Territorial Cohesion started creating a seal of approval so that these players would be better organized to promote, to produce commons. So 5 or 6 years ago, there's been an event called Numérique en commun with local commons. Every year they help public and private players. The government helps them work together so that they can understand the rationale of digital commons, so they can work on that. But that's long-haul work. Especially, it's essential for public policy and European public policy to think of culture. It's essential to have a vision, but also to think of the way people will take ownership of the impact of this vision in their daily life, just as companies will do in their economic activity, and public players in their general interest missions. And that's something that takes time, but it's essential for me. And to you, Mr. Sportis, as part of your remit at INRIA, you're inventorying essential critical infrastructure, amongst which commons, and so you're going to invest in. What are the criteria used by INRIA to select commons to invest in? What's already essential is what Roberto said, recognizing the importance of software in what is called the digital transformation, because it wasn't always the case in France and Europe. Of course, there are huge challenges related to hardware and supply capabilities for semiconductors, but value resides in software. That's been proven by the history of digital. Software changes the deal in the world of electronics, allowing people to design new circuits. And for that, you need new forms of public policy in recognizing the importance of software. That's what Benjamin Jean, Alexander Zapolsky also said. Software infrastructure will allow for the development of that digital economy and society. There are countries and players that have control of that, and there are the others. The issue of operating systems was discussed. A mobile operating system is not purely technical, as we saw in the digital management of the pandemic. Having control over a mobile operating system, you can have sovereign healthcare policy in this area. If you have operating systems for the Internet of Things, well, things are not all decided here. We can carve a path for the development of an Internet of Things that is radically going to change the economy and industry. The issue of standards was also mentioned, that of standardization. So very often it's based on software implementations. If web standards in the future are entirely decided from the US, controlled by big tech players, that means that we're not able to enforce a number of values that Europe cares about, especially respect for privacy. And there are corporate interests that can develop value based on web development that will no longer be safeguarded. So there are There are critical facts, the fact that you have foundation infrastructure like operating systems for smartphones, the cloud, or the Internet of Things. There's also the ability to look at the technological dependency and reversibility of that technological dependency. If you don't have the technological infrastructure to guarantee migrations from one cloud system to another, then you entirely rely on the intentions and statements of interest of people. And then there's the criticality of sectors that was discussed by various players. For areas that have to do with public policy and healthcare and information, you agree to rely on technological infrastructure provided by monopolies or quasi-monopolies.
I would add 2 points, which is this question of critical infrastructures. It goes beyond the commons and brings up other aspects as well. First of all, I would say there is the need to plan for technology. That is, we have to have a 10-year vision of the evolution of technology, digital technology, and software technology, because you know that the technical giants have long-term vision, and their excellence is based on an excellence of execution. And if our only strategy is to call on, to make a call for projects every 3 years, we'll never be able to catch up. We have to have long-term planning with the tools that are required. We've talked about public procurement. We've talked about partnerships, integrated partnerships between public and private stakeholders. And secondly, there's the question of technological skills. The ecosystems that we're talking about, these commons, would be based on, as Alexandre has said, will be based on technical skills and talents, developers in particular. So we need to have a base. We have to be able to overcome technological obstacles, and this can be done with skills. And I think that developers, in this case, with regard to commons, if I could just interrupt you for a moment, how can we make the notion of commons interesting to developers? Well, I think there's quite a few ways to do it. We have to recognize their importance. We have to create a dynamic environment for them. And this would be my last point, is that Europe, France, invest a lot in innovation and disruptive technology, and we have to recognize the central role of startups. That's the success of the French tech with the unicorns, more than 25 unicorns that have been recognized, and the setting up the innovation program at the Council of Europe following the president's speech at the Sorbonne. So there's a lot of investment that is being made in disruptive technology and startups, and these startups, in a large part, base their marketing on solutions from the main actors, and they rely on high-level infrastructures that come from the main players, for example, AWS, which provides the software layer, which is a very high quality. So the investment that we make in startups ends up going directly to the main actors in the technological field. And so this makes it all the more necessary for us to have a policy in favor of startups and in favor of new software that is in the commons. Thank you very much. Perhaps Roberto Di Cosmo would like to comment. How could we encourage the development of digital commons? What should be the actions taken? Well, I agree with what Bruno was saying. We have to have a long-term strategic vision. We have to avoid having people who are looking for a little bit of financing here and there from the EU. We have to have a strategic vision that will really, a scientific vision, a technological vision based on long-term policies. That means we will be able to take risks, but also that we will be able to stop investments that when we can see that a project isn't working, whatever the investment that has already been made. And I can't answer your question directly, perhaps, but you know, we do have a software heritage, which is a common infrastructure in Europe. And I think in Europe we do, or we should have the capacity to build up these infrastructures and to create a platform that would enable us to better identify security problems, what skills and talents are needed to contribute to building it. And we would have a base of European skills and competence that should be more visible. And I hope that we will be able to make that visible through the mechanisms that we have set up. We'll see how that works. But also, and this is a bit linked to what we've been saying this morning, we have to get out of this charity business model. That is, it is there, you know, the free software is important, but it's often isolated developers who from time to time come up with something. They might make a headline in the paper, but it's really just exceptional. And sometimes we talk about it, it's interesting, but we have to get out of this idea. We have to make this work more professional so that we can finance open software, so that financing open software becomes as easy as buying a license or a subscription on a platform or to a proprietary piece of software. That's not the case today. If I want to buy or get a license to existing software, it's quite easy to do so. I just go online and in one click I've bought it. But if I want to participate in the development of open software, I have to go through legal terms. It takes 6 months. We have to have a contract. There are agreements. It's a hard row to hoe. So I think the problem isn't so much money. There is money. We spend thousands of euros on our software. But the question is, we need to start spending this money on common infrastructures that improve the digital commons. And I think that's where we need to think about changing our public policy. Mélanie Dulon de René, perhaps you would like to say something? We've talked quite a bit about how we've been talking about digital commons for many years, but we haven't really been able to unleash them. How can we foster a greater sharing of this digital commons? How can we encourage the new forms of collective action? Well, thank you for that question. It is vital that we, and I think all my colleagues have said this and will agree, we need to have a financial support in order to make it sustainable in the long term. But it's also important, as Roberto said, that we get out of this idea of a young man, 24 years old, coming out of an engineering school, or some sort of publicly employed researcher like ourselves. We have to have greater recognition for all of the communities that contribute to the digital commons. And they are not as visible as the rest of us. So we have to focus on developers, on salaried employees of a certain social and solidarity-oriented companies, also associations that are working on development and working on communication and coordination. And we need to spread the word about digital commons to the general public. And another vital point for sustainability of the digital commons is that all the stakeholders and the actors, not only those working in the university or in political policy, but they should have a seat at the table of different foundations and forums and different financing funds in order to direct decision making and to see how finance is granted And as it's been said several times, we need a legal framework as well, legal rules that are adapted in order to allow these alternatives to emerge. For example, telecommunications law shouldn't only focus on the main operators, but should also focus on smaller suppliers. And as the minister said, we have to avoid having data and valuable data captured by big companies without any return to citizens or the governments that have financed the infrastructures that make this data collection possible. It's often public data as well. The state is a great source of digital commons with public data. In France, it's at Lab, and we also have national platforms throughout Europe, data.gov. And it's important that we think about the definition of other types of mechanisms for encouraging contribution to the digital commons, so that not only communities, volunteers, social and solidarity enterprises, but all enterprises, all companies and corporations should be incited and should see the interest in not only capturing and extracting profit from data that has been made available under Creative Commons or open data licenses, but also that they see the interest in making private contributions to the general interest that is the digital commons. I'd just like to interrupt you. What mechanisms can we talk about? Well, I think there are not enough mechanisms now, because open data or Creative Commons or open software, if particularly like a mechanism a legal mechanism that would seek to keep data or software in the commons, are not sufficient. We have to think about the economic incentives as well that would incite all of the stakeholders to contribute to the commons, so that the data, private data produced by a platform or that we share on the platforms, should be, of course, with all due reserve to private life, should be, perhaps in an aggregate form, considered as common goods, as digital commons. There are European projects, including ODECO, which has just started thinking about broadening the question of open data and private data. Thank you all very much for your contributions to this roundtable. We'll be closing it up now, but we've seen there are several interesting ideas about financing, governance, mechanisms to encourage over the long term the digital commons. I think it's quite heartening to see this. There's been an initiative launched by France to bring perhaps an incubator for the digital commons. This should be opening up in June. That's very encouraging. And now I'd like to give the floor to Alex Taylor, who will be introducing the next roundtable, which is going to talk about the industrial solution to storing data in Europe. And I'd like to give the floor to Alex Taylor, who will be talking about that now. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much, Elsa, and all the participants in this first roundtable, which has begun to look at certain questions launched by the two ministers at the beginning of this day. So I'd like to thank you very much for this first roundtable, and the next roundtable will be open to protection and data storage. Where do these data go? These people, some of these data storage services know everything about us. I'm sure that a lot of you have already thought about this. And it's a very important question when we're looking at a European digital sovereignty. This roundtable will be moderated by Marjorie Payon from the France 24 television station. And to begin this roundtable, before we begin the debate, I am pleased to introduce you to the EU Commissioner Didier Reynders from Brussels. Mr. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the French presidency of the EU Council for inviting me to participate in today's debate. The EU is not only a single market, it is also, and above all, a union of values. Our common values are democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental rights. It is important that digital Europe progresses in respect of all of these values. The EU Commission is very active to reduce strategic dependency of Europe, including in regard to key technological areas such as the cloud. My colleagues, Marguerite Vestager and Thierry Breton, are also working on the industrial and technological aspect of European sovereignty. For my part, as the European Commissioner to Justice, guaranteeing European sovereignty also has to do with guaranteeing the protection of fundamental rights in the digital world. Private data, for example, don't stop at the geographical borders of our countries. We all know that today, with a simple click, your data can be transferred outside of the EU. How, in this context, can we protect our rights and our common values? But also, how can we ensure our regulatory and economic autonomy? These are complex challenges that can only be met through a set of solutions. First of all, this requires that all of the operators offering goods and services in the single market should be subject to the same rules and regulations wherever they are established in Europe or outside of Europe. This approach is in the heart of our general regulation on data protection, the GDPR. Beyond these rules, we're trying to develop the technological capacity of Europe. This is why investments in the digital sector, research, and infrastructure are at the heart of the EU budget for the period 2020-2027, as well as in the European Recovery Plan. The Commission is mobilizing all of the financial instruments at our disposal in order to co-finance the development and deployment of technology for data processing that are reliable, respectful of the environment, and highly secure. More than 20% of the EU Recovery Plan is devoted to the digital sector, also financing investment projects that are cross-border. This is an unprecedented opportunity to strengthen our European approach and to contribute in particular to the initiative, the large-scale initiative for the next generation of cloud technology. A third aspect concerns our capacity to influence and to participate in the development of international standards, which we call the normative power of the EU. And in this regard, the GDPR constitutes an important lever. It has become the worldwide reference in this regard. You can see its influence in Brazil, Japan, California, India, just to cite a few examples. This regulatory convergence on an international scale has many advantages, as it has been underlined during the last G20 meeting in Rome. This convergence will enable us to better ensure the protection of European data when they are transferred outside of Europe. And it also creates confidence that facilitates data exchange. This type of exchange is essential today for international cooperation in many areas, from trade to research, and even criminal cooperation, criminal investigative cooperation. It is in this context that we have decided to put in place adequacy decisions with third-party countries. This means that the protection of data in third-party countries must be the same as that provided in European countries. The example of the protection of data in Europe shows how we can protect our values and promote international cooperation. New technologies represent a challenge that we must meet together. So we must unite our forces. And first of all, we must look for partners that share our values to find robust and innovative solutions so that we can continue to develop in an ever more digital society an approach that is centered on the rights of individuals. And to conclude, I would say that in our interconnected digital world, the action of the EU will contribute to guaranteeing the protection of our fundamental rights. The Commission is fully mobilized, and I'd like to thank you once again for your invitation, and I hope that you will have an excellent conference today.
So that was Didier Reynders, the European Commissioner for Justice. So we're back here on the set to understand how we can build this digital sovereignty in Europe and for Europe. And we'll now look at how we can build this. So protection through the cloud, because it's 53 billion euro market in 2020, which should reach between 300 and 500 billion euros by 2030. Accelerated by COVID, of course. So there's now a strategic question for the digital independence, for our infrastructure, for our resilience. But the European cloud market is dominated by American players, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, who represent 70% of the pie. And it's the KPMG, which is showing that who have reached the same conclusion. So how can European cloud actors enter this market? How can we better protect the data of citizens from Europe? How can we have an industrial response for data storage in Europe? To speak about this, I have here Miapetra Kumpula-Natri. You're a member of the European Parliament, of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Marie-Laure Denis, who is chair of the French Data Protection Authority, CNIL. Francesco Bonfiglio, CEO of Gayax. Michel Paula, CEO of OVH Cloud. And then Johan Lipassar, Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Cyber Security. We'll be switching between French and English. We have 3 English speakers. They have interpretation headsets. And so let's begin with a first overview, because you all represent part of the value chain of the European cloud and its regulation. And when you talk about digital sovereignty, what does this mean exactly? So first question maybe for you, Miapetra. So you're the rapporteur for the EU Data Governance Act, which will be presented this month after 2 years of debate. So data stored by cloud operators. Does this have to do with digital sovereignty above all? And is this maybe something that needs to be protected, but that isn't protectionism?
Merci for.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. And I'll now speak English. It's English, easier.
So I think the cloud is a part of the infrastructure, actually. We first worked a lot on the readiness for the 4G, then 5G, and then the fiber networks and backbone. And then we see that the cloud appeared, and we were a little bit late. So of course, sovereignty means that you have a ability to choose what you want, and now it was mostly foreigners. So I fully support the idea to have more, also our own infrastructure on the choices that European enterprises and users can make. So on that, I think ideas, building capacity, knowledge, and then differentiated cloud services, there is still room to have more European structures. First of all, this sounds maybe philosophical, but if we look how much we use data today and the amount of data, how it increases, we're still in the beginning of the path. So I think it is not set the market players who have room in the data economy, also in the infrastructure side. But what we have a lot is the how the data is by whom the data is used. And we are quite good setting the rules. As Commissioner here said, there was the GDPR, but who is taking care of the rights of the entrepreneurs? Because the personal data is quite well protected on the paper. There are still a lot of holes in the system. But now we want to also to build the secure structure, rules, and even the concrete infrastructure part that they are safe, trusted, so we can take usage of the all 80% of the data not used today. And there we have not only rules like normal politicians have, but also a lot of investment money like the ministers opened today.
Et on y reviendra justement.
And yes, we will come back to this in just a moment, because it's important to understand how regulation and legislation, well, we can also give ourselves the means to build this infrastructure for tomorrow's cloud services. So, Marie-Laure Denis, so at the CNIL, how do you have to face these stakes of digital sovereignty, and what concrete actions does this entail for you? Well, we are in charge, so we are the Data Protection Authority for France, and we're independent. So we're in charge with making sure that the guarantees that Europeans have on their data are respected, and to ensure the confidence and the development of the digital economy. And as Didier Renders said very well, data doesn't stop at the borders of the European Union. And we're very attentive to two elements. First of all, when data are transferred, so European data are transferred outside the European Union, it continues to benefit from the guarantees and the levels of requirement for the data protection of European citizens. And then also, following a decision by the European Court of Justice from July 2020, this has a rebound effect because this raises the question, independently of transfers outside of the European Union, of access by foreign authorities, foreign governments to European data on European soil. Because as you said in your introduction, this is mostly stored by services and companies based in the United States. And I'm sure we'll speak about this later, maybe solutions that we could come up with. But the CNIL and other authorities to protect data in Europe are drivers to accompany the legal framework to provide more clarity with our European partners, also proposing cloud services that can house data, European data. We also we take major action with public stakeholders, UJAP, for example, for public procurement, to help them recommend service providers, cloud service providers, that meet our levels of requirement. And the HDH, this is a national health data platform, which is a beautiful product in itself, but which is hosted by Microsoft. And there is a lot of constructive dialogue, which has enabled us to obtain that over time, the data would be transferred to European companies with localized data services. So, located in Europe, which of course is located in Europe right now, but not with European companies. And we also carry out repressive action with all the European data protection authorities. Following complaints that have been filed, we also look into companies which use European services such as Google Analytics or Facebook Connect. And the Austrian authorities have already ruled that these were not solutions that were in conformity with European law. So this just gives you a glimpse of the repressive actions and of the accompaniment actions that we carry out. Yes. So the health data is nitroglycerin. So Michel Poulain. So digital sovereignty, this is political and citizens' questions, but also this has to do with business. So how can we bring both together when you're a leader in your sector, such as OVH Cloud? Yes, indeed, OVH Cloud is a leader in Europe for cloud services. We are a French company, so a European company, and currently the infrastructure is present around the world. And what we propose are solutions that guarantee sovereignty and trust. Cloud services can only continue to develop if people trust them. So they have to be open systems, they have to be interoperable. Francesco will say more about this, but sovereignty is the question of being able to choose. It's not just about being patriotic or protecting your own nation. No, the question of sovereignty is to give people the choice and to manage their own destiny. All of the mechanisms in place that ensure that there's a mechanism for data protection do not guarantee sovereignty. And Europe is now at the heart of the challenge to have digital sovereignty. For us, there are two elements. First of all, there's the sovereignty of data. This is what you've just said. This is protecting data through Europe's values. And for us, there can be no compromises on this. As OVH Cloud, because we're Europeans, because there are no data transiting through our data centers, we can ensure that local law is applied. And we don't want to be immune to international law. And then the second subject is technological sovereignty. Does Europe, through the entire value chain, does Europe have enough mastery over the technologies to be able to guarantee our autonomy and to not be in a mechanism of preemption? Because it's worrying that everything should be in the hands of the Americans and the Chinese. So with actors such as ourselves, and I think OVH Cloud is part of this with Gayax, and then a whole ecosystem, the Agora, and we have hundreds of European partners who are in a position to come up with alternative solutions. So we have to trust them, and we have to have a long-term vision. And I'm completely in phase with what Regis Spartis was saying. We need a 10-year vision in terms of technology and also in terms of guarantees. And OVH Cloud is doing what it can to invest in Europe, recruiting talent, research and development. We also have a factory to build our servers, or one of the rare companies to build our own servers, and we insist on this European independence. Yes, and let me remind you that, so first of all, the market stakes, this is consequential for Europe. It's over 500 million direct jobs by 2027 and investments up to 200 billion euros up to 2027 as well. So I'm now going to turn to Gayax, Francesco Bonfiglio, and I would like to ask the same question again. So digital sovereignty in Europe through the cloud, through citizens, it's political, but it's also business stakes. Do you agree with Michel? Yes, thank you.
First of all, we need to understand that the biggest problem we have to overcome is awareness. And if I should summarize in one word what we are here, what we're talking about today, what Europe has been talking for the last 2 years is make Europe more aware. Aware of what? Of the problem, first of all. And I think we all understand we have a problem today, but that was not so clear just a few years ago, let's be honest. Let me make a simple example. It's like someone came out and told us that OGM is bad, and we realized that after 20 years we've been eating pizza made with OGM modified grain or corn. What do? Can we still eat pizza? Yes, of course, but we need to be more aware now. And that's why we need full transparency and visibility throughout the food supply chain, for example. That's exactly what we need to do with digital. And awareness of the data ethics, this is what I keep saying as well. Data ethics means data is not just, let me say, something we need to protect. It's also something we need to take value out of. And I think the Data Act in particular, this is coming in the next weeks, is going to tackle this. But the DGA, the DSA, DMA, and the Data Act will, I hope, address this big need to create a data awareness, data ethics awareness in Europe that we desperately need. And citizens have to understand that we're talking not about just IT industry, we're talking about the future of all ourselves. We also need to create competitivity, and that's what we are doing at Gayax. We want to create awareness, we want to create competitivity. How do you build competitivity? building something that is better than the rest of the market. That's the only way. So we cannot find new enemies. We need to find new ways, if you want, to beat the enemies with something better and good. And we do it through aggregation. And that's important. So aggregation is one of the most important elements, I believe, of Gayax, which translates into the concept of federation, but also of consortium. So in other words, one of the biggest limits of Europe in the last years has been fragmentation. We have a very fragmented market. We can transform that into a new power through aggregation. So creating new cloud infrastructures that are federated, create new federated offerings, creating, new combined forces that take advantage of our industry, which is very distributed, very localized, knows exactly the language and the culture of every single country. We can create a new generation of digital platforms that are secure, safe, and competitive. And we do it through again, something innovative. So we not only define what we want to do, we describe it, of course, but we are building. So we are technically developing a framework of governance. We call it the Federation Services, which is going to be a software layer connecting existing infrastructures. So we don't need to wait for a new one. We want to join the dots of Europe and make sure that all these dots, being data owners, can exchange data in a secure, trusted way, and can exchange their infrastructures to build bigger ones and more competitive ones. And that's the concept of trust that everybody talks about. We need trust today, but trust is the only good you cannot buy. So in order to trust someone, you need to show something objective. And that's what we're building through our framework. So we're trying to translate the regulations and also the rules that are coming from ENISA and other organizations into something verifiable. And that's a big challenge, but that's what everybody expects. The last word I wanted to say in this first round is that Gayax has been built by Europe, for Europe, and beyond, because we are not living out of the real world. The real world is a world of distributed data all over the planet, and we want Europe to be competitive in the real world.
Et on reviendra juste.
And we will come back to this, the true world, and so the Cloud Federation in just a few minutes. So I've understood that no GMO clouds, and now you in the PASAR, you're the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity. This is very important because it protects, above all, our data, our infrastructure, because these are major stakes in cybersecurity. And I believe ENISA prefers the term of strategic autonomy for digital technology.
Thank you. Peut-être, premièrement...
So I'll start in French. First of all, I would like to thank the French presidency for organizing this conference today around the theme, which is a very critical theme for the future of Europe: digital sovereignty.
There are numerous ways how to say it. I think what is important is what lies beyond these concepts. And this is why I want to thank Commissioner Reynes, but also Madame Denis, for saying out very loud that it's not only about this abstract concept, but there are issues around how we create our wealth, how we protect our freedoms, and how we protect our security that we need to focus on. And we need to do that, of course, in the mindset that Europe needs to collaborate and cooperate with our partners. This is not in direct, let's say, opposition to having these collaboration and cooperation frameworks, which are necessary also for creation of our wealth and expansion of our freedoms. But we need to find the right balance. And the right balance, of course, strikes whenever there are other players out there, third countries that try to impose their sovereignty and will on our freedoms, on our data. And I think there we need to draw a clear line and say, when there are issues that go in the very heart of our security, the security of our citizens and member states and our union, then there is a line to be drawn. And we need to make sure that when we talk, for example, the security of data, that there are mechanisms in place that ensure that this data is not violated by third country jurisdiction. There are mechanisms in place that protect this data and the security of this data, not only from the technical point of view, which is of course important, but also from the legal point of view. And this is also the reason why, of course, the agency now, when we are building the draft cybersecurity certification scheme for cloud service providers, we take these issues very seriously. We cannot build a scheme in isolation and without kind of ignoring these issues. No, we have to take these issues at the heart and include them so that the highest assurance level that we built for the scheme also include these aspects. And that, again, does not mean that service providers who have different other ways of providing services cannot enter into the market. They can. And I think the beauty there is that when we talk about cybersecurity, of course, we want to give the highest level of assurance, but not all services need it. So there are a majority, a big number of services that concern the handling of data, etc., and it's not personal data involved, where there can be service providers that are more open to different solutions. But for the most critical services, we need to make sure that the criteria includes also the legal elements to make sure that our security and cybersecurity is paramount and is underlined. Thank you.
Et on reviendra justement à...
And indeed, we'll come back to these new standards on cybersecurity at a later stage, and you'll be setting out the precise specifications of those. As you know, cybersecurity, vital infrastructure, the cloud, all of these are vital. We could indeed, we could even refer to the incipient conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which, if it's not solved by diplomacy, could come close to Europe's borders, specifically Estonia, the Baltic states, and therefore it's all the more important to focus on that. Now, looking at data integrity, the question is really, how can we ensure such security, such integrity of data of citizens and of European citizens and of European companies? What dependencies of this industry, and to what extent is the industry exposed to extraterritorial influences? Michel Paulin, as a French cloud operator, are you subject to the same requirements as other European operators? Well, we're a French company. We're governed by European law, but we're not subject to the Cloud Act or FISA or any of the extraterritorial laws. We're based in Singapore. Obviously, we comply with Singaporean laws. We're in Australia, where we comply with their laws. But we also have a US office. We decided to, if you like, isolate the US. And so we have two contracts. You can have a European contract and then a US contract, because we think that, technically speaking, sovereignty is both technical and legal. Both overlap, both are important. It's not just a technical aspect in managing cybersecurity. Rather, it's a technical aspects stop data transiting. It ensures that the laws you're governed by need to be transparent and auditable, and therefore we decided to earmark, if you like, box off the US, because their system is entirely isolated. Customers can decide as well where the data is physically located. They can say, I want them in Gravin or Roubaix or Singapore or in England, Germany, anywhere. The customer chooses. And we have no metadata transits between the data centers. So we don't have a system in which data is being exchanged all over the place, because cloud computing isn't that complicated, really. If you have, there are models with constant data exchange. But the other issue is that we don't actually put our hands on our customers' data. We know we've had scandals in the US in particular where operators will take their customers' data and use it to improve their own systems. But we don't do that. So we have to have a legal view of things. We have to have a technical view of things. Both of them work together to ensure cybersecurity, but also trust. Where is my health data, for example? Who can access it? Where do they go? Who's using them? And how? If we want to restore trust following the pandemic, it's important for all those things to be completely transparent, and that all any black boxes, any other any such mechanisms need to be completely prohibited. Now, not all data requires the same level of protection, but the most critical does requires the highest possible level. Okay, so that's a choice your customers therefore can make, can locate the data where they want, but bearing in mind that data is data of different types. So some of our health or vital data is more important than others. Marie-Laure, listening to Michel Paulin's product offering, what does CNIL make of that as a regulator? Well, we think that's quite promising as an approach. These partnerships whereby technologies or US technologies and services, they are after all the dominant players, to nonetheless operate under license to be sort of hosted, if you like, by European companies. Last year, I met, I think, with pretty much all the French companies who are engaging in such partnerships. Google, OVH, Thales. There's also Capgemini Orange partnership called and Microsoft called Blue. Links into something we were saying earlier, and indeed I agree with Michel when he says that there needs to be transparency, or auditability, and trust. Therefore, needs to be achieved. But in order to try and solve some of these issues in the short to medium term, that is to say, the issue of digital sovereignty, in particular data protection, either you need a US law lifting and strengthening data protection standards, such as to make it more or less equivalent to what we have under GDPR in Europe, so that those data can be exchanged freely, or you need additional measures. Now, the European Data Protection Committee, that's the 27 EU member states represented, has drawn attention to encryption issues, but we don't make the weather. That's one other option, and in the short to medium term, otherwise there's purely European offerings which may come on the market. But I think the partnership approach is a promising one. Coming back to cybersecurity, GDPR is not often cited in the context of cybersecurity, not enough, and yet GDPR is the only European law in which requires reporting, which require an engagement of resources, but it also requires results to be delivered in order to, for example, inform the persons concerned when their data is recorded, when it's transferred, and so on, and that impact analyses have to be carried out for risk on a risk basis, etc., etc. So there's a lot of cybersecurity support which we provide our partners with, and indeed 40% of the penalties we levy are for cybersecurity failings, and as we've seen, cybersecurity will probably involve certification at some point later down the line. Via ENSI, via ENISA, so CNIL and the other European data regulators take a very keen interest in the subject. Indeed, I think you read my mind there. Will be talking about certification in just a second. If I can just come back to Mia Petra, if I'm not wrong, the Data Governance Act, the DGA, is one of the cornerstones of the European legislative response to the challenge of data security. There's an important and interesting part of the DSA which ties in with what Michel was saying, which is ensuring better transparency of data of the cloud and all better protection against extraterritorial laws. So once that regulation passes towards the end of the year, I think it should be submitted at the end of this month. Once it's in force, will we be able to change cloud operator whenever we like?
When it's very sensitive data of the public source, there needs to be more secure transparency to be able to see and trust that the data is well protected. So that was the idea, that there are still some data in the governments that it's not opened for the new innovations, for the health purposes. So this was one way to enhance the possibilities to use even that part of the public source data without risking it to have it under threat of the third parties. I very much agree what the EDPB, the Data Protection Board, is scrutinizing everything and should do so. And when we have the industrial data, it is not always easy to separate, but when there is a part of the personal data, then we take it to the tight security. But if I may, for the Digital Governance Act, what was very important is the creation of these trusted intermediator services. And I look the Gaia side, how the industrial is doing it, but we still should be active also as a public side to create those trustworthy intermediator services. And then to mention here, it's high time to mention the data spaces and also the data spaces. When they are developed, there is good basis on the DGA to do, and the Data Act will then really make our industrial response for the issues. So industrial response is not only for the personal data, but it's also the ecosystem of data, and then the SMEs can trust the market. It's not their private data, but so that there is a market, so there is not only monopolies. And the Data Act that we will soon start, hopefully, get it from the Commission, it really will also to tackle the rights of the different parts on the or different layers on the data system. And we were elaborating that a lot in the data strategy that I drafted for the European Parliament. So we do want to see the market economy even in between the data players. So it is that will create a lot on our future economical possibilities. And again, I think the competition drives the innovations. So we may not close the shell, close the Europe for the data. And I'm very happy to having the cloud representation here, that you are European and even you operate outside. So even try to create the world of trust, but then with the European way to regulate, the others might follow, and at least they have to apply the rules that we set for our data. But hopefully there will be this regulatory convergence that will enable us to trust more and believe, at least the like-minded countries, that data flows and innovations can work for the European companies, European citizens, and in the end also that we will do the innovations to provide more jobs and wealth for the European continent too.
Marie-Laure Denis.
Marie-Laure Denis, you wish to respond? Yes, if I just build on what the honourable member has just said. We talked about regulatory convergence in Europe. That's a very important point. It's a general point. There's a whole load of European legislative proposals, all of which are going in the right direction in terms of confirming that there is a genuine political desire to get things done and change things in Europe. But let me just remind you that these different laws and regulations will need to interact with each other and link together in a coherent fashion, whether it be DMA, DSA, DOJ, any regulations on AI, on AI, and so on and so forth. So there's plenty going on, but they need to be consistent in the forthcoming regulations, and that also needs to tie in with consistently with the GDPR, which is the basis of data protection in Europe. Now. It has to send out a clear signal to those in the rest of other parts of the world who want to act extraterritorially. Then there is this to do with. Then there are specific aspects such as assessing systemic risk, transparency, and so on. But there's a question of how they all links together. How is this going to actually translate into practice? Now, some of these laws. Or some of these existing foreseen obvious regulators. So, for example, for when you've got personal data which is dealt with, or Digital Governance Act, it's obvious who is going to be in charge. Whereas for other regulations, if we're not the competent authority, there needs nonetheless to be an institutional setup, an institutional articulation of this, some of which perhaps need to be set out in more detail in some of these texts which are currently being drafted. Well, we'll be talking more about cloud infrastructure and data, and a bit of interoperability of regulation would not be a bad idea either, if I'm correctly understanding what Marie-Laure says. Francesco Bonfiglio, Gayax has had a turbulent few months. In spring, you had 212 new members joining your association, but some of them were US and Chinese companies, Huawei, Palantir, and prior to their arrival, some of your members decided to leave, maybe temporarily, maybe permanently, who knows. So how can Gayax foster greater data integrity, greater data security for European citizens and companies, whilst also allowing in other actors, allowing foxes into the henhouse, if I may say so?
Well, this is a very common question I receive, so let me start from the first part of the question, because two different things. So why we decided to open to any member from anywhere in the world? There was a decision taken by the association, which, by the way, is a totally private association. So we have no subsidy, no grants, no funding from any public institution. Therefore, we are the voice of the market. And we decided that we wanted to have a joint endeavor by all the players. And actually, I think Gayax, as an association, is the most representative initiative, I would say, even worldwide, not just in Europe, of providers and users of technologies nowadays. So we have 320 plus members. We started just 1 year and a half ago with 22, 11 French and 11 German. And now we have more than 20 countries represented and like I said, hundreds of members. Why? The first question is why non-Europeans should join Gayax? This is the first question nobody asked me. And I think the key answer is that they want to play in Europe. And they understood generally that Europe is changing the rules of the game. So if you want to play in Europe, like we all said around this table, we want to lead the rules. Europe wants to lead the market and want to set new rules. Rules of openness, rules of transparency, and rules of interoperability. Now, let me make another simple statement. We all know about the problem of lock-in. Now, the problem of lock-in is simply caused by one effect. You have no alternatives. In order to win the lock-in, there is no regulation that can win the lock-in. You need to have multiple compatible alternatives on the market. And if they are compatible, they are interoperable. And that's what we are introducing. We are introducing new rules that will make sure that everybody accepting, of course, to adhere to our rules, will simply have to describe their services in a transparent way, will make those service characteristics visible, will countersign basically what he is stating as a service provider, and will be willing to compare to others that are doing the same. So in a while, we will have trust index, if you want, thanks to frameworks like the one we're building. So you can see whether the trust provided by OVH is higher or lower than the trust provided by others. How can you do that? The only way is through this type of openness and collaboration. Now, the non-European players are not part of the board of Gayax, because the board of Gayax is limited to European players only, because we want to build this new revolution based on the European principles. Nobody can disrupt our mission and our principles. There will be a time where players will have to make a choice, whether they want to adhere to Gayax and make their services compliant to Gayax or not. That would be a choice. It's a freedom of choice. But of course, those that are not part of this new endeavor, they will have to take a decision whether they really want to be part of Gayax or not. But we don't change our direction, and we are playing, fair, with fair rules for everybody.
Michel.
Please, Michel.
Alors,
Michel, yes, well, we're amongst the 11 French companies who are founders of Gayax. We're on the board. We think it's a great initiative. The Gdpr is something Europe should be proud of. And as you've just said, Francesco, it's important that we should act and militate in favour of an open, irreversible, interoperable club where we and the French and European ecosystem, we are highly motivated to offer solutions which are open source. We believe in that, which is one of the building blocks, one of the because we think it's dangerous for the cloud market simply to be commandeered as an oligopoly held by 2, 3, 4 big players who have all of it. For Europe, of course, but for the world in general. And as I've said several times, for Gayax, I think the issue is only half concluded, if you like. The challenge is half met, but we're only halfway there. The credibility of Gayax will depend on a couple of things. One, supplying or providing all the necessary policies, regulations and labels. And our view is that if actors do not comply, then they need to be excluded. We are open in principle, but we should exclude those who don't abide by our ground rules, because otherwise we're not in control.
Pour éviter l'entrée.
Well, to avoid staying just amongst certain people, there are European initiatives that add to Gayax. There's Clear, for instance, that brings together cloud SMEs. What are you saying together that the more spokespersons there are for digital sovereignty via cloud data storage, well, better, the more there will be awareness and the more we can defend the colors of a European cloud? Yes, I think so. We need to talk about the fragmented market at some point. Well, it's very fragmented. We were talking about consistency at some point. You need to play ball. We are investing in Gayax because we're not deserting in the middle of war. We need to see it through. And so now we think that there is a challenge in terms of the credibility of Gayax, but it's also something that's very noble, recreating systems elsewhere to fragment the landscape. Well, there was the issue of the fragmentation of financing. That's an issue in Europe. Fragmentation. We need to stay united. We need to stay proactive. We need to stay determined. Full alignment with our values, and then if people do not play ball, they must be excluded. But it would be deplorable to scatter our resources. That's a big shortcoming in Europe now. And I won't insult you by saying that we're starting from, we went a long way. There was the national bond a decade ago to finance 2 clouds, and now this is another step in the structuring of the European cloud. Michel is winking. He understood the reference to the national bond. Well, in the next few minutes, we're going to try and focus on something that's fundamental, especially when it comes to cybersecurity and therefore digital sovereignty for Europe. Of course, in the creation of this new European cloud ecosystem, a trust-based cloud, a transparency-based cloud, there are notions of cybersecurity standards, and above all, questions to try and understand how we can have better control over security challenges. The notion of certification schema, which is keeping people busy in Europe. Johan Lepassa, when talking about the certification schema at ENISA, what are we talking about?
Thanks. I think it's important that we clarify that cybersecurity, as any security, is not absolute. We talk about relative security, and we also talk about levels of assurances that we can give to people. And what is the essence of cybersecurity certification schemes is that we give transparency. As Francesco said as well, this is an important so that people can themselves make a choice. And of course, not only the people as individuals, but also customers and ultimately the states. Now, the way that we build cybersecurity certification schemes is we look at different layers of, and the first is the basic level of security. So in the scheme, we of course outline a number of technical management organizational criteria that organizations should adhere to and be transparent about so that they can give assurances to their customers. But we ask them to assess themselves. There is no third-party assessment, and that's why we call it a basic level of assurance. The next level is substantial, which means that you have the same requirements, but there is a third party who assesses you. And the third conformity assessment body in the member state that makes sure that you actually deliver on what you promise. And then when we go beyond that, we call the highest level of assurance, then of course on top of the transparent criteria, which is already there, and on top of the third-party assessment, we look at issues which are beyond, not directly linked with security, but also beyond, like the supply chain, for example, like the question of what about the legal control of the entity that provides the services? How can we make sure that it is transparent towards who controls the entity? And also in cases where, for example, public safety is concerned, and member states already have numerous rules in place to say only certain types of entities can enter into this domain, there of course needs to be limits as well. So I think the certification scheme is in essence very much a attempt to help the market players to include cybersecurity by design, cybersecurity by default elements into their services in a way that is compliant with the EU values and of course adheres to the aims that we have. And one of the aims, of course, is to ensure sovereignty, digital sovereignty of Europe in areas where we deem to be critical. And I think cloud, of course, is one of these areas, but it ensures that we also can have service providers who can bring innovative aspects into our markets and operate in a level basic and substantial. So we do not close the market. And I think that's also an important aspect, that the certification is an open scheme. It allows other players also to participate in the market. And one important aspect which I just wanted to clarify also, Madame Denis said very correctly, GDPR and cybersecurity work hand in hand. Bad cybersecurity means bad data protection. And this is also the reason why we will make sure that we have good cybersecurity technical and organizational requirements that help the GDPR. That doesn't mean if you certify your service that it's GDPR compliant. No, it's not. It's cybersecurity compliant. You need to take an extra step in order to make sure that it's also GDPR compliant. And together with European data protection authorities, I'm willing also to help there and make sure that in the future we build an extension scheme on the cloud certification, which would also include elements of the GDPR, so that you can also certify yourself and make sure that you're not only cybersecurity compliant, but you're also GDPR compliant. Thank you.
Un schéma de certification.
So a certification scheme that we can see is in open mode in order to be able to adapt and be more resilient, I imagine, and also more agile given market, industry and regulatory evolutions. I wanted to turn to Michel Paulin to try and Francesca as well to understand how industry in the cloud sector are going to be able to first, are you going to be compliant immediately with this new certification scheme that Johan was talking about? Well, I don't know, because everything hasn't been decided and finalized yet. I think certification is good for the market. It's a good thing because that reestablishes trust, and OVH Cloud invests massively to be certified everywhere in Europe. We're the only operator in the world right now, I think, to have all European certifications. Secure Cloud in France, which is the highest level, but also C5G Cloud, Agid. We're the only one to be certified. There are only another two, and not all have those certifications. We think it's important for the market, for users, and for customers. So it's essential for us to have these various levels of open-ended certification. At OVH Cloud, we've invested a lot to be Secure Cloud certified in France, which is a way to protect data, to guarantee security, to ensure cybersecurity. So we'll continue to invest massively to get these certifications, but we want them to be very demanding. So you're asking them to upgrade requirements. Yes, if you're not demanding in terms of certification, you're not reestablishing trust. The third level of EU certification should include the whole landscape. GDPR compliance, the protection of territorial immunity to extraterritorial rules, and all highest level security. We have 2.5 minutes left to round this up. Who would like the floor? Marie-Laure Denis. Yes, I'll give you the floor later. Certifications about trust. You can distinguish virtuous players, so it's essential for transparency and understandability. All the EDPB has regular discussions with ENISA. We wrote to each other about that, and we're careful about the fact that the high level of the certification scheme prepared by ENISA, which is being drafted, should include from the word go legal provisions to enforce European law, and thinking about the right to access by foreign authorities to European data. We think that the highest level of ENISA certification as in the draft consultation started by ANSI on its new version of the Secnum Cloud references that we worked a lot in good understanding with ANSI. This should be as demanding the high level of ENISA certification. It should be as demanding as the draft certification by ANSI. Francesco?
I just wanted to answer your question and say that in Gayax we are developing a labeling and compliance framework, which is a piece of the software that we are developing, which is fully in line with the strategy of ENISA. Basically, we started some time ago looking at C5, Secnum Cloud, and all the different type of rules, plus GDPR, plus all the rest of the regulation. We have collected all these rules in a single document. Now we are defining a list of credentials, and we are working on how to automate the verification of those credentials. And we decided to adhere to the 3 levels of ENISA, and we will work together because we believe that this is the only way to do it. So have a common scheme and automate it as much as possible to make it tangible. Like I said before, you cannot buy trust. The more it's objectively assessed, the more people will trust it. This is our approach.
I can buy trust, but I can't buy time either. So, I mean, Johan, go ahead.
Just one issue that I wanted to just stress, that we are not building the European certification scheme on virgin ground. There are already very good national schemes in place, like the Secnum in France, but also the C5 in Germany, etc., in Netherlands. And we, of course, use that as a baseline. So we build on top of the national schemes that we have. And of course, also we will look at the industry practices, particularly in Europe, so that make sure that the industry is with us when we develop these schemes. And I really want to say that the cloud service providers that already operate on national schemes, they have nothing to fear. I mean, the good work that they have undertaken in order to incorporate the national schemes, that would definitely help them also to ensure adherence to the European scheme as well.
And the last points go to Pietra.
Yes, maybe it's time to just remind that we are better when we are together, 410 million, not any big country even alone. So national is not best. European is very good. International, when we can do it, is the best. And then in the GTA, we have these data innovation boards, and that includes SMEs, even NGOs, and we try to get them to work for the API interoperability and to be open to develop the European champions. Thank you.
Une souveraineté
Digital sovereignty that protects, that was the specific case study of cloud storage in Europe.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Marjorie, and thank you to all participants on this discussion. I think that if, like me, you use all these applications every day without really knowing where your data goes, you'll have a lot of questions about the security of your data. That's why this panel discussion was very insightful, but also very interesting. Now let's move on. Today, this is a day organized here in Paris by the Ministry of the Economy, Finances and Stimulus, with the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, as part of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. We are live. You are watching us from everywhere in Europe. You've got translation into various languages. If you're watching and not understanding a thing, you've got translation also with French Sign Language translation. Moving on to the next roundtable, moderated by Karine Bannelier, who's a professor at Grenoble University. And they're going to take up the theme that we've just been discussing in the previous roundtable: digital European sovereignty, protection for citizens, for European companies as well. That's going to be the topic of this panel discussion. Over to you. Well, thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this roundtable on protecting sovereignty, creating a European cybersecurity model for citizens and companies. European digital sovereignty could not be built without a cybersecurity model that is robust and efficient, protecting its citizens, communities, infrastructures, but also companies against cyber attacks and threats. In this respect, the achievements by the EU in the last few years are numerous in terms of standards and operations. I won't give you a full list, but we could recall some of the most iconic, starting with the European Union cybersecurity strategy to strengthen collective resilience, cooperation between member states, but also to develop international leadership by the EU within the main international bodies, starting with the United Nations, to develop international standards for behavior in the cyberspace, to develop the implementation of international law in the cyberspace with the main principles: non-intervention, non-aggression, obligations of due diligence, whilst promoting the EU's fundamental values, human rights, democracy, and fundamental freedoms. You could mention the cyber diplomatic toolbox, giving a joint response by the EU against cyber malicious acts and cyber attacks, which was already activated via the concrete adoption of sanctions against people and entities. And in the standard setting news, there is the revision of the NIS directive, which is almost at the end of its legislative process, which will strengthen the level of cybersecurity in European infrastructure. There's the Cyber Resilience Act project that should enable us to improve our collective resilience. And in more operational terms, there's the recent launch of Cyclone, which is probably a major step in the building of a cybersecurity Europe, with a strengthening of cooperation between member states in case of a major IT crisis. Cybersecurity is without a doubt the keystone to European digital sovereignty, and there are many achievements, but are they enough? Can we already talk about a European cybersecurity model? Our cybersecurity model depends on European technological companies, so what are the ways and means to help them and strengthen them? Technological sovereignty in Europe in the area of cybersecurity, is it still achievable? The answers to these questions are complex, and they are commensurate with the cybersecurity challenges that we're facing. To answer them, we are glad to have with us a panel of experts, including Guillaume Poupard, the general manager of ANSSI, the French National Cybersecurity Agency, Bart Groothuis, member of the European Parliament, rapporteur on the NIS2 directive, Elena Poincet, CEO of Tetris, a cybersecurity company, and with us in video conference, Mariette Schaak, former MEP, a professor at Stanford University, and the head of International Policy for the Cyber Policy Center. Well, starting with Guillaume Poupard, as CEO, General Manager of ANSSI, day in, day out, like your European counterparts, you're facing threats and cyber attacks. What do you think are the main threats in terms of cybersecurity that you're mobilized against at the European level, and what are the concrete resources to face them at the European scale? Well, yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our job is to do digital security. That's already a very broad job. The notion of sovereignty that is discussed today and tomorrow is even broader. And the starting point of our thinking at the national level quite a few years ago in 2008 was that we reached the conclusion that, given the rise of these threats that I'll address in a minute, we were very quickly facing issues of national security, and if we were not able to safeguard our digital security, very quickly our national security would be impacted, faced with these new risks. And then, of course, at the national level, things were built up, and you recalled everything that was done at the European level. And if you're doing that only at the national level, it doesn't really make sense. It is effective, it is necessary, but you can't stop at the national level, so you need to be able to scale that to the European level.
So how can we explain this situation? The threats that we're facing in the cyber world are quite vast. They're criminal threats, and they have a high impact on major companies, on major entities that can be paralyzed by these criminal attacks. There can be impact on national security, on citizens. It's very high impact. So that's something that we're very concerned with, of course, in France, but also on the European scale. The criminal nature of these attacks is something that we barely discussed just 5 years ago, but it is a daily reality. It's quite critical. And we can see there are many subjects concerning oil and gas and so forth that have a great impact on society, and unfortunately it's become a daily concern. And the French and European reaction has been very strong. There's also the question of industrial spying, cyber spying. Now, a lot of victims don't want to talk about it because they feel somewhat embarrassed to have been the victim of spy attacks. And they feel like they don't really want to bring it out in public. But our classic adversaries are sometimes also our political allies. It's not always easy to define the role of these different players. Sometimes there's a physical attack to the digital infrastructure, which is also a physical infrastructure. It's not only something ethereal and immaterial. And I think there really is a state of war, and I say war with determination, because war is a serious thing, and some of these cyber attacks are acts of war. So the European reaction is very important because we're involved in conflicts that are on the scale of the whole continent, not just a single country. Now, you know all about the different threats that exist. You can read about them every day in the newspaper. We believe that the European alliance and having a strong Europe in this sense is something that's very necessary in addition to national efforts. I want to be very clear on this point, because often people say, oh, should this be a national or a European question? The answer is both. It is by working together that we will be most effective. We need to discuss with all of the stakeholders on an international scale in the broadest sense of the term, because we cannot be effective if our approach is too small scale. So we have done quite a bit, and sometimes we're in a kind of a ping pong between EU regulation and national regulation. We have the vitally important operators that are critical to the US, and then we looked at financial services at the European scale. And when we look at the revised NIS directive, we can see that we have been able to define absolutely essential services. And the first NIS directive was so effective that we had to continue working on it and come up with a second NIS directive, which is a European approach that goes beyond the question of security and also has an impact on economic affairs and the economic balance and equilibrium of Europe. And the whole goal, of course, is to bring things up to a better level. That's very important to say that. There's another very positive approach which is being built now, and that is because within the European Union, with the 27 members, and with the ENISA, which I would like to congratulate, we have CERT-EU, which is a purely European unit that is facing up to a single menace, a single threat, trying to share strategies and make joint decisions and do many more things in common, in fact. And this is a strategic choice, It has to do with what is already happening on a technical level with the different networks like eCert. That's a bit of a jargon that we use, but at the ANSSI. But the idea is that we share all sorts of benchmarks, everything that is part of cybersecurity. And this has been a big success, and we're trying to move this up to a strategic level with regard to European political unity. And that's very important because we really want to insist on the fact that we do have a potential for great success at low cost by working together. And this is something we definitely want to do. Just 10 days ago, we carried out an exercise that was deployed in a very fluid manner because today we're all speaking the same language. We're all on the same page. We have the same interests, and we want to work together. And I will let my other panelists speak, but I would like to say that we have done things on a national level that have been successful, and now we need to move it up to the European level. And it's by joining these two efforts that we will be able to be effective, and we will become more effective in the years to come. It is only through coordination that we will really be able to be effective with means that will still be less than the means at the hands of our adversaries. Thank you, Guillaume Poupin. So you're saying that the means that we have will be less than what our adversaries have. That's a bit pessimistic. So you talked about this ping pong between the national level and the EU level with regard to the protection of infrastructures in particular. This joint action is absolutely necessary. About Grotius, you are very aware of this because you were the director of the NIS2 directive. We've talked about the obligation to set up a protection against cyber threats. What are the next steps with regard to protection? How can we go forward? What do we need to think about as we move forward to ensure better cybersecurity? Do you believe there are some infrastructures today that are not protected enough? That we should protect more? We often hear people talking about submarines, for example. Submarine cables. Undersea cables.
Here in France, some of us are Dutch and here in Paris, and some are at home. So hello, Marietje, as well. Thank you. Yes, as rapporteur on this directive, the NIS2, it's very important to acknowledge that the NIS1 was already looking at entities and how they could build better cyber resilience, and it was already in place, but it wasn't enforced enough. And the best thing that Thierry Breton thought of was a good German word. It's called Chefsache. When it's really up to the CEO, you have to make it Chefsache. When it's up to Angela Merkel, it's up to Angela Merkel, and she takes care of it. That's what the Germans say. And now he transposed it to the cybersecurity directive. So the CEO in any critical or important or essential entity will be responsible for the cybersecurity measures in place. It's very important. It's a huge difference. But my sign of it is this is the crucial factor why it will become successful. But I agree with Guillaume. We have to go one step further. Also in the European Union, this has to be Chefsache. Von der Leyen, Michel, and Borrell, they don't discuss cybersecurity matters with Vladimir Putin. Ransomware has become an instrument of Russian foreign policy. Russia is offering a free, safe haven. It's a huge problem which has to be addressed. And Joe Biden is doing exactly that. And where is Europe in this realm? We are lagging behind, so we should do something. And I'm really calling to the presidency and to others to make this Chefsache in the EU. Now, the second thing I'd like to address is we have to go from a reactive mindset in Europe. There's an incident, and we share information, and we see what we can do, to a more proactive mindset. There's so much information floating around with which we can thwart incidents, stop incidents from occurring. I'd just like to mention one example where the Belgians are leading in Europe. The Belgians are having some 25,000 times a day. They are serving through the DNS providers in their country a red screen. If you want to click, you go and click, but this is malware. And that is very much into the daily lives of the people in Europe, that you are visible, that you can click. There's no censorship here, but you have to make sure that you get this information across. Proactive stance. That's my second point. The third point, coming back to you, Professor, is I agree. There's new infrastructure that we need to protect, and it's coming up. It's 5G and it's 6G. In the NIS2, we have, and I'm very, very pleased with it, a cyber supply chain review mechanism. If you don't trust certain hardware and software, there's a review process, and we can get it out of the vital infrastructure of a country. Now, in 5G, we only have, which is very good, the 5G toolbox. It says what you can and cannot do, but it's soft law. It's not hard law. It's not normative. The European, what's it called? Rekenkamer, Marietje, help me. Court of Auditors, thank you very much. The European Court of Auditors also said it. It's a soft law. What we need is hard law to get that out of our infrastructure, because it is very different from how European countries are handling this issue, 5G and 6G coming up. Now, finally, let me mention what you said, Professor, on submarines. There is a huge threat on our optic fiber cables coming in and out of Europe, and we are not addressing it, and it is horrible. Coast guards, NCSCs, but also the owners of these cables, but also data centers, they should work, and navies, they should work together, address every time you see a cable being cut. We had 2 incidents in Norway, one in November, one in December, hardly addressed in the media, but 2 cables were cut, dear followers. It's a huge problem, and we should be looking at ways that other adversaries can place material there in order that they can sabotage at their time of choosing, and we should address it. Last but not least, we should have a new DNS capability in Europe. So we should be able to share the information in the ecosystem that we are creating in this directive. On a European scale, be able to say, we stop this on a DNS level. So we don't want a 100% certified malware server to serve anything. Whether it's in Slovenia or the Netherlands or Italy or Greece, doesn't matter. You want that capability. I was there as director for cybersecurity at the Dutch Ministry of Defense when NotPetya and when WannaCry happened. And we had the service, the callback service. We could easily block it, but we didn't. In the Rotterdam harbor, it cost more than 300 million. So we needed capability across Europe. That's my 4 points.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Bout Gocius, to speak to all these different threats, but also to talk about the fact that some states are developing an active diplomacy based on cyber attacks. You talked about Russia and the development of ransomware. Elina Poincet, you are the CEO of Tetris, which is a security company. You protect a number of international corporations. You protect their critical infrastructure. We all know how important a role the private sector plays in cybersecurity questions, and how much different states and the EU must be able to count on European cybersecurity companies that are high performing, and this in a very competitive international environment. We know there are problems of computer spying. How can we best bring out new cybersecurity companies in Europe? Thank you, Karen. Thank all of you. Yes, it's true that at Tetris we have developed a cybersecurity solution that fights against cyber spying and cyber sabotage. And it's true that we've been working for 10 years on our technology. And what's difficult for us, because we're in a scale-up phase, an important scale-up phase, is how we can remain a European leader. And we hope that Europe indeed will help us, that there will be a kind of European patriotism with regard to private companies in Europe. Sometimes the private companies prefer to choose Israeli or American companies for their cyber protection. So there is a constant struggle against these American giants in order that we can maintain our place in this European ecosystem. And we've seen, whether we're looking at marketing or business, sometimes we talk about cyber crimes, and sometimes we know that states have their fingers in cybercrime, and sometimes they use cybercrime and they try to use this as a wedge to get their own company's foot in the door. So we need better financing for scale up of our European cybersecurity businesses. Now we're recruiting people in Europe to work for Tetris. And our question now is how we're going to be able to convince European companies that for the past 15 years have been subject to foreign colonization, so to speak, for hardware and software, and how they see us as waving our little European flag. How can we be viewed positively? How can European companies be encouraged to employ us when they see that we can in fact act very quickly on a Windows problem, on a ransomware problem? A lot of companies do not have cybersecurity, and you know that a typical attack takes about 30 to 40 minutes. The malware gets in there, it attacks, and then in 30 to 40 minutes, it's a catastrophe for them. So we have been developing our work on a marketplace where we try to find European solutions that can be set up on the technology or the platform that exists in Europe, and we can enable all Europeans to work together in a context of cybersecurity for the good of all. Thank you, Elena Poincet. Indeed, there's a lot at stake today because we need European-scale cybersecurity companies so that states in the EU can call on them. Mariette Schaake, you are a former European Member of Parliament, and now you are Director of International Policy at the Cyber Policy Center at the University of Stanford, where you teach. These discussions about sovereignty and EU sovereignty in digital and technological realms, do you think this is a constructive goal? And more concretely, you're at Stanford, and what are people saying in the United States about these EU ambitions for technological sovereignty?
It's a great pleasure to join you, albeit virtually. I really appreciate how much focus the French presidency has on tech topics, cybersecurity, and it's a great pleasure to join you today. I'll zoom out a little bit, but to be short, in Silicon Valley, I often hear questions about the amount of policy initiatives coming out of the European Union. So they wonder how all the bits and pieces fit together, and of course some, not surprisingly, are critical about the many regulatory initiatives, even though it's often a source of pride in Europe. And then the question of sovereignty, I think there are risks that the term is not entirely clear and that it could be understood as a sort of protectionist agenda, which I don't think is the intention or should not be the ambition, but I do understand why people sometimes may get confused. So let me reflect a little bit, building on what the other excellent speakers said, and come to these points with a little bit more context. Clearly, you know, cybersecurity is increasingly an underlying condition that is needed for trust, for rights protections, but also for prosperity. And I don't think anyone will disagree, but it's much easier said than done. Because if we look at the amount of incidents, attacks on hospitals, universities, critical infrastructure it is really quite extraordinary, and I'm convinced we only know the tip of the iceberg. It's been mentioned before, there may be criminal motives, there may be state actors at play, or a mix between them two. But what is for sure is that no matter who is responsible, there is very little accountability across the board. We hardly ever hear of people coming before a judge, being held to account, few sanctions adopted in the cases of states, and there's also a temptation on the part of democratic states to answer invisible, stealthy cyber attacks with similar means, and I think that risks becoming a slippery slope. The question of who knows what, who is responsible in this ecosystem of largely privately owned technologies is another big one to look at, because both the assembling of information, having a good sense of what threats look like, how to mitigate them, but also which incidents took place once they've occurred. A lot of information is with companies, and they clearly may have different incentives to disclose that information with the public. For example, if you are a cybersecurity company responsible for protecting infrastructure and a breach happens anyway, is it an attractive message to share reputationally, or would you rather try to solve the problem quietly? I think that that's a big challenge, and there's not enough clarity about who is responsible and accountable, particularly when governments or public institutions decide to outsource the responsibility to build critical infrastructure and to protect it to companies. And as a sort of side effect of this privatized information gathering, the public doesn't always know enough about where we are, how important cybersecurity is, and clearly without sort of bottom-up pushing for the issue of cybersecurity in Europe onto the political agenda, it will be harder to make change. Engagement, prioritizing a topic is key to raise awareness and for policy change. Now, it's been mentioned, and I think this is interesting in the context of sovereignty too, that there's quite a bit of fragmentation in the EU. For example, countries have a different reading about whether or not they can trust Chinese-based companies like Huawei or ZTE to provide network infrastructure. And it means that there is a fragmentation across Europe in what these companies can and cannot do. And that more broadly relates to the fragmentation in competence between developing a single market, including a digital single market, but lacking competence on security issues in particular. So the mismatch between market forces and questions of national security in the context of the digital realm is, I think, one that needs to be urgently addressed. Now, of course, there are specific measures working on this. The mandate for ENISA, standards for secure technology, coordination between certs, and that is good. There are also indirect effects that can help cybersecurity, like foreign direct investment screening or export controls. But I think what is really needed is a more agile capacity to deal with the rapidly changing landscape of risk and security threats that we're really looking at. Because indeed, as Bart also mentioned, the question of what is critical infrastructure is changing. Risks may be coming from one direction one day, another direction the other day. I think it's fascinating how the thinking about critical infrastructure is still relatively old-fashioned. It's about actual infrastructure, about factories, about water filtering facilities, about hospitals. But what about knowledge? What about data? It is not an accident that universities and labs have proven to be so vulnerable, but they are often not considered critical infrastructure. So I think before we need another 3-4 years to update, through the regulatory process, it's also important to look at how enforcement can be more agile. Another example, elections, very, very critical and processes that have come under attack. The election infrastructure, when you look at voting machines or the registration of voters, of course, has to be resilient. But there's also the online debate component, where disinformation and manipulation also takes place. And so it's good to see work being done around political ads and foreign funding, but there are so many pieces of the puzzle that have to come together, and in particular, the geopolitical reality and the tech agenda need to be integrated. So let me conclude with one more observation specifically on the aspect of sovereignty, which I think in France particularly it's very popular. I think it was also a relevant rallying cry politically to try to unite Europeans in their relationship to the United States, China, the reliance or maybe over-reliance on tech coming from those big blocs. But I think we also have to acknowledge not only the reality of mutual dependence, but also the need to work together around the world and not to try to isolate the EU. One, for lack of production of certain technologies, it would be a challenge. Imagine that digital sovereignty has completely succeeded. You know, what does that look like? So I think we have to be careful that we're not sort of masking the lack of unity in the EU with the rallying cry of sovereignty vis-a-vis other global players. There's a lot of homework to do, and I'm convinced that it will make the EU a stronger global player and a more independent one. But I think the one cannot overshadow the other. I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to discuss further. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your intervention, which does indeed show to what extent the EU has to be agile in the face of very quickly evolving threats. You've also said that sanctions and responses to cyber attacks may not be enough, especially in fighting cybercrime, because there could be fragmentation of European responses. And do we really have a doctrine in terms of cyber attacks? Maybe one should be developed. Maybe Bart Gritschitz and then Guillaume Poupard.
The trend that we are seeing right now is that we have been looking at the favorable conditions that have made it so attractive for hackers to steal and rob and do what they do best. And we are working towards that. Who's behind it, making misuse of these favorable conditions? And it's not just in the cyber realm, it's also in the disinformation realm. And it's a trend that we see across Europe. And we see more and more instruments, also in economic coercion, on human rights, the Magnitsky Act. We see the cyber diplomacy toolbox. We see a new counter-hybrid toolbox coming up, which I asked for personally. I really much encourage it. We need this to counter disinformation in the same sphere. We need it to make it Chefsache, like I said. But what we need to do is make sure that we have one body in the EU coordinating all of that, below the Article 5 NATO threat. Let's name it that way. New threats. You need to have agricultural certificates on the table. You have to have migration and visa. You have to have a whole-of-government approach to counter it. That is what is lacking currently in Europe. We are geopolitically awakening, that's what I see, but we're not there yet. We need to work on new instruments, new bodies to really effectively counter these threats, because the calculation in Moscow and Beijing is still low cost, low risk, high reward. And countering that calculus should be at the core, at the heart of what European Union is doing. And therefore, the last remark, it is not a separate security provider from NATO. It is additional to NATO. It has better cards holding new threats, countering new threats. The EU holds much better cards than any other actor in the world.
Guillaume Poupard? It's true that sometimes we've been overcautious on this topic. And there are essentially two reasons for this, in my view. First of all, the fact that we don't necessarily show our reactivity, or we're not proactive in the face of very high-level aggressions. And this is because the message for public and private decision makers who are in charge of digital infrastructure is that they have to protect themselves, they have to defend themselves. One mustn't imagine that there'll be some sort of cyber shield that will protect France, Europe, NATO. There is no such cyber shield. Or what could be such a shield would be the sum of all efforts of all stakeholders at their own level with their own level of responsibility. So we have to be able to protect ourselves to put barriers where needed in cyberspace. And what Marietta was saying is very important. What's critical with digital technology is that this covers so many different things. Before, there's a few critical infrastructures. Say, okay, if we protected that, then we're safe. This is no longer true today, and you can see it with the public administrations are now becoming targets. Companies with digital technologies and the supply chain. These are magical targets because this can have very broad impacts on huge numbers of stakeholders. So the key message remains, you must protect yourselves. You must make a real effort to ensure that you're not the weak link in the chain that would then contaminate everyone. The second element is whoever says reaction says retribution. This is essential. It's very complex, however. Not because we don't know who's attacking us. We should stop being hypocrites. We know who's attacking us, but we're not always in a position to say so. We can't always cite our sources, because those are vulnerable by definition, and we're not always able to say it immediately or on time. When an attack is underway, you have to know within minutes or hours, you have to be able to react. So finding out the authors takes time. It can take days, weeks, sometimes even years when the attacks are very complex. And this makes things much more complicated. But once you've understood those limits, it becomes essential to have the most efficient chain possible to provide names. And we should be able to do this at European level. It would make us much more efficient. And also because it does come at a cost. It's too easy for our adversaries. They know very well they're taking very low risks when they attack us. So we need better prevention, better protection, but we also need a better concerted response. Because we need a more balanced power struggle. We have to stop being reactive and be more proactive at European level, because this is where it makes sense. If each European country, even if they're all sort of working in the same direction, it creates a lot of noise, and this would benefit our adversaries. And so to come back to this, so Marietta Schaake, very concretely, how can the European Union make collective attributions? What are the major stakes in finding who is guilty? And then how could they develop a shared reaction to these cyber attacks?
So I'm not too worried about the need to find who is responsible. I think it is possible, it has been done, and it's often a matter of combining digital forensics with the context. You know, where are frictions? Who might benefit from an attack? Who is known to have attacked before? Sometimes there are mistakes that the perpetrators leave, language blurbs or time zone workings where you can really assess, you know, where they might be coming from. I believe the biggest obstacle for not only attributing as such, but attaching consequences and doing so as the EU as a whole is still political will. I think the elephant in the room is that not all European member states trust each other. And of course, with challenges of illiberalism in the European Union, different alliances becoming attractive, that is understandable. But without trust and a sense of shared fate among Europeans in light of these big geopolitical pressures, it will be incredibly difficult. So I can only encourage the member state governments to weigh their interests, and otherwise for there to be consequences. I mean, the fact that a lack of trust between member states is preventing a joint, firm geopolitical ability on the part of the EU is a problem, and it cannot last forever. So the mistrust needs to be overcome, and hopefully with political will, more effective attribution and therefore sanctions can be achieved.
Merci. Thank you very much. Indeed, we have to trust each other between member states for this collective attribution. So, Brocious, yes.
Like also what Guillaume said, we often know who is behind it. Just give us the time. I was director for cybersecurity at the Dutch Ministry of Defense, and we can't be fooled, right? We are not fools. Doing that is very difficult, but it's doable. And a couple of countries in the European Union are very good at it. And it would be very unwise, operationally, strategically, but also in many other ways, to go with 27 countries behind the same target, hunting it down, it is very unwise to do so. So I believe that we are in a phase that we should look at a couple of nations, 4 or 5, an equivalent of the Anglo-Saxon Five Eyes, and that should be created once. And we shouldn't, civil servants and politicians shouldn't interfere with it too much, but there should be 4 or 5 nations in Europe who stand up and say, well, this is what we do, and the other ones in Europe have to benefit from that. And the attribution question is on the table. They can give what they want to give, but at least it's there. Without attribution, Josep Borrell has no job.
Elena Poincet. Elena Poincet. Companies, so there are many cybersecurity companies currently being developed that also offer services for attribution. So what do you think of this from the private sector? What are the stakes of attribution? Indeed, attribution, like Guillaume was saying, it's complex. You have to be certain if there's a backdoor encoded with a specific language, and that language can correspond to the person writing it, but maybe not. And you have to know how far can you go to figure it out. And then companies which are developing that sort of expertise and technology, well, personally, I think it's complex. And I don't know if they're how reliable these companies are. I'm not very familiar with this. However, one thing is certain. We need preventive measures on as many machines as possible, on computers, on workstations, on servers. So how can we prevent such actions? For very small companies up to very large multinational corporations. Very small companies generally don't have that level of knowledge. They have to be kept informed. And when you see all of the cybersecurity products on the market, many people don't understand what's going on inside their computers. We see this very well. There's some technologies that are sold that completely absorb what's inside the computer. They aspirate it, and then it's taken into a cloud. If the cloud's in France, great, but if it's abroad, well, too bad for that company, especially if they're working in R&D. And if this is their raw materials to survive in a economy with fierce competition. And it's true that there is no security by design. Analysts, cybersecurity analysts are asked to do very many things, to draft a proposal for a major company, but why would the cyber expert need the entire PowerPoint, all of the Word document? How far can we go in protecting ourselves from cyber spying? Because there are people who can also be planted for spying to provide information. So, as editors, that you have proprietary code for a given company, and how can you trust others at European level? We need standards, we need labels, certifications, but sometimes those labels are a hurdle for startups or prevent them from scaling up because it requires a lot of investment. And this takes resources, it takes employees to implement the standards. And all of this makes the landscape much more complex. So you end up with a ball and chain, but you have to run to be agile, and you have to run with the ball and chain then. But it's absolutely necessary at European level to be able to guarantee our digital sovereignty. Thank you very much, Elena Poincet. And more generally speaking, how could we develop and improve cooperation between public and private sectors in protecting ourselves from cyber attacks? Marietta Schaake, perhaps? Would you like to take the floor on this?
think what the previous speaker said is clear. Smaller companies and bigger companies may have different capacities, but we shouldn't forget about public institutions and how they can be vulnerable because their resources are fewer, their knowledge might be less. And so it is important to look at how there can be public knowledge, expertise deployed to protect those entities. But in the relation between the public and the private sector, I think there's a huge need for clarification. I think over time, with a lot of trust, hope, and expectation in what digitization could mean, technology, both infrastructure and services, have been rolled out without taking security seriously enough. And it has led to systemic vulnerabilities. And I think that part of that can be traced back to outsourcing a lot without having clarity on what the standards are of security that is expected, what the responsibilities of the buyer and the seller are in the worst case, and how to make sure that information is shared in the public interest, for example. So I think the EU would benefit a great deal from creating more clarity about what is expected from private companies, how they are going to be held to account. We've talked about attribution of bad actors, important, but there's also importance in liability. What if a software vendor has been negligent? What if critical information has not been shared? We know from lots of examples like the SolarWinds hack, a very famous case, that there were warnings about the lack of security, and these warnings were dismissed with a very high price, not only for SolarWinds, but really for public institutions and societies worldwide. So creating clarity on the chain of responsibility, accountability, and liability, I think, is a significant step as part of this bigger puzzle that we're talking about here today.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. You want to respond as well, Bart?
Public-private partnerships, it's very important to see data being exchanged between those two. And we have had a panel before talking about the GDPR. And it's very good in many senses, but it has been destructive in the cybersecurity community. There's a liability concern, whether do I share this data or not. I could be held liable for sharing something that might prevent another attack. And the data sharing, the whois data, it's all being hampered by, and we want to address that in the new cybersecurity legislation that I'm drafting with the French presidency. Because who is our customer? It's the cybersecurity community. If they do their jobs well, they will become attractive to work here, to exchange with Guillaume, to make sure that we have an ecosystem. Just one last thing. The NCC UK, that's Brexit of course, but they start their day and they open the laptops with the UK companies and they say, what did you see in your telemetry? Okay, what did you see in your signals intelligence, etc.? And they cooperate. And then it's just a quarter of an hour, and then they quit and they start their job. They go, the public sector, the private sector does their own. But it's a way of cooperating, very low-key, just what new kind of ransomware threats did you see? And it's also a way of keeping it low-key. Let's just do it, also doing it, because the strategy, there's enough strategy in cybersecurity. Execution should be the strategy. Just do it. Execution is the strategy nowadays.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We have only a few minutes left. Maybe Elena Poincet, Guillaume Poupard, if you have any concluding words. Mariette, of course, if you have any final thoughts on these public-private partnerships. Well, we're ready, basically. We're ready to become one of Europe's leaders in the field. We're doing everything we can. We work with the agency, and therefore we're prepared to work with Europe as well to achieve our goals. I think we need to bear in mind that the world of cybersecurity is an exemplary one in many ways, and really it's both public and private need to protect themselves, and so we have it's not one private sector protecting itself against public or vice versa. Rather, we have to work hand in hand, and we've seen this in plenty of concrete examples. The tools that we have at domestic level, but at European level as well, certification, are there to help us. They're there to formalise and prove that trust exists. Now, some of our non-European partners might find this stressful, particularly those working in the cloud sector. Nonetheless, it is necessary for us in Europe to say that what is out there is trustworthy in an operational, technical, legal sense. That's vital. We need to have the political courage, not technical courage, but the political courage to say, look, for a high level of trust and certification, only European law should apply. That's, for example, it's essential. If we can't do that, it'll be a test for Europe. But if we can't do this, then we won't be credible when it comes to security and certainly not sovereignty. Thank you, Guillaume Poupin. Mariette Schaake, do you have any final thoughts?
No, I think what I said can be summarized quickly, which is there are many loose ends and many urgent issues to solve on the part of the EU. It's important that there is this, as Bart mentioned, also whole of government sort of integral vision, and that there's not a policy fragmentation which can, inadvertently slow things down and also have key issues falling between the cracks because it doesn't fit anywhere and it gets overlooked. But the biggest thing beyond good plans and policy initiatives that is needed in Europe today to overcome both the lack of measures where they're needed and the fragmentation between countries is political will. And I really hope that the urgency of the developments geopolitically and technologically can actually provide that push towards closer cooperation, which, we know what's needed, but it just needs to happen.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all our panelists on this round table for a very interesting round table. Thank you very much all. Back to you, Alex. Thank you, Karine, for a very interesting discussion. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Central European Time for further roundtables on protecting institutions, our democratic institutions, which are, of course, important for Europe in the digital era. We'll also be looking at some of the legislative initiatives underway which aim to better and regulate digital platforms within the EU. It's 1 p.m. here in Paris. We'll be back at 2:15 Central European Time. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
verzinnen. échanges sont organisés tout au long de l'après-midi. On est ravis de vous avoir avec nous. Pour débuter, j'accueille Madame Vera Jourov, vice-présidente de la Commission européenne chargée des valeurs et de la transparence. Madame la commissaire.
J'enlève le 8 là. Ça, j'enlève. Ça fait 1, 2, 4, 5.
Tu laisses juste celui ici, celui-ci, tu peux l'enlever.
Là, ça fait 4, 5 et 6.
En fait, j'ai besoin que de ça.
1, 2. Donc, je te laisse le 4 ici. Hop, je passe le 5 là. Tac. Le 6. On est d'accord? C'est ça que tu veux? Voilà, on est bon.
C'est bon?
ravi de vous.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Ministry of Economy, Finance and the Recovery here at Bercy after this lunch break. Now, we've had a fruitful discussion all morning, and we're going to have another one this afternoon. And to kick off, I'm happy to give the floor to European Commission Vice President in charge of values and transparency.
Vera Jourova, please, could you say a few words to introduce our debate this afternoon?
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am really very grateful to the French government, in particular Minister Le Drian, Minister Le Maire, Minister O, and Minister Bon, for this important conference under the theme of building Europe's digital sovereignty. The theme of strategic sovereignty has forcefully entered the political discourse in France and in Europe, but I often hear different views about what it may mean in practice. So let me start by sharing my understanding of this theme, highlighting some opportunities and risks associated with it. Then I will zoom in on the impact the digital revolution has on democracy and how we can search for sovereignty online. I welcome the focus on digital sovereignty, and I think it is a sign of self-confidence. It is a reflection of a European ambition that we must be an agent, not an object of this revolution. We must be the rule makers, not the rule takers. And we have to do it in a European way. To me, it also means that we say loud and clear, we will not be naive. The pandemic was the latest reminder that an era of cheerful globalization is over. National egoisms and interests are clearly in play and put strains on regional and multilateral cooperation. We all remember the initial problems with receiving ventilators and then vaccines because of disruptions in the supply chains or export control measures imposed by other countries. So, yes, I agree that there are things that are essential for our European well-being and security, such as medicines, energy, or semiconductors, where we should put more strategic thinking and act on it. But I would not be a true Czech if I did not point out certain risks. I am not doing it to criticize, but to raise awareness and discuss. The term sovereignty can also be used by some to shift the blame on others rather than focusing on solutions. What do I mean? Brexit happened in a spirit of regaining sovereignty, and we all clearly see that this was an illusion that won't bring anything good for Britain. Just imagine if Schuman and Monnet thought about national sovereignty alone, they would have never worked towards creation of the European coal and steel community, the predecessors of our EU. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am trying to say is that we have to be strategic also in thinking about how to achieve the best results for all of us. There are things that are easier to solve together by pooling sovereignty and not hiding behind it. There are challenges that we face together also with other democracies, so it would make sense to come with common or similar solutions and build global alliances. In the past, European leaders often realized this after a big tragedy, such as war or a big crisis. I want us all to be smarter, and I hope we do not need a tragedy to realize that working together must not become a thing of the past. I appreciate the efforts of the French presidency and French leadership in Europe. I hope we can always keep in mind that Europe's unity and values of cooperation and individual innovation are an intrinsic part of the European spirit. Now, coming back to digitalization, it is clear that the digital revolution is upon us. Digitalization has brought enormous change and many opportunities, but it is also clear that there are significant risks. Our lives, both personal and professional, move increasingly online. Just last week, we published a report that estimates that by 2030, the flow of data stemming from European enterprises will be 15 times higher than in 2020, not to mention the unlimited amount of personal data we leave online every day. This is why it is absolutely necessary to create a digital rule book. Like in the past, we needed to create a rule book for traffic when the amount of cars became too dense. We want to achieve two main objectives. First, trust, and second, excellence and innovation. When it comes to trust, we need to ensure that people can trust that innovation is good for them and does not play against them. We need to ensure that people remain at the center of digital solutions and are not reduced to mere data donors. We want a human-centric transition, not a reality imagined by the dark futuristic series Black Mirror. This is why our proposals push for more transparency, accountability, and responsibility in the online world. But they also give choices to people to use their data consciously and, for instance, to create European health data centers or to get the best benefits in contracts of digital goods and services. Excellence is about promoting innovation, developing right digital skills, harnessing the amount of data we have and putting it in good use for Europeans. We have huge potential in Europe to develop smart solutions on AI or Internet of Things that can push the digital transition further. To complete our rulebook, to support trust and excellence, we have proposed the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, the AI Act, and very soon we will propose the CHIPS Act and the Data Act. We are setting the rules of the game that I am sure will have a global impact. This is not only smart economics, it is a necessity. It is a necessity because of our democracy, because our democracy is too precious not to defend her. Technology can contribute to widening existing divisions, to the abuse of personal data, to try to influence our voting preferences, or push us further into our own bubbles. We also see that disinformation can spread online like a wildfire. This is why, just over a year ago, for the first time ever, the EU decided to adopt a comprehensive plan to support and protect democracy, the European Democracy Action Plan. It includes both legislative and non-legislative actions that we are now rolling out. It complements the hard regulation that I just mentioned. It is about our European digital soul. It is an approach based on values and fundamental rights, and at the core of this plan is a whole-of-society approach to address the risks and putting technology at the service of people and democracy. Just last December, I proposed a legislation on political advertising to stop unlawful micro-targeting and bring light into the often dark sphere of political online campaigning. Ladies and gentlemen, our plan has a strong focus on the media sector because I cannot repeat it enough. Independent media are essential to democracy. They are watchdogs of democracy. Independent media enable people to make informed choices, informed votes, based on facts, not propaganda. But with the rise of online platforms, unpaid content, and the shift of advertising revenues, the media have become weaker. This exposes them even more to other threats. There are authoritarian forces in and outside of the EU which see the role of media differently. They want to control the media to convey their own opinion and vision of the world. They want to use media as weapons to spread disinformation and manipulate people. This is made even easier online. Those authoritarian powers want to silence independent voices at all costs. Many journalists have paid the highest price for doing their job. I would like to pay tribute to them, as I did this morning to the victims of the attacks against Charlie Hebdo. Journalists should have their voice heard, because democracies die in silence. This is why we will present a new legislation, the European Media Freedom Act. It is an unprecedented endeavor. This act will introduce safeguards to protect the independence of the media and media pluralism in the EU. We need to get it right, and this is also why I am here in Paris today, as part of a wide consultation with the media sector. One important measure, in my view, should be to strengthen the cooperation between European media regulators. As recently underlined by French President Macron, independent regulators play a key role in the protection of media freedom and pluralism. Strengthening European media regulators and their cooperation would also help the EU to deal more efficiently and consistently with disinformation and foreign propaganda channels. And this brings us to a discussion on disinformation. Last year, the Nobel Peace Prize winner was awarded to journalists Maria Reza and Dmitry Muratov for their courageous fight for freedom of expression in the face of authoritarian governments. Dmitry Muratov is editor-in-chief of Novaya Gazeta, one of the very few independent media left in Russia. He said in his Nobel lecture that, now the quote, "Aggressive marketing of war affects people and they start thinking that war is acceptable. Governments and their propaganda supporters are fully responsible for the militaristic rhetoric on state-owned television channels." End of quote of Dmitry Muratov. Today, Ukraine is the main target of this aggressive marketing of war. Experts reported that Ukraine was in nearly 40% of the disinformation cases that they have identified since 2015. Digital avenues make it too easy and too cheap for the troll factories in St. Petersburg to pollute our information space. As announced in the European Democracy Action Plan, the EU is working to impose costs on purveyors of foreign interference and influence operations. We are also working on the new anti-disinformation pact with the digital players such as Facebook and Google, but also with advertising sector to ensure that it becomes more difficult to amplify propaganda and that we protect our information space better. At the same time, online platforms should increase the visibility of trustworthy information sources. This is where trustworthiness indicators developed by the media sector itself play a key role. They empower people in navigating the online environment. We do this in full respect of the freedom of expression. This is not about regulating the content, about creating a ministry of truth. This is about creating a whole of society ecosystem that is able to react to disinformation and manipulation. Ladies and gentlemen, in order for Europe to be truly sovereign, we need tools to act and uphold European values. I think we are giving ourselves such new tools, and we should not be afraid to use them. We cannot remain naive. We cannot close our eyes to the dangers for democracy. We all saw the attacks on the Capitol Hill. Let us not ignore the many warnings we have been given. Let's work together in Europe and with other democracies to ensure that democracy can thrive also in the digital age. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Ms. Jourova, for that very wide-ranging introduction to many of the themes that we are discussing in Paris today. Let's switch back into French. C'est mon plaisir maintenant de passer.
I now have the pleasure of handing over to my colleague Françoise Mercadal de la Salle, who's going to moderate a panel discussion devoted to the functioning of democratic institutions in the digital era. A lot of changes, we've already broached a few this morning, but we'll dig deeper. How to protect, how to address new threats to journalists for public debate and democratic institutions as a whole.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to come after the talk by the Vice President about this major topic of how to build sovereignty, and especially for the debate at hand for us now with our guests about how to protect democratic institutions in the digital era. Thank you very much to each of you for being with us. We also have a few people connected in video conference with Camille François. It wasn't possible to connect with her. I'm really sorry for that. So I'm Françoise Mercadal de la Salle. I'm the Vice Chair of the National Digital Council. We have Camille with us. So we are an independent institution that was tasked with thinking about the connection between human matters and digital. For a few years, the National Digital Board took a look at technical, economic, and regulatory matters, and ministers and the Prime Minister have asked it to take a helicopter view and look at the impact of this major anthropological transition that we've embarked on after this technological revolution. Everything's changed. I think we've already said that time and again, and we'll say it again. The way we live, the way we learn, the way we consume, the way we fall in love even has changed. These tools have brought us a lot of new services. These tools have generated a lot of hope in many of us, even some utopian feelings when they emerged. And since we're talking about democracy, let's remember the role played by digital tools during the Arab Spring. But for a few years, we've been seeing that the disruptions caused by the massive use of such technology is now on the agenda. Maybe we can talk about dystopia, but much has been written and said to point out the malfunctions and imbalances caused by massive and extraordinarily quick disinformation. There are economic but also societal, psychological and individual imbalances, and they also have an impact on the way our institutions worked. Michel Serres, a decade ago, already explained in this great little book called Petite Poussette. He explained how this technological revolution led to a major anthropological revolution. He said how much everything would change. Is democracy truly under attack from digital tools? What is the role, what is the part of the technological revolution in this democratic fatigue that many of us may feel? And although digital tools have a major hand in this democratic fatigue, maybe they could be part of the answer to these disruptions. The National Digital Board, as Bernard Stiegler, a major science philosopher, said, we believe that digital is a pharmacon. It's both a poison but also a cure. And since we're very optimistic, we think that we need to look for a cure. I'll start this first discussion with our guests, asking them what this matter of democratic disruption leads them to think, the role of digital in these disruptions as well. And we'll have a debate, because I think that around this table we're lucky that we're not all in agreement. So I'll first ask the question to Henri Verdier. He is a major player and observer in digital matters, has been for a long time in France. He was behind Cap Digital. He led État Lab. He was a fierce proponent for the opening up of data, and he created the data.gouv.fr platform. He created DINSIC, the Interministerial Department for Government Information Systems, and he's now digital ambassador. With Nicolas Conin, a decade ago, he authored a seminal book that helped many of us understand what was happening. It was called The Age of Multitude. And I think that Henri, very shortly, you'll be publishing a new book with Jean-Louis Missika called The Business of Hatred, asking the question of Internet's role in democracy. Over to you, Henri. Thanks for being with us. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Well, you're asking us, and for an hour we'll be talking about the threats caused by the digital transformation for democracy. Well, I'll start off with the idea that the digital process, the digital project, was an emancipation project, an open, peripheral, decentralized network, and individual computing were about emancipation, and it has mostly worked. It's worth reminding ourselves of that. Access to culture, access to education. I discussed it last week with people in India who allowed 350,000 people to enter the banking system in 4 years. Well, it is greatly a success. But we're facing a number of excesses, of problems. But I think that it's worth reminding ourselves to say that very strongly, that it was a project to share the ability to act, and it's succeeded. I think that we're facing 3 problems plus 1. The first one, the Americans would call it weaponization, malicious use of that for malicious ends. So there's cyber criminality, cyber attacks between governments, and cyber attacks. And also we can discuss it, the possibility of interference, either direct interference by passing on false information, or indirect interference with, or direct interference with polarization of opinion, in weakening trust in institutions. It's a way of getting your policy across without using fake news. And the second issue is imbalance. If we wake up in a world tomorrow where there's only 2 companies that can do artificial intelligence, forget all the rest, there won't be more freedom, autonomy, or trust, although we've disseminated knowledge and information. The third risk is negative externalities. In the business models of some digital companies, there are some decisions that generate problems, and I think that many will address that. This attention economy that is about capturing your attention and feeding it with behavioral advertising information tailored to your interest, and they send you ads that are tailored, and information and news tailored for you, that creates filter biases and echo chambers and negative internalities, and that creates January 6s. But the writers of January 6 sincerely believed that their candidate had won the election and that they would save democracy. They were really cut off from the world entirely. These are the 3 dangers, and they still believe it. Yes, I read that 40% of Americans still believe that Biden stole his victory. That doesn't mean that they believe all conspiracy theories. It's just a general sentiment.
And the 4th danger could be us, could be states, if states overreact or react badly. when they exercise total power or when they give all power to someone else, when we have dictators. It breaks up the magnificent dynamic of internet, which really is a fabulous thing that could be at the service of humankind. So it has to be regulated. We have to regulate these negative externalities. The first thing I would advise, when we say digital, all sorts of things are mixed in that particular salad. I think most Europeans understand in 1976, we invented a protocol, a technical protocol for exchanges between organizers, between computers. It worked very well. We didn't need to regulate internet. We had IGF, the UN, decisions were making. It was a bit slow, but it enabled that content to be created by users. And so millions of people began to put content on there. And then we started to have problems. For example, pornographic content, terrorist content, hate speech. So we started trying to put some regulations together, and we were getting somewhere. But then we had social networks, and as of 2004, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and they really sort of sat down on top of internet. Internet is neutral. Twitter is a curation of content. So this was really kind of the opposite of internet, because and we thought that maybe we could control or regulate these private social media services the same way that we had regulated internet, but it was not possible because it was sort of an opposite case. So when we look at DSA, DMA, and that's what we've been talking about today, yes, Europe as a sovereign entity not only is not only sovereign, but we need to act to protect the private life of our citizens. And so when we're talking about democracy, it's interesting to see that we have to be able to align these two objectives, the emancipation of people, which was something that we saw at the beginning of internet, and also the ambition to achieve political sovereignty. And this is because, better than any place else on earth, in Europe we are able to say that sovereign people need an authentic democracy so that they can really have true representation. And when we talk about sovereignty here, we are in fact talking about the state as a political structure that is at the service of the individual freedom of a sovereign people, which is not how all states operate. Of course, we could spend hours on this subject with you, but now I'd like to turn to Christophe Deloire, who spent a lot of his life in journalism. He directed the Center for Journalism in France, and he was the Secretary General and Director General of Reporters Without Borders, and he is president of the Forum on Information and Democracy since November 2019. So, Christophe, I know that what Henri has said is something that speaks to you, but how would you like to react? Well, if I could have applauded, I would have. It was a fabulous demonstration. A demonstration also of the divergence between what is the utopia that we had envisioned with internet and what is today's version. Sometimes it seems that democracy is weakened by these new technologies from inside and from without. From the inside, because there are mediations that may make it possible to make democracy more intense, but it creates competition between content that is not on equal footing, in fact. It used to be there was a center, I mean, what we might call the public place for debate, where there could be real debate, and then there are loonies, there are crazy people, there are hateful people who used to be kept on the margins of public discourse by the rules. And through algorithms, we have seen that now these fringe beliefs find themselves in the middle. And because they're in the middle, because they have a comparative advantage. And this has led to a weakening of democracy. The other reason for weakening, which comes from without, is that the globalization of news, as we have seen as at no time in the past, has created an asymmetry between things that should be closed. Authoritarian spaces behind walls of technology, and these authorities who dominate and restrict rights within their walls, but who also try to carry out campaigns. Whereas open societies are not protected. And information is produced in freer conditions, and this creates an asymmetry between the types of places where content is created. And so it gives an advantage to despotic regimes over democracies. So I think there are two things that we have to work on. How we can restore internally, and I mean nationally, but also European as well, how on that level, or even on a wider level, when we look at overall democracy throughout the world, how could we set up rules that mean that neither platforms nor social networks nor despotic leaders would be the ones who would be deciding what information should be made available or what should be put forward. We talked about, when we heard from Mrs. Jourova, the Vice President of the European Commission, we can see that there is a will, and 2022 should be the year of the right to information for all citizens. Thank you very much, Christophe. I think that Leila Moch is a researcher at the Content Policy and Society Lab at Stanford University. And this laboratory, in fact, is questioning the consequences of internet on democracy and world governance, and in particular with regard to policies on content, who's putting things online, who's moderating it. Leila, what does our debate inspire in you today? Well, the first thing I think is that we'll never have enough time to get to the bottom of this because there's a lot to be said. I think that overall, internet, the web, social networks, they all have an impact on real life, on daily life. It's an enormous impact, and it's often underestimated. And that's why I'd like to talk on behalf of my lab, but also I'd like to talk about scientific researchers, that we are trying to handle or address this problem as efficiently and as scientifically as possible. We have to see what's really happening in these algorithms, because I think that at this time we don't really know how these algorithms work. When we look at, we talked about an echo chamber, we talked about bubbles and filters. I think that typically when we look at these bubbles, there are some very good documents about these two subjects. But the truth is that research is not sure exactly what is happening. And there are some things that haven't been proven scientifically. But that's not a reason not to do anything. We shouldn't decide that we're just going to sit on our hands because there's too much that we don't understand. We really have to think more about what is happening, try to understand what is happening and what isn't happening so that we can know where to focus our attention. I think that we can allow ourselves as scientists to say we're not sure, but we see that something is happening, that there is impact. Nate Pursley, who works at Stanford, says that Facebook and other platforms have lost the right to secrecy because they can no longer control this one-way flow of information. They control everything that goes out, but we don't have any capacity to control their algorithms or to see what's happening. This is what we're trying to defend, to avoid a crisis that we feel is about to hit us, a major crisis concerning these platforms. Because the problem is today, we don't know who we can speak to and how much we should trust anyone when we're talking to them online. When we look at the public sphere and opinion public, we would like to say, some people say, everything is the fault of social media. And then the social media say, no, nothing is our fault. You can see we're completely transparent. So what we have to do is ensure that it really is transparent. We have to know more about the algorithms, and we have to see, and that's what's happening in DSA, because we can see that platforms are allowed to use filters in the data that they provide, and so they are able to provide the data that they choose to provide. So we're talking about content, in fact, what we're talking about online and the social media. And fake news and fake information is really much more broad spread than you might think, because we're all victims of it. It's not just some people who are not smart or people who are not well informed, who are subject to this type of fake news. If I enter a bubble filter, the first thing I see is the impact of bubble filters on the information, on democracy. So we're all subject to these algorithms because they format how we think, how we're going to look for answers. So the question of content is the major question for researchers such as myself. And if we don't have content that helps us to develop our democracy, and if we don't define our vision of democracy, then we're really moving forward like blind men. And my third point is, how can digital content serve our values? When you say architecture is politics, what that means is we have to push our technology by design to correspond to our values. And that means that digital sovereignty is really exists in China and in Russia. But is that what we want in France? Is that the kind of digital sovereignty we want? We have to have a philosophical vision also that guides the technological transition. And we have to, that's what Henri Verdier does every day as French ambassador for digital affairs. Thank you very much, Leila. Yes, I think that many of us agree with this idea that we need to know more about how things are happening, and we are grateful for scientists and researchers who help us do that. And now I'd like to turn to Camille Francois, who's in New York right now and who was able to join us. Camille Francois is an expert of new technologies. She works in cybersecurity. She has worked for some major corporations in the United States, so she knows them from the inside, which is also very useful and brings a lot of interest to her work. And currently, in addition to her other activities, she is working at Columbia University with regard to the transparency of influencer campaigns. Camille, as you speak to us from New York, what does our discussion about democracy inspire you to say? Well, of course, I agree with everything that you've said. Now, you asked me to disagree or to provide some contrary opinion, but it's hard for me not to agree with what has been said. But let's look at the question of transparency. One of our biggest preoccupations is to understand and to act with regard to cyber threats, Henry said there were three types of problems, but in fact they all lead to the same root, which is we have to understand the impact of these technologies on our society. That means we have to organize a transparency, and transparency today is not the general rule on every subject. You have to look at the precise details to see what could be shared, why it should be shared, and we shouldn't just rely on a voluntary guarantees of transparency from stakeholders in the digital field or in the internet. And this is particularly true for operations concerning influence on the social media. If you look back in 2016, of course, the United States realized that their presidential elections were attacked by Russian actors who used traditional cyber threats and also social network influencing methods in order to destabilize the democracy. And this strategy led the United States to understand that they didn't have the data about what exactly had happened with these Russian attacks and this influence campaign. And so at that time, in 2017, there was quite a mobilization among at the level of the U.S. federal government, because they decided that this secrecy that the platforms benefited from was no longer acceptable, because we had to be able to discover who had started these influence operations. They had to be detected, and when you find such an operation, you have to detect it. You have to be public about it. Facebook, Twitter, Google. We were able to see that some of them regularly on a monthly or a quarterly basis were able to reply what they had detected. Now, some research said, well, that's interesting. They could get used to providing this type of information. This will help us to better understand what is happening in these influence campaigns and disinformation campaigns and how they impact democracy and society. And then something very interesting happened. I'm surprised we don't talk about it more. That is, the transparency system that was set up began to break apart. And this happened shortly after the 2020 presidential election. And most of the platforms stopped this systematic sharing of their information on detection. And 3 weeks ago, Facebook announced that today they had decided that there were too many cyber threats threatening the staff members and the employees, and so that they could no longer systematically share this transparency on influence operations. Now, that was not widely reported or remarked upon. Maybe it is true that there were threats to Facebook personnel. But what Facebook is saying, and what's important for us to hear, is that as there was no regulation, these efforts at transparency remained voluntary efforts, and they decided not to make them anymore. And I think today it is essential that we agree that we cannot just rely on the goodwill of digital stakeholders, in particular when we have threats that are facing us. What do these platforms know? What do they understand themselves? What can they share? We have to have a well-informed, efficient regulation in order to make sure that this transparency is more stably anchored in their methods of operation.
Thank you, Camille. Before I give the floor to Karim, I'd like to say that some people think that the platforms themselves actually don't know where they stand. They no longer truly know what's going on in their algorithms. What do you think of that, very quickly? Cybersecurity, for example, there are large teams on the major platforms that can detect, if they wish to, and to have some form of transparency. But there are topics where the platforms have not didn't have the foresight to set up research teams. And so, yes, indeed, they don't always know what's going on inside the algorithms. So, Henri, you wanted to say a word about this, but well, Karim is not worried. Well, very quickly, so I didn't speak of algorithms. I talked about economic models, about business plans that fragment public opinion. Algorithms are complicated, but we could require transparency on these algorithms. It would be interesting to know Instagram or TikTok, they promote videos of young, skinny women, and on the statistical effects of algorithms. If you ask YouTube on global warming, there will be 50% of videos of climate change skeptics. And then you have to look at the mechanisms of the algorithms. Okay, you would need some know-how to see how they work, but it would be interesting to know more. So Karim Uborki is a chair of Belgium's Conseil supérieur de l'audiovisuel since 2017, and you're in charge of the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual Media Services since January. So you're holding this chair for a year. And ERGA looked into disinformation and in December published a report on this topic. So after all of these interventions, which might seem to be rather philosophical or at a meta level, what does the regulator do on these topics on the ground? Well, speaking last in a debate such as this one, either you repeat the very interesting things that were already said, or you have to say something kind of off track or stupid. So I'll try to avoid those two pitfalls. Europe has finally become aware of what was going on and has come up with a number of legislative initiatives. Commissioner Jourova mentioned these in her introduction. As regulators, we've been looking at these questions for years, looking at them in two ways. First of all, on the fundamental principles that media regulators are supposed to be there for, which is the freedom of information. We are here to preserve freedom of speech. And then secondly, from an economic viewpoint, because a lot of the revenues generated on internet is going to these major companies to the detriment of the historical actors, which are the traditional media. So we're looking into those two questions, especially as far as the media and audiovisual services are concerned. And the major platforms have obviously done what they could to escape regulation. Currently, there are a number of proposals to provide a framework on what can be done in these platforms. Commissioner Breton often says that we have to come to what's prohibited in daily life should also be prohibited online. And I want to say, well, it's actually been prohibited for a very long time, but it's very hard to have these laws enforced. So the regulators and the regulatory system need the margins and need the room for maneuver to be able to avoid trespasses. Because one of the main characteristics of democracies as compared to other systems is that we can think stupid things and we can even say stupid things. So we can write things that are stupid online. But what's the echo that that's going to have, especially in times of crisis? What's the degree of analysis that will be provided to citizens to know who is saying what and how to help them recognize when somebody doesn't necessarily have the authority? And that's one of the keys that we'll have to come up with to improve the ecosystem online in the coming years. Because we can say, okay, the major platforms aren't guilty ones. I don't think Zuckerberg 20 years ago was thinking that their children were going to become these huge tech giants and that it would be a problem for freedom of speech. People are free to speak on social media. Collectively, we spend 3 to 4 hours a day on social media. And so that is consubstantial of our activities that are then broadcast beyond us. All politicians are on social media. People try to win elections on social media. So it's part and parcel of freedom of speech. But as those who've already spoken have said, it's important to know what's going on within the black box. And can regulators, and can the instruments that we're implementing within the European Commission be enough to control how they work? This is open to debate. Currently, in the systems we've implemented, Vinted and Facebook are treated the same, but there's a systemic risk posed by Facebook that's not posed by Vinted. So these are true issues. Earlier, we were talking about whether platforms themselves can fully understand what's happening. Yes and no. Frances Haugen, the whistleblower from Facebook, came to the European Parliament 3 or 4 weeks ago saying that there were internal studies at Facebook that were showing the collateral damage, but that study was never published. Just imagine today, somebody from the chemical industry or the pharmaceutical industry that has information showing that the product on the market is dangerous, and to not communicate that to the broader public, that's unimaginable. They would be dragged through courts immediately. But today, as far as I know, nobody's responsible. Nobody's accountable. So the real question is, do we have functional tools? Can we provide enough capacity to researchers to understand what's going on and to be able to say in a year or two, yes, the mechanisms that we've implemented are efficient and are doing their job? Because in the European projects, there are processes for researchers, but only vetted researchers. And so who is doing the vetting and what type of research? So these are real issues. However, Europe is a leader in this area, and Europe is currently showing that actions can be taken against these platforms, and let's hope that this system will meet our expectations and that we can verify how effective and efficient they are. Thank you very much, Karim. So what strikes me, and it's quite classical, is that now the debate is opening on to the major values, democracy, and then it actually leads us to one specific topic, which is major platforms. And to come back to what Henri was saying in the very beginning, well, their business models and the accumulation, this centralization, which is unprecedented in the history of the world and humanity. So the concentration of the brains and capital. And we see that digital tech is neither good nor bad. It's not neutral either, but it really depends on what you use it for. And to wind up our conversation here, I would like to come back to that idea. So, regulating everything, is regulation enough? Are we going to have to spend all of our time, are public institutions going to have to spend all of their time trying to catch up with these platforms? Because the considerable wealth of these platforms, intellectual and in terms of finance, gives them a huge head start. Or would it be more, so not only a case of protecting democracy, this idea that we need barriers, but instead to go to get those digital tools and use them to reinvent a new form of democracy. So I don't want it to appear as an unbelievable utopian, but this is a question. Henri, I think everybody wants to answer the question. Yes. Well, to regulate often is much more subtle than to legislate, because regulation means a constant dialogue. And it's regulations that have been assisting banks for the past 30 years. But you're right, it's not enough. And the real question is, how can we find a new balance of power? And to do so democratically. And I'd like to share two things with you, currently, and we talked about this morning when we talked about the commons. France and 16 other countries that will be working together for 4 months up until June to come up with a European initiative in favor of the commons. This is also an example of non-competitive sovereignty. The more autonomous I am and the more my neighbors are autonomous, the better we can all work together. It's a win-win situation for the countries, not for those who had the monopoly, but obviously. Yes, and this is a way of renewing democracy. That's clear. So this is the post-digital sovereignty. And also, so I felt like you were handing me a perch. So if those who are look at Open Terms Archive, so to try to find a new balance democratically with open governance, collective commons. So with my team, and as French Ambassador for Digital Affairs, we're launching the commons with all the user conditions, and then it's updated so that researchers can see whether meaning can be found in analyzing the consequences of Brexit on user conditions. Does it allow legal text to come up with new ways of regulating, whether there are new laws being implemented? And these are very digital elements that can help find a new balance. I don't think they're small things. I think they're major things. And it might create some enthusiasm and trigger hope in a debate, which is often quite depressing. Now, I think Karim wants to take the floor, and then Camille. Very quickly, I just wanted to add something to what I said by way of introduction. We also have to ask ourselves, because as regulators, we're at the end of the food chain. People call on us when there's a problem. But how can we ensure that, as Henry said, the fact that 40% of Americans still think that Biden stole the election, with all of the high-quality information that's out there? We know American media are very good. They're excellent journalists, excellent TV channels. So, but the question is, how can, and this is a question for you as well, the question for intellectuals, how can we ensure that this critical thinking come back to the forefront? Because it seems that over the past 15, 20 years, it's a very favorable context for such conspiracy theories. So, Christophe, first of all, let me give the floor to Camille, and I hope that one of you will talk about education. Camille. Yeah, I was thinking about the question that was raised, which is how do we know what questions we should ask? The Silicon Valley and the tech giants are no longer capable or haven't invested in this capacity to understand the secondary effects, the harmful effects. How can we know what to regulate and what questions to ask? But I think what we can find help is in what's called the very small things, all the concrete mechanisms that work and that have something to teach us. When I think about facial recognition, this is a problem for artificial intelligence. But how do we know that facial recognition has biases that reinforce sexism and racism? It's not because the web giants decided to look into the question. It's because there were outside researchers, namely at MIT, that looked into the question and who published their studies. And what's interesting is what happens afterwards. Once the papers are published, there's a huge blowback by the web giants and say, no, your research is wrong, it's slanderous, and then so they face reputational and legal challenges. But then in those very small studies, you see that the interventions of regulators in the United States, because the NIST, which is the standards regulator, went back over the MIT study and they said, no, the conclusions are correct. So we have to find a way of financing independent research. We have to use state institutions so that these researchers are protected and are encouraged to go and look into the details, because the creativity is there. But we have to see what role they could play to follow those paths and to take such topics seriously. I completely agree with what you just said. I think that the role of research, and especially contributory research, really could allow us to explore these uncharted territories for the main part. So Christophe or Leila? So, Christophe? And that way, Leila will conclude. So protecting democracy is something we need. We do need protective measures. We've launched several initiatives. First of all, to bring democracies together beyond the European Union, but it can reinforce leadership in the area. There's an initiative that was launched about 3 years ago, and currently there is one partnership signed by 45 countries, including in the European Union, and now there's the Forum on Information and Democracy, 45 very concrete recommendations on what must be done to ensure that some of the clauses are part of European legislation. So there are a lot of new questions that are being raised as well. There's law that needs to be invented, legislation, and that's, so the Forum on Information and Democracy, that's what it's for. And soon there'll be an observatory on information and democracy, similar to the IPCC. So we're trying to do the same as what we did with the climate. So with annual summits, starting with the first, which took place in New York in last September. The equivalent of the IPCC state commitment so that democracies all together can try to impose their own standards and values. And then there's also the Journalism Trust Initiative, which has the support of the European Union, trying to come with market solutions to favor reliability of information in the ecosystem where everything is in direct competition. This means new ways of distinguishing what's true from what isn't. So we need new standards. So we have the compliance mechanism, but the digital platforms have to adopt them. And it has to give them an edge over those who don't respect them. And that's how the public spaces used to be governed. And there are lessons to be learned from organizing public spaces. And then tomorrow we'll be publishing a longer document on this. We've already sketched out a new doctrine, but we have to set up a system for protecting democracies to end these imbalances which are very harmful and which favor authoritarian regimes. So we need to protect ourselves based on two elements. First of all, the media, all audio-visual media, have to have the same obligations. Right now, there are double standards between media, European and national media, who have to follow very stringent rules, and then others who do not follow these rules at all. And then secondly, a reciprocity mechanism based on universal principles, which would provide legal means to defend public spaces and to favor openness of public spaces, which are now currently closed. So defend, protect, to be able to open up. Is this the sort of a formulation we could all agree on? Okay, great. Leila? Yes, thank you very much. So Camille, everything you said about transparency, etc., is really music to my ears, because to answer the question that you asked for the conclusion is how can we make sure that we're not always trying to catch up? Well, often we have to understand what it is we want to regulate. We have to open the magic box and not just look at the algorithms, but also the data they contain, this digital gold that is priceless. And it's true that currently when we talk about social medias or platforms or selling advertising, these are things we don't really know. So open up the magic box, look at the inner workings, and I think platforms would actually benefit from this because they themselves, I think, have become overwhelmed, and studying the impact would take huge amounts of research, and it would be in their best interests to all work together so that we don't come to a part where they implode or explode and everything would be too radical.
Vraiment, merci François.
And thank you, François Assad, to talk about education, because yes, indeed, this is the main point, and all of the debate we're having, if they're not taught in schools, then it's useless, because it's not up to us. We won't be living in tomorrow's world. It would be the younger generations, and they still cruelly and it's not their fault. This digital culture, which are different from digital skills. It's not because you spend all your time on a telephone and then you can send texts very quickly that you know digital technology. And that's also why it's very important that within the French-speaking space that we're very interested in, because it's very rich. It's the youngest people in the coming years, and there are huge stakes to educate young people on digital technologies. And so this, it's not official yet, but this will come very soon, to set up a French-speaking alliance for the future, because the future will be technological, and tech and digital technologies go hand in hand. And I don't think we should talk about digital technology, we should talk about future technologies. So the ecology will have, the technology will have, and so we're creating this federation to reach out to these young French-speaking people to make it part of their culture, because in Africa there's a huge amounts of talents and they speak French, and this is a great pool of wealth.
À 100%. Merci beaucoup.
Educational along the line. Thank you. Thank you for that conclusion. Thank you everybody for your participation in this panel. Indeed, at the National Council for Digital Technology, we see a major role for public institutions in spreading digital literacy, as well as scientific and technological education, in order to enable everybody to find their own place, their own role, and to navigate the waters of the new digital universe. Thank you everyone for your participation.
Merci.
Well, thank you, Françoise. Thanks for that very interesting conversation, kipping off today's, this afternoon's session on digital sovereignty, in particular with its relationship to democratic institutions. And we are very happy now to move on to our next the next stage of this afternoon's proceedings. I remind you that we are coming to you live from the Finance, Economy and Recovery Ministry here at Bercy in Paris. We have 2 days, a day and a half, on digital issues and this issue surrounding digital sovereignty. In just a few moments, I will be very pleased to pass the floor to Shoshana Zuboff, who is an emeritus professor at Harvard Business School. And we're just getting the live link ready. Many people I know are following us online, and we're very happy to have you with us. And in just a few seconds, we'll be hearing from her. Well, there are a few technical hitches being experienced, and given that we were due to have a break afterwards, in fact, we're going to have the break first, and then we should be here from Emeritus Professor Shoshana Zuboff. See you very shortly. Don't go too far. See you later.
Ravi de vous.
Welcome back. I hope you've had a pleasant coffee break. Let's switch to English.
Yes, I am delighted to say that I think we have Ms. Shoshana Zuboff back, who is in Boston, I think, or maybe Cambridge, emeritus professor at Harvard Business School, and who wrote the work in 2019, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, The Fight for a Human Future at the New Frontier of Power. Shoshana, I think you can hear us now. Where are you exactly? You're in Cambridge?
Yes, indeed.
Perfect. Okay. Well, we're all listening very carefully here throughout Europe, and over to you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Office of the President for organizing this amazing event and the privilege of being able to speak with you today. To members of the European Parliament, members of the European Commission, ministers, members of the judiciary, and all my honored colleagues who are in Paris, who are tuning in, and all the others who are listening, welcome and thank you for being here. You know, President Macron has said that he wants the French presidency of the EU to be a moment of truth for the regulation and accountability of digital platforms. So in support of this urgent, necessary, and inspiring ambition, I want to ask, what is this moment for Europe and for all people? What are the truths that must be grasped if this is to be a moment of truth? These are big questions, and I only have a little bit of time. So I've tried to organize my remarks around three themes that I hope might contribute to this moment of truth. Let me start off with my first theme, and I'm going to state it like this. We need a transformational shift from regulation to reinvention. Regulation to reinvention. And I know that might sound strange because we are here today in a way to celebrate these great landmarks of regulation. The EU Parliament has brilliantly engaged the challenges of regulating today's privately owned information spaces. The Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act are historic accomplishments in asserting democracy's leadership and oversight. But if this is to be a moment of truth, then I want to suggest that regulation must not become an end in itself, but rather a prelude to reinvention. Our century demands a reckoning with the most basic questions of our time. How do we reinvent the operations and governance of our information and communication spaces in ways that sustain and advance democratic values, democratic principles, and aspirations? The liberal democracies skipped this most crucial step in shaping our information civilization, leaving a void that was filled by surveillance capital. The result is the feeling that we've stumbled into a future that we did not and would not choose, one that is increasingly ruled by the anti-democratic and unaccountable power of surveillance capitalism. A sure test of this statement is that when our young people and our artists contemplate the future, they invariably assume the overriding presence of omniscient dystopian power. This cannot and must not be our legacy. The abdication of our information and communication spaces to surveillance capitalism has become the meta crisis of every republic because it obstructs solutions to all other crises. No democracy can survive these conditions, and it's not by coincidence that the same 2 decades of surveillance capitalism's spectacular growth has seen the ascent of autocracy in nearly every region. There are many reasons for this outage. Chief among them is the unprecedented nature of the challenge. We face economic and machine operations that have never before existed. They are utterly new to the human story. This is a time of epochal challenge. Regulatory action is a crucial early phase in a longer strategic plan. You've turned the Titanic away from a deadly iceberg, but we are all still floating in a dark and dangerous sea. Regulation buys us time to undertake the epochal change consistent with the epochal challenge. A second theme I'd like to introduce follows from the first, and that is we cannot fix what we do not understand. We've spent so much time chasing effects when we should be laser focused on causes. Here I want to introduce a new perspective. In only 2 decades, surveillance capitalism metamorphosized from baby startups to a sweeping political, economic, institutional order that spans individuals, communities, societies, organizations, sectors, economies, nations, and by now intermediates virtually all human engagement with digital architectures, infrastructures, information flows, devices, apps, products, and services. Institutional orders are not corporations. They are not technologies. Let me please stress, this is not a technology story. Institutional orders ride above all of that. They develop or they deinstitutionalize and sometimes die, or they reinstitutionalize. They change to a new form. Which path and why is the result of internal contradictions or obstruction from opposing institutional orders, or other factors of sudden and significant external change? All right, so far so good. What I want to suggest is that these few basic concepts allow us to see cause and effect more clearly. Right now, most of us are whipsawed by each day's headlines, from new devices that track our brainwaves to disinformation or hate speech or content moderation. Our issues are siloed, fragmented. We are forever trying to grasp the elephant while fixating on its parts. But when we see surveillance capitalism as a developing institutional order, this Tower of Babel resolves into a coherent picture, a unitary process evolving in time. Each stage is defined by more complex economic operations that cause new social harm effects and enable the absorption of new governance functions. So, economic operations, social harms, governance functions. Each stage creates the conditions for the next. Each stage builds on what went before. Seemingly disparate social harms are linked in time, the effects of economic operations which are also linked in time. So in this picture, effective remedies for later stage social harms depend upon change in early stage operational causes. In other words, the durable solutions to surveillance capitalism and its anti-democratic practices lie upstream where this river originates. There are 4 stages of surveillance capitalism's institutional development that are visible so far. I call them extraction, expropriation, exploitation, and enforcement. I'm going to introduce them to you very briefly, and then talk a little bit about what they mean. Stage one is the formative achievement that lays the foundation for all that follows. It begins with the secret, massive scale extraction of human-generated data. This breakthrough occurred when a fledgling internet startup called Google faced financial emergency in the year 2000 and discovered a miraculous fast track to monetization based on secret collection of behavioral data traces left over from search activity and then their computation into the click-through predictions that would enable targeted advertising and revolutionize the online ad industry. Founder Larry Page talked about it in 2001 when he said that Google's business would now be defined as personal information. He contemplated this breakthrough discovery that they'd had. And he said, everything you've ever heard or seen or experienced will become searchable. Your whole life will be searchable. And it would be Google doing the searching. Look, Google's business plan was headed in a very different direction. It was going to be selling search engine licenses and even search devices to corporate clients. But all of that was swept away in the heat of financial emergency. Escape from financial ruin would depend instead upon turning search into a sophisticated surveillance medium for the extraction of your whole life. Massive scale extraction is inversely correlated with privacy, and the destruction of privacy was the social harm effect of this economic cause. Executives kept these operations hidden lest they attract contradiction, user resistance, or worse, regulators. From the start, personal data collection, extraction was illegitimate and illicit, but in the United States, where all of this began, there was no law to stop it. And that fact began our accidental journey to dystopia. Stage two expropriates. Stage two expropriates the rights to know, or what I call epistemic rights, the rights to know these illegitimately extracted human data, asserting ownership and authority over those data, and with it the rights to lucrative computational knowledge, profiles, patterns, models, inferences, algorithms, and predictions. In short, artificial intelligence. Knowledge is concentrated in the surveillance capitalism domain. A comprehensive review, quite a recent one, just this last year, of artificial intelligence and its global institutional structure concludes that it is almost entirely controlled by, quote, big tech firms that encourage the production of artificial intelligence and trumpet its advantages because they stand to benefit from improvements in their businesses. Some of these vertical ecosystems have gone global, and here's another quote, because scale begets learning through the accumulation of data and increases competitive advantage. The bottom line here is that the tech giants control the funding, the data, the technologies, the scientists, and the science. They acquire most of the artificial intelligence firms, and they poach most of the AI talent. Another quote from this study, secrecy rather than patenting remains the preferred strategy to protect their research findings. The social harm effect is a new axis of inequality defined by the growing gap between what I can know and what can be known about me, between what we can know and what can be known about us. This institutional order literally controls society's knowledge for its own advantage. Facebook describes its artificial intelligence hub as ingesting trillions of data points each day, constructing thousands of models daily, and producing 6 million behavioral predictions each second. And there is no law to stop it. Stage 3 exploits these growing concentrations of knowledge and turns it into power. Targeting is the preferred euphemism for a range of digital cueing mechanisms engineered to tune, herd, constrain, direct, condition both individual and collective behavior to maximize engagement for maximum predictability and extraction. Operations engineered for profit maximization are systematically biased toward more corrupt and inflammatory content, proven to yield higher levels of engagement. These causal operations produce social harm effects in epistemic chaos, defined as the degradation of information integrity in social discourse, driving fringe content to the center, splintering and polarizing society, degrading the integrity of both individual and collective behavior. The governance functions associated with these harms were illustrated in last autumn's Facebook files, which incredibly, palpably showed Mr. Zuckerberg's power to play his celestial keyboard and immediately reinforce or extinguish the behavior of billions of people. Anger is rewarded or ignored. News stories become more trustworthy or unhinged. Publishers prosper or wither. Political discourse turns uglier or more moderate. People live or die. And there is no law to stop it. Stage 4 enforces governance prerogatives by leveraging ownership and control of information and communication spaces, systems, and infrastructures. By now, the institutional order is sufficiently entrenched to openly vie for governance of mission-critical spheres of democratic capabilities, for example, healthcare, but also to openly contest democratic institutions along with elected and appointed officials. The aim now is to absorb political governance functions in an increasingly open showdown over the governance of governance. There have been more and more frequent sightings of this stage 4 behavior. There's Facebook's oversight board, there's the Google-Facebook contest with the Australian Parliament. I want to mention one, not in very much detail because we don't have time, of course, but just to mention it because it involves so many of you. In April 2020, the European Commission and member governments experienced this enforcement power when Apple and Google abruptly introduced a COVID-19 exposure notification protocol for Androids and iPhones that was incompatible with government-supported exposure notification and contact tracing applications already in development. Tense negotiations followed as democratically elected leaders and government officials tried unsuccessfully to persuade Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, and Google's Sundar Pichai, and assorted corporate executives to adapt their protocol for European public health authorities. We don't have time, as I've said, to examine the details of this showdown but in my view, they are significant as an early chronicle of stage 4 enforcement power now aimed at disrupting democratic governance itself. I had the privilege and the opportunity to interview several engineers on these corporate teams who spoke to me on condition of anonymity and confidentiality, but allowing me to cite them when necessary. Each invariably described the governance motivations of their employers. As one put it to me, quote, "The exposure notification system has been a way for Google and Apple to really engage in governance. It was always a governance play. Controlling the operating system is the lever that they use to control the politics of contract tracing and society in general. And they've really been turning up the dial on this. This is how they exercise control." Close quote. And I add, there is no law to stop it. Surveillance capitalism's whirlwind 2-decade developmental journey now reveals itself as one vector of a larger contest between institutional orders. At each developmental stage, we see a zero-sum dynamic in which the deepening institutional order of surveillance economics propagates democratic disorder. This clarifies the reason that we are all here today. The only countervailing institutional order capable of contradicting surveillance capitalism's path to dominance is the liberal democratic state. The surveillance capitalism is the younger challenger. It embodies many unprecedented strengths. And yes, democracy is the old and slow incumbent. But do not doubt me when I say that it brings many advantages that are difficult to rival, if not impossible to rival. Chief among these is the legitimate authority and requisite power to make, impose, and enforce the rule of law in the name of democratic people. I conclude with a third and final theme: nothing is inevitable. Yes, we are careening toward a future that we did not choose. And yes, it is ruled by an anti-democratic and unaccountable power. And yes, there is far too much dystopia in our understanding of the future. But if this accidental dystopia is to be overturned, if it is to be avoided, then we must understand that there is nothing inevitable about it. It was born and sustained in secrecy and obfuscation. It rests on illegitimate foundations of extraction and expropriation that only survived because of an historical contingency of radical free market economic ideologies in which there was no law to stop these operations. Nothing about our present or our future is inevitable, and without this aura of inevitability, institutions devolve and die. If there is to be a moment of truth, let it reveal that we can begin again. The powerful regulatory work that you are undertaking means that you have won for Europe and for the world the chance to fortify and preserve democracy through the fundamental reinvention of our information spaces, curing our societies of the enormous concentrations of economic, social, and governance power, of the concentrations of knowledge and the power that accrues to that knowledge, and the social destruction that such concentrations produce. All of this begins with a return to their foundational causes in the illegitimate extraction and appropriation of all rights to know. At this juncture in history, Europe is the democratic superpower, and all the people on earth who yearn for an alternative to dystopia look to Europe's leadership, to your leadership. And though it may not always seem so, it is my view that America will not be far behind, because Americans themselves are stating forcefully in all the data that we have that they reject this accidental dystopian future. Sharing all that data here, of course, would require another speech, but I'll end with this tiny reminder that while Facebook blames Apple for its troubles in its recent earnings report, let us recall that only 6% of Facebook's American daily users opted into allowing Facebook to extract their lives for the sake of the banality that is Facebook's advertising. Only 6% opted to allow Facebook to extract their lives once they actually had a choice. Once we have a choice, the choice is clear. There's much to be said about how and what are the strategies that will allow us to rebuild for a democratic digital century. The new charters of rights, the new laws, and the new public institutions that will be required. But our societies undertook exactly this kind of work to preserve democracy a century ago under the regime of industrial capitalism, before it was tethered to the rule of law, and we can do so again. And so for now, let me close by stating plainly, we can have surveillance capitalism, or we can have democracy, but we cannot have both. They do not and cannot coexist. One will inexorably transform the other. The question for us is, which will vanquish and which will fall? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoshana Zuboff. I can assure you that we here in the studio and also the people who are watching us were hung on your every word with that very vibrant call to arms, to action. And thank you very much for having talked about Europe's role and how important democracy is. Thank you so much. We appreciate you having taken time to plead with such conviction of what you've just said. Thank you very much indeed. Let's go back into French. Le gant est jeté.
Well, now the gauntlet is down. It's going to be a difficult challenge to take up, but I'm of a mind to ask Joël Toledano, Professor Emeritus, who teaches governance and regulation at University Paris Dauphine and an expert of digital, to moderate the next panel discussion on the regulation of digital services and on a legislative project underway being negotiated in Brussels to make more accountable and better regulate digital platforms. Let's hear about that now. Well, you're right. It's not the same challenge as taking over now, but well, anyway, we'll try to follow that and debate this draft legislation on digital markets. The usual name that is used is DSA, Digital Services Act. And the idea about this discussion on a draft EU legislation is to see how this regulation will make platforms more accountable, what the effects would be. We all hope, almost all of us here hope, that this project is going to be adopted soon during the French presidency. The idea is to see how, in what conditions consumers and citizens are going to share online content and access it with a higher level of security than now. And the biggest measures are mostly about social media and marketplaces, but not only. We'll come back to that. The issue of accountability and regulation is always about very technical matters. And since, as regulators like to say, and not just regulators, but the devil is in the details. But we don't have time to talk about details today. What I would like us to be able to do is, on a number of issues, to look at the answers brought by this draft regulation for severe identified problems, more or less recent scandals that we could all observe. And for many, the perception of the digital world is that of a dangerous world. It's all the more serious as it's more and more intricately linked with the real world. And so the trust in institutions is reduced, and that's the promise behind this text. And Thierry Breton usually says that everything that is prohibited in real life will be prohibited on the internet. And as someone said a minute ago, everything that it is banned on in real life, well, this ban should be enforced on the internet, rather. So to help me find an answer to that, I have with me a very rich panel. Not quite a round me, it's not really a round table, it's a virtual round table made up of people present with me. On my left, Mr. Vittorio Colao, Italian Minister for Technological Innovation and the Digital Transition. Sandro Gozzi, member of the European Parliament, a member of the IMCO, Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee. And with us, connected during this short session, we have Carme Artigas, European Secretary of State for Digital and Artificial Intelligence. Buenos dias. Fanny Ijevi, Director of Europe Access Now, recognized specialist of digital technology and matters of freedom of expression. Access Now is here to extend digital rights of people worldwide. And Mr. Thibaut Hugues de la Rose, Chairman and CEO of Back Market, a marketplace that he'll introduce later. I am an economist, as you heard, and I'm a former regulator. So indeed, with these two hats, I'll try to organize this debate. We'll organize this panel discussion in 3 phases. First, very quickly, I'll ask each of you in alphabetical order so that I won't have to choose an order, because each of you is going to explain what are the contributions and possibly the limitations of the Digital Services Act, and also what are the main challenges of the future trilogue. That's going to be the first part, and then in succession we'll look at, indeed, the concrete problems that the DSA tries to address, and how the proposed regulation is indeed finding an answer with a word commonly used in English, with enforcement capabilities. So that's going to be the third phase. And then after that, we'll have a sort of Q&A. I wish for there to be a real debate between us. So, to begin with, in this discussion, let's hear Secretary of State Artigas. Could you tell us, indeed, what are the contributions and limitations of the DSA for you? What are the main challenges of the upcoming trilogue?
So good morning, good afternoon, and again, good afternoon, everyone. So it is an honor to participate in this panel, and let me share my view on all these regulatory procedures, and in particular on the state of the art, what we are doing now, what we have achieved, and we're still working at. So first of all, we are all aware that during the last 20 years, the vast number of digital services have come up and are playing a key role in our societies, for example, as a forum for public debate. And also intermediaries of digital services have become a fundamental agent in the digital transformation, providing significant benefits for consumers, facilitating cross-border trade, and providing new business opportunities. But this digital reality has also brought about some risks to our societies, and the existing legislation, the e-commerce directive, has not been able to tackle so far. Today, citizens are more exposed to illegal content. Self-regulation has not delivered the promise to ensure that our offline rights are also respected online. And there is not yet effective and coordinated supervision of online platforms. And this has led member states to start legislating at a national level, creating fragmentation of the internet market. So in this context, we believe that the regulation on digital services cannot be delayed anymore. We need a horizontal regulation that offers legal certainty, that ensures a robust liability regime and guarantees a level playing field of all actors, both online and offline, and also protecting startups and small platforms. And we as Spain welcome that the DSA will maintain the three fundamental principles of e-commerce directive, as they have proven useful for keeping a fair balance for intermediaries and supervisory authorities. I have no doubt that the DSA will be a game changer at a global level and a model to follow, in the same way that Gdpr has achieved already, and that we expect also that the European regulation on AI will also be this model to follow, in a way that fosters innovation and at the same time safeguards the democratic values of our society. But in particular, I would like to focus on an important issue that DSA will aim to solve: protecting consumers from illegal products online. A recent market sweep for 6 consumer groups across several online marketplaces found that 2/3 of the products purchased failed safety tests. This includes smoke alarms that do not detect smoke, child clothing that risk strangling them, or jewelry surpassing the chemical levels 4,000 times. This obligation on a Know Your Business Customer, KYBC, will ensure that marketplaces identify businesses that sell products on their platform, and this will help fight against those businesses that sell illegal products, fighting counterfeiting or ensuring consumer protection. However, in a statement shared with my Italian colleagues, we encourage to reinforce and enlarge the traceability obligations of KYBC to other intermediaries beyond marketplaces, to ensure that what is illegal offline is also illegal online across the board. Let me finish this introduction by saying that putting forward obligations is very useful, but it's more useful to ensure they're compliant. Effective supervision, therefore, is a key success factor that will guide and ensure consumer protection and respect for our individual and collective rights. And in this sense, we believe that very large online platforms are simply too big and can pose great system risk to European society that no single member state can ensure that they effectively comply with the regulation. This is why we strongly support that the supervision of VLOPs is entrusted to the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalau. I forgot to specify, but you only have 3 minutes so that we have time for a debate.
It's very easy because Carmen has already said most of what I wanted to say. So, of course, we fully support, as government, the Digital Service Act. This is a great changing moment for increasing trust and accountability on new technologies, to create accountability for new intermediaries and to protect products, contents made in wherever, made in Spain, made in Italy, made in France, wherever. We have, if you want, three main areas that we think are very important. The first one is support the trust and customer protection. The key concept here is really what you actually said in your introduction, which is making sure that what is illegal offline becomes illegal also online. I also would like to stress there is this harmful content concept that has to be established, especially to protect the vulnerable, the minors, the weakest part in our society, and we all know that online this becomes even more of a danger. This is why we really think that it's also important to confirm the stay-down measures of the DSA. Too many times in the past we have seen stuff that has been mandated to be withdrawn, and then it just reappears a few seconds later somewhere else under a different shape, and very often knowingly, not just by coincidence. So that's two super important things. In terms of companies, I think Carmen mentioned it, we need to change the concept and modernize the concept of what is a small and medium enterprise. We want to help innovation and support smaller companies that should not be burdened with excessive obligations. And therefore, we need to kind of give different levels of accountability depending on the type of service and the type of role and the risks involved. So the assessment of risks is also very important. The one-size-fits-all model would be dangerous here. And finally, we need to strengthen the cooperation between the members. Quite frankly, there has been a very long discussion between country of origin, country of destination. At the end of the day, they need to cooperate because we are within the same family. So cooperation on contrasting the spreading of illegal contents and services is very important. And then we need to strengthen, as Karma has already pointed out, the Commission competence for supervision, investigation, and enforcement when there is a violation from a large entity. We will talk about le diable est dans les détails later. I just want to stress what the Italian and Spanish position on know your business customer point. It is very, very important. Final point, we are European, we speak about Europe. It's also important that we strengthen the cooperation with the US. So the US sometimes see the European position as a bit adversarial to them. It is not. We are here to protect the same rights for citizens, both citizens of Europe and the US, and we are here to have just markets and fair markets. So also that side of institutional cooperation is important.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Mr. Gauzy? Yes. From the point of view of the Parliament, how have we worked on this law on digital services? And I would say that it's the end of the wild, wild west. I would say it's the end of a world where people could do whatever they wanted. It was a lawless land for the platforms. And the idea now, we don't want to be in direct competition with the U.S. That's not our motivating force, but we want to develop a European model that could also serve the rest of the world. We want an alternative to the all-powerful state, as we have in China, but also to the excessive laissez-faire that we've seen in the United States. So from the point of view of the Parliament, I would say we have three objectives. First of all, more security and protection. Second, more attention to SMEs. And third, more responsibility for the extra big platforms. It's clear that we want to increase consumer protection, as Mr. Gayax was just saying, in particular when we're looking at the most vulnerable members of our population and minors in particular, with regard to targeted advertising, for example. And it's true that we have not managed to get the stay down through, but we do support it. And this is a proposal that I have also supported. And of course, at the council, we could be much more efficient with that, and I would hope for your support in the future. So that's a message I'd like to give your team. The second point has to do with focusing on SMEs. Of course, sticking with our fundamental principles, our basic principles. We have to ensure, in particular for the NGOs as well as the SMEs, that these all-powerful platforms are not able to create unmitigated risk. It is not a one-size-fits-all proposal. We have to make rules that work for SMEs, micro businesses, and NGOs. And finally, with regard to responsibility, we want more responsibility with regard to the algorithms, and the Parliament has been working not only on the principle that what is illegal offline has to be illegal online as well, and we've worked on the conditions and the question of the CGUs. These CGUs should be obligatory. You know, people sign these CGUs all the time, or they click without really reading them. So we have to look more closely at that. So that's the 3 points. And then my last point would have to do with the dynamics and e-privacy with the rights to content. And finally, Mr. Guzzi talked about a model for the rest of the world. Mrs. Idvegi, what would you say about that? A model for the rest of the world. Should we be creating a model for the rest of the world? Are you not hearing the question? The question is, should we be creating a model for the rest of the world? I think we should hear from Hugues de la Rose, and we'll see if we can solve the problem with Fanny Idvegi. Mr. de la Rose, you have a business-centered point of view, I think. How do you view the DSA?
Yes. Okay. My point of view on the DSA, well, first, like for back market, I don't know if you know about us, but basically we're a marketplace dedicated to scale circular economy for tech products. New products basically are the enemy of the planet, creates a lot of CO2 emissions. And so back market is a platform where we want to make products, tech products circulate and have a second life, third life, fourth life. Well, we want to bring immortality to the world of machine. Basically, this is our mission. And so basically, I think DSA is a very good initiative. As a marketplace, I just want to point out a few things. The first one is, I think we need to be careful to not block innovation by over-regulating. Only because I think, only giants, like at the introduction, we talked about big techs. Those companies, they have like basically thousands of people doing compliance, and they have a lot of resources. So basically, the more you regulate, sometimes the best it is for them, because they are the only one to be able to be compliant. So I guess this point has been taken, but proportionality is key. You have really to take like a small and medium-sized business, and you need to have thresholds. Otherwise, the risk is to maybe kill innovation. And if you kill innovation, then for us, we are here to disrupt this linear economy and this new economy with circularity. We need to innovate on a daily basis, basically. So if we end up being, for example, in the definition of very large online platform, then you need to be very, very empowered with a lot of people running systemic analysis and etc. And it's going to delay a lot innovation for us, at least. So I think this is very important also to separate different kinds of platforms. So you have social networks that influence a lot. You have marketplaces with product. You don't talk too much about active viewers or sessions, but you talk more about clients, like on the offline world. And I think there is another thing that needs to be defined, because I think in the introduction it's been very clear that big techs, but not only them. I mean, artificial intelligence is giving a lot of power to the big companies. The more they have data, the more they are getting powerful in the way they target people, and it gives them an edge basically on the business side to be better than the competition. And there is a chapter on dark patterns basically that needs to be defined, and it needs to be objective, so everybody can know what it means, basically to play with fair rules. I think this is what's the most important, is to play with fair rules that protect customers, that protect people online, and that would be point number 3 for us.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Several points have been brought up. I think we can come back to them. I hope that we'll be able to get Fanny online as well. But we'll continue without her until she gets a solid connection. You have all talked about the series of problems facing the DSA. We talked about moderation, freedom of expression, whistleblowers. You know that we heard that there was quite a diversity depending on what language we're looking at, like the difference between French and Spanish, for example. Will the DSA enable us to fight against online hate speech and disinformation? Will we be able to check whether it's doing its job? And then there's the question of illicit products. We had an inquiry was carried out by French authorities. When we have illicit and dangerous products in France, is the simple KYC method the best way to handle this problem? Is this the best way to discover the effects of algorithms? Madame Artigas and the Secretary of State brought up these questions. What is the best way to fight against disinformation and online hate speech?
Really poses important risks to our society as it affects electoral processes, minors, public health, or even public security. And we know that beyond the reliability or not, the original sources of information, usually this information is amplified by recommendation systems and advertising that also we think should be subject to scrutiny and transparency. And in particular, online platforms should be obliged to show the parameters and options on these recommendation systems. With this transparency, individuals should be given the choice to change those parameters and receive recommendations for content that are not based on an automated profiling. And in line with this, recommendation algorithms also should prioritize relevant and reliable content from authorized sources. And that content which is unreliable should be labeled, because content virality should not be only the measuring stick. Apart from this, we think that to ensure proper scrutiny, we should count on independent researchers that should be given access to the data from these recommendation algorithms. And we believe that society will greatly benefit from this research if it helps identify and understand the systemic risks that certain algorithms can pose. And it is therefore very important, and it was also mentioned by the keynote speaker, that all this research is freely and publicly available upon its completion. So I think transparency is key, and also the power of choice between those parameters before that is absolutely given by default to the people. I think one is the right way where DSE can really fight for this information.
Mais une fois qu'on aura la transparence. But once we have achieved transparency, what if we end up with what we've seen on Instagram, for example? You could discover that the algorithm has perverse effects on youth. What will we be able to do? Will we be able to react? Mr. Kalau?
Gozzi vient de dire, it's the end of Far West. So let's face it, we were in a Far West. We were not in, here we are talking, previous question was, is DSA going to fix disinformation and so on? First of all, at least we have finished the time, or we are trying to finish the time when there was no incentive whatsoever to stop the Far West. Now we are putting an incentive to stop the bad model. Now, why are we doing this? And I want to reassure Thibault. Thibault, nobody wants to over-regulate. Hi, nice to see you again. Nobody wants to regulate, over-regulate. We want innovation, but what we want to have is also accountability. We are very much in favor of not a big level of regulation, but accountability. And once companies know that they are accountable, well, you don't need too much regulation. Then the question is, do we have enforcement capability? And here, my comment, which I have made already in a number of places, is we need to help the European institutions evolve from a mostly, I would say, legal type of enforcement and inspection to a more technical one. And we really need to think that this is important. Once you have an accountability principle established on companies that produce content, once you have established algorithmic transparency, I don't want to mess up with algorithm ex ante. It would be impossible, it would be wrong. But I want to know what the algorithm does. And then with the accountability and good enforcement resources, I loved what Professor Zavov said, the EU is a democratic superpower. I would prefer the EU to be a super democratic power rather than a democratic superpower. But that's the concept. Let's equip the EU with the resources to achieve the results without over-regulating.
Perhaps we could come back to some of these questions of illegal and dangerous products. Mr. Hugues de la Rose, or Thibault, maybe I could call you by your first name. Recently, French legal authorities saw that there were quite a few problems with illicit products being sold. What do you think about the DSA with regard to that? Will that help you control the sale of illicit products online?
It's going in the right direction, definitely. I think it can prevent, with KYBC, like if you are accountable for the sellers who sells on the platform, you can control them. You can insert many workflows to make sure your sellers are delivering the right product with the right quality. Because basically, as a marketplace, the only thing that you want is, to have a powerful brand and people to come back to you and use your services again and all over again. So I think making sure KYBC is respected is one thing. It's a very good start first, because in many online platforms still you don't have that much of KYBC enforcement and basically anyone can sell. On back market, it's already the case. It's pretty strong. Basically, 15% only of the sellers can sell through the platform. So it's not going to be complex or complicated for us to implement these new processes. Then you can go further with mystery orders. We can, it's in the interest of the company to control basically your sellers and the quality of the product that are being sold. So I'm not concerned about that. What I'm being more concerned about, it's the very large online platform definition, only taking into account the number of views or stations, and so you can easily fall into that bucket. And if we do, then we are not ready at all. Basically, our time to innovate will be so much longer, and I'm 100% sure that Amazon will take the lead on everything we're trying to fight, to kill us and many others. So this is the main point for me here, I guess.
Merci beaucoup. Fanny est revenue.
Thank you very much. So Fanny is back, which is wonderful. So Fanny, I now give you the floor to try to make up for lost time. So what we're talking about, so the Digital Services Act, but maybe you could tell us how you see this topic and what you think is most important here.
Sure, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Access Now is a civil society organization. Our mission is to defend and to extend the digital rights of users at risk around the world. So I appreciate that governments present at this conversation and EU institutions as well are fully on board with protecting and promoting rights offline and online. The Digital Services Act represents a novel approach to platform governance as a response to years of back and forth about the general agreement that we need to do something about the internet, but nobody really knew what exactly. Even though the EU has taken on an extremely challenging task to harmonize the fragmented regulatory landscape, as it was already mentioned on content governance, this step is a good one in the direction of a new generation of platform regulation. Because it focuses on processes were deployed by online platforms, rather than rules that limit specific categories of illegal content or illegal conduct. For years, we have been calling on legislators to advance this type of regulatory process instead of short-sighted legislation that also includes very swift content removals under unduly short timeframes that only lead to over-removal of content, for instance. So in our analysis, there's a lot of elements to celebrate in the European Parliament's text, and I'll give you a little bit of just a bullet point level list, as colleagues did, and then we can touch on the details in the conversation. We, of course, welcome the conditional model of intermediary liability and the prohibition of general monitoring. We, as I said, want to steer clear of short deadlines for content removals. We celebrate the concrete measures against dark patterns in the text. The increased meaningful transparency is also a positive. And first and foremost, the ban on targeting and amplification based on users' personal data. On top of those, however, there are a few items that we would like to see improved during the trilogue negotiations. One of them is the trusted flagger system. The other one is the lack of judicial authorization for data access at the moment. The safeguards around users' anonymity should be also more stronger. And we have quite a few fine-tuning recommendations around the enforcement mechanism. I believe it was great to hear the reference to the GDPR as a legislative success, but unfortunately, although we very much support the GDPR, we see how it's an enforcement failure after the legislative success. So this is something we should keep in mind and avoid for the Digital Services Act. And to conclude this introductory remark, while I would like Europe to be as a super democratic superpower, someone coming from Hungary, I have to say that I think these fragmented regulations have seen that not every member state is based on a democratic principles, generally speaking, but including on content moderation. And I hope that this harmonized approach will prevent similar attempts by non-democratic governments within the European Union. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, perhaps we'll move straight on to the question of a regulatory model, because a lot has been said. Mr. Gauzy, you talked about the country of origin. So you've each touched upon this, depending on whether regulatory measures are too stringent or not enough. There's the question of very large online platforms, the question of SMEs, and all this way of adapting regulation to each specific case. How do you believe that this could work in this system as it stands, and what possible improvements would you like to see come into play? First of all, just a quick word on the gray zone, as you said. Hate content is a gray zone. And I think we could broach this problem with more transparency. More transparency about algorithms. Open up the black box with DSA so we can look inside. Regulators, researchers. And I think this would be major progress. Just like more transparency around moderation, around moderating content. And as our Spanish colleague said, there's also the question of labeling. And on the question of disinformation and fake news, we have to affirm freedom of speech, which is not freedom of reach. We have to work on what's going viral and on moderating content and on the commitments of platforms to say how they are looking at systemic risks linked to hate speech, linked to fundamental rights. So on the topic of enforcement, I believe that, well, the approach has to be proportionate to the risk. So it shouldn't be the same for very large online platforms and very small SMEs. And there was an intense debate around the country of origin and country of destination. I tend to think that the Council's approach and the European Commission for supervision of large platforms is the right approach. We need to cooperate much more. We need more dialogue between state authorities of the countries of origin and the countries of destination, but also on systemic risks to do with major large platforms. The European Commission has to have direct supervision. And I believe that we have to ensure that we have the financial resources to do so for this oversight, because it's fundamental. Yes, indeed, you're right. When I look at what the Commission has set aside for next year for DSA, there's 6 people. I don't think that's enough. Even 20 the following year, I don't think that's enough either. So this is a true topic, and I'm delighted to see the minister said this as well, that topic is on the table. But Fanny, maybe you could help us answer this question. We can't expect platforms to tell us what the risks are. At least that leaves me kind of skeptical. Frances Haugen, when she was being interviewed, said that for her, expertise paid for by these companies was something that very difficult to manipulate. And so this is both for you and for the State Secretary. So at the Parliament and at the Council, why this idea of strengthening so that expertise should not be public expertise or outside experts? Why is this something that nobody is insisting on. I find this very strange. I'm not sure who would like to take this question. So if any, if you would like to take the floor, please do, since you spoke last.
Well, I can, as a principle for sure, to start with, that there's a difference between an independent oversight versus a paid audit, as you may be referring to. And of course, we support independent. In addition to transparency that was mentioned a couple of times ago, and of course we support, another topic that was not discussed that much and something that could be improved to achieve what you're describing is an improvement on the risk assessment measures in the text. And instead, we would like to see mandatory human rights impact assessments. This is also a complicated element of the AI Act, how conformity assessments can do the trick or not. I heard that the speakers discussed disinformation in the meantime as well. And I find it very important to emphasize that we will continue working against any measures that promotes preferential treatment of content posted by figures of public interest or media content. So we hope that the media exemption will not find its way back to the text during the trialogue.
Merci beaucoup. Le temps.
Thank you very much. So time is running out quickly. Maybe each of you could conclude on this topic or another one on what you expect from this trilogue, because we do have to finish soon. So maybe in the same order that we started in. So, Madam Spanish Secretary of State.
Yes, so I really wanted to highlight some of the things that have come to the different discussion. Very interesting point from my colleagues. I would highlight what Minister Colau said about better expose than an ex ante and the right balance between regulation and innovation. And also the French colleague highlighted that the right for, how do you say that? The right for expression is not the right for reach, no? And that is a very important point. I just wanted to highlight at the end the proposal that DSA is offering for me is a balanced approach to supervision. And as a final remark, I would like, first of all, to quickly highlight the incredible job done both by the Portuguese and the Slovenian presidencies in the Council. The DSA should not be watered down in the course of the current negotiations. Some of the proposals put forward by the European Parliament aimed at further protecting our citizens, such as effectively fight revenge porn or protecting against deep fakes, are welcome. And we are ready and determined to move forward with the trilogues, because the DSA represents a fundamental piece to achieve our human-centric approach for the digital transformation. And in this sense, we encourage the French presidency to iron out a final text in this month, and we offer them all our support in this endeavor.
Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
3 messages for whoever is in charge now of the process. One, look at this know your business customer thing, because it is very important for European industries. Second, be courageous in not allowing too many exemptions on technical grounds. There is the ranking problem. I mean, ranking is very important. It should not be exempt. There is the caching and conduit service problem. Do not allow lobbying forces to confuse, technically what we have to look at. And then I reiterate, strengthen the resources for inspection, investigation, and enforcement. These are the 3 things.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Monsieur Gauzy?
Mr. Gauzy? So I don't have much to add, and we're running out of time. We have to move quickly. As soon as it's adopted, then it has to be implemented in the member states, and this will take a few years, so we mustn't delay. And secondly, to answer your question, we have to ensure that we have sanctions in place. And even in gray areas, platforms have to demonstrate through transparency how their algorithms work. And through reporting, have to show that they're taking adequate measures. And if not, they have to be sanctioned. I think this would be a step in the right direction. And then thirdly, I'd like to insist once again that Minister Colau and myself are in total agreement. Without resources, we will get nothing. It will just be a pretty picture on the wall if we don't put the resources necessary. And this is a theme that we have to broach because we don't have those resources yet. Fanny?
Votre conclusion?
Your conclusion?
I think my mic, yes, okay. So in my conclusion, I will just focus on the enforcement piece because that's my message, to avoid that it becomes a legislative success but an enforcement failure. And the 4 elements in securing that is to make sure that there's adequate communication between national authorities, and I believe the European Parliament's text is already doing a lot on this coordinator role, and that should be maintained. The strict deadlines to answer requests for investigation is also much better than it was foreseen in the GDPR. Let's maintain that there are no contradictions between national procedures. And finally, a lesson learned from the GDPR is exactly the main establishment difficulty there. So these are my enforcement recommendations for the future.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thibault, you'll almost have the last word.
Yeah, for me to conclude, I think this is very positive for whoever takes the lead after this conversation. Like, it's going in the right direction. Be fair, protective with our citizens and every European consumer. Basically, is the right way to go. And to the regulator himself, like, just pay attention to be proportional. Like, think about the big techs, like the giants, basically, and think about when you write down something, like, don't give them an edge over like small businesses in Europe trying to innovate for what we think is fair and good for the people, and it will go in the right direction.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So I began by saying that I thought that nearly everyone wanted the DSA to move forward. Well, the conclusion is clear. Thanks to all of you for having respected the time limits, and I hope we succeeded in providing the main elements for this debate. Thank you.
Je reprends les dernières
So, to repeat what was just said.
For the people, après tout, c'est la teneur.
It's right and good for the people. This is really what today is all about. In our talks here live from Paris.
Avoir animé cette table ronde, il est temps maintenant de passer à notre dernière table ronde de la.
And so it's now time to move on to our last roundtable of the day. In just a few minutes, I'll be giving the floor to Jacques Crémer, who's professor at the Toulouse School of Economics, to talk about a major topic to wind up our day, the legislative project in Europe that, of course, we've already mentioned. So the Digital Markets Act to better regulate digital platforms. Mr. Crémer is a major expert in the competition policy. And it's up to you to moderate our last roundtable. Over to you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for being here for this roundtable, which I'm sure will be very interesting. So is Brad Smith here? Brad Smith, can you hear me?
No, okay, sorry. So we have a technical problem, and I was going to let Brad Smith, who's the president of Microsoft, speak first because he had a very small window where he could speak to us. Il pouvait nous parler. Et donc nous allons.
So we will move on to the roundtable. So strategic autonomy in Europe would make it possible to build more innovative companies in Europe. This requires companies that are capable to compete with the largest tech companies. However, we can only have these companies if we have technological innovation. However, the largest platforms, we are all familiar with them, have acquired large market shares thanks to innovation, thanks to their technology, and thanks to their capacity, but also because they have benefited from network effects, from economies of scale, and then because they have huge amounts of data. However, around the world, especially in the European Union, they are being accused of behaving illegally and having competitive practices which are unfair. And this is why the European Commission decided that we had to add to competition policy with further regulation. And this is how the Digital Markets Act, which is being in the last phases of negotiation, was designed. So the goal of our roundtable is to talk about the reasons for the Digital Markets Act and how it should be implemented, and the consequences this would have on innovation in Europe and in the rest of the world.
Brad Smith est arrivé.
So that Brad Smith is now with us.
Ah, ok. Ok. Donc je vous.
So we have a roundtable with 5/6 participants. First of all, Vadereke Vestager. It's a great pleasure to meet with you again. I had the great privilege of writing a report for her a few years ago on competition policy. Nice to see you again. Margaret, I wanted to ask you, why does the European Commission think it necessary to have an additional legal instrument on top of its competition policy, which already exists, obviously, despite all the wonderful recommendations myself and my other co-authors made back at the time to improve your competition policy? Why do you need anything more? And in particular, one thing is very important is what interaction do you see there being between these instruments in future?
Margaret.
Well, thank you very much, and it is really great to see you again, because the work that you did was highly influential to our thinking about competition in a digital age. So thank you very much again. But the thing is that enforcement of competition law case by case is not enough. It doesn't give us the sufficient assurance that the market is open and contestable. Because a number of the things that we have seen in competition cases, not one, not two, but 3 Google cases already, a couple of Amazon cases, now another open Google case, 2 open Amazon cases, 3 Apple cases, a sector inquiry that shows that when you enter into the Internet of Things, a number of the things that we have seen before, they seem to be systemic. So when things happen over and over again, we need to change the approach. And this is what happens with the Digital Markets Act. Because we initially designate gatekeepers, those who are so successful, which is great, and because of that also very powerful in the marketplace, that we make sure that they lift the responsibility that is due if you have that kind of market power. And that makes the Digital Markets Act pro-innovation. Because the problem is that if you don't know, as a smaller company, if you can get to your customers, well, it's really, really difficult to make anyone invest in your innovation processes. And there is a lot of innovative capabilities in Europe. There have been established and flourishing innovative entrepreneurial environments. So it's really important that the market is open. And that is the main target of the Digital Markets Act, is making sure that the market is open, contestable, and because of that, it is pro-innovation. Along with this regulation and the enforcement of it, there will, of course, be the law enforcement of the competition provisions of the treaty still. They will sometimes be novel, they will complement, but they will be there in their own right. And I do think that it is really, really important to insist on vigilant competition law enforcement while at the same time implementing and enforcing the Digital Markets Act.
Thank you very much. another topic which I really would like us to discuss is how are we going to use the instruments of a DMA, not only... Pardon, désolé, je suis passé en anglais, j'aurais dû passer en français.
Sorry, I perhaps ought to have started back in French. How do you intend using the instruments, the facilities that the DMA provides, not only to supervise competition between the major platforms, but also improve and foster innovation in Europe, specifically in France? That's the next question, and it's a question I'm going to ask to our second speaker, Cédric O, who is Secretary of State in charge of the digital transition and electronic communications. Now, how specifically do you think the DMA is going to help you in your job of promoting a French tech, indeed a European tech sector, which is innovative? I think it's very important to look at macroeconomic studies and indeed the whole history of this field. It's interesting to note that there is a very close link between the competition policy in the broad sense, and the DMA falls within that, and the ability to innovate. There's been some very interesting work done by Thomas Ficon recently, for example, on the different dynamics which take place in the US, for example, where the power is very concentrated, and compared to in Europe, where competition policy is much more aggressive in terms of its regulation, and that has an impact on the capacity to innovate, but it also brings advantages in terms of competition. And so, in terms of having this on the European agenda, our priorities need to be market share, job creation for Europe and for France specifically in our context. There's a desire, therefore, to support, for example, startups. But what we know is that some of the big tech firms, mostly American, not all of them are, however, act as gatekeepers. They say they control access to infrastructure. So it could be mobile phone services, or if it's Apple or Android phones, for example. It could be Google ads or Facebook ads. In terms of marketplaces, Amazon is a big hitter, as we know. Could be siloing and cloud integration, which is done by a very small number of players. And the fact that these people have captured basically all the added value created by the ecosystem, their capture is almost total. And so if there's one thing we need to stress in Europe is it's innovation. We know that startups need better funded. We're going to have plenty of announcements on that tomorrow. But we also need to try to make sure the market is open, so that there can be more innovation by companies, such that added value is shared more broadly across the economy. That's vital as well. And so I think there's a lot of resonance, a lot of interaction between issues of innovation and issues of competition policy. In particular, where we have a European model of the internet for innovation, but competition has its role to play within that. Well, thank you very much. Our third speaker is Andreas Schwab, who is a member of the European Parliament and was the rapporteur for this particular legislation for the European Parliament. Honourable member, you were the rapporteur in charge of the DMA, and your focus was on the fact that there needed to be more stringent obligations, place those on the major platforms, and take a more targeted approach in particular. Could you explain to us, perhaps, why you recommended that? Why is it necessary to have those two approaches? What compromises are, and trade-offs indeed, can there be between these stringent obligations on the one hand and and the targeting, and also actual enforcement? Thank you for the question. First of all, allow me to elaborate on the point on obligations. Obligations is something important for the Parliament as a whole. We are 700 plus MEPs. We need to get everyone aligned. And so for the Parliament, it was a very a core challenge to show the public, and indeed big tech firms and other companies concerned, that really what comes first is the law, nothing but the law. And though we know that the European Commission and national authorities need a degree of flexibility in applying rules, and that they need an ability to to make the law as it stands on paper tally with practice. Nonetheless, we wanted to be as clear as possible, and the legislator have taken clear decisions. Now, we know that, unfortunately, the Commission and the authorities want to be perhaps more flexible than we'd like them to be. This will take place via delegated acts, but in terms of the law itself, we need to be very clear. Now, the field is extremely broad, and the issues we are confronted with are extremely serious. We've seen an awful lot of SMEs, startups in France and other EU countries have been suffocated, essentially, have been smothered by the gatekeepers' unfair practices, or they've been bought up simply. What we want to do is we need to do is fix these problems as soon as possible. And so if we if we try and solve all the world's problems with only 25 EU civil servants, we're never going to get anywhere. And so basically we need to focus on the big problem. And the big problem is not startups. It's not a little startup in Lyon, which is a pizza delivery app, basically. No, it's the big groups. It's the big tech firms which are multinationals. They need to be the priority focus. That we're not naive, obviously. We're going to take an interest in the others as well. But the European Commission has now been tasked with starting at the top of the list, as it were, with the biggest problem, and deal with those first. That's the idea behind this stronger focus that you mentioned. Thank you. I think this can be an interesting discussion. We will come back to that in a second. I just want to pass on now to Megan Di Muzio, who's with us in Paris. Thank you for being here. Executive Director of the Coalition for App Fairness.
That will make things easier. Can you first briefly tell us what the Coalition for App Fairness is, because you are less well known than the European Commission or the European Parliament? And do you really think that the DMA ex-ante approach will be more conducive to fair competition than the traditional competition law approach, which is basically what the US is trying to reinforce?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. First, I just want to begin by thanking my fellow panelists. I'm honored to be on a panel speaking with you on this topic today. And I would like to really thank the French presidency, the Council of the European Union, for hosting this important event. The Coalition for App Fairness began in September of 2020. It was originally formed with 13 original members, made up of both European and American companies of all sizes. Now the organization has grown to over 70 members, so that should give you an indication of the commitment of the coalition and the strength of the coalition. About half of our members are based in Europe, including Spotify, Proton, Deezer, France Digital, who joins us here today, as well as Schibsted. And we also represent companies that have large footprints, large presences here in Europe, including Match Group, who has 300 employees here in France. We are committed to having a very, very strong and fair digital marketplace. The current digital marketplace for many of our developers, entrepreneurs, and for consumers, frankly, is not working. You heard from some of the other panelists earlier. We couldn't agree more that there needs to be both a strong regulation and strong enforcement. To your question regarding the ex-ante regulation, we think that would radically change how we approach competition issues today. It is absolutely necessary to have the ex-ante approach. If you follow the other approach, you have harm that's caused to many of these developers and frankly many of these consumers. And most companies don't have the time nor the resources to be able to continue to advocate for themselves in these anti-competitive environments. I'll finish by saying ex-ante regulation is needed to ensure that the apps of today can survive for tomorrow, and it is very, very necessary to bring future innovation to market.
Thank you very much. And finally, our last speaker is Maya Noël, qui est
He's the Director General of France Digital. Maya, I see you are with us remotely. Maybe you could say a few words first of all about what France Digital is and does, and then on looking at your website, your mission statement says that to enable the emergence of future European digital champions. So my question to you, therefore, would be, therefore, in what way will DMA and DSA help you in that mission statement, in achieving it? And if necessary, what more do you need on top of them? I imagine they are not enough alone. Maya, over to you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. Indeed, I represent the association France Digital. We have around 2,000 members. Some of them are startups, entrepreneurs, and investors. We're also a member of the board of various European associations with our counterparts, like Alliance for Startups or the European Startup Network. And we are indeed a member of the coalition represented by Megan today. So the question for app fairness. Our job, our mission statement, as per our website, is to enable the emergence of future European digital champions. So the Digital Market Act, in our view, which we're talking about today, is a real priority, because it will bring about a better balance between startups and gatekeepers in terms of the relationship between them. More specifically, many dozens of startups have reported to us on their own personal experience, which has been problematic, in particular due to the dominant behaviours of gatekeepers. For example, unlawful closure of their accounts, deregistering of their services, share locking, as they call it, as well, which is to say basically copying their apps and then offered by the digital giants. And Megan, no doubt, can talk this as well in terms of exorbitant commissions being charged on startups' services. 30% commission, for example, has been reported to us. So these are genuine problems hindering their emergence. And so having a law like the Digital Market Act will hopefully enable them to emerge more easily. And if we need more than the DMA and DSA, well, how long have we got? What we would be in favour of, and what we like already in the existing text, is that with regard to the issues our startups are faced with, the fact that we can act as our own lawyers, if you like, and report anti-competitive practice, that raises a few concerns, because if your services are suddenly closed by gatekeepers, then that means you're living without any income, any turnover for months. Plus, the time for reporting is very short, or response and corrective action is very short. Startups have to be able to act quickly. We're small and agile by nature, and the text is a good basis, basically. But if we want it to actually work, we need to move quickly to adopt it as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you. If I may now open the debate, I wanted to come back to this issue of the scope and the extent to which the DMA will really apply. Mr. Schwab has just told us that he thinks it needs to focus on a smallish number of platforms, and that it needs to be very precise, very clear, and apply to them directly. In terms of the number of platforms to which it should apply, there are questions there around the level of resource that the European Commission can actually commit to regulating those platforms. Well, my question's really more concerned the direct applicability of the law. Do you genuinely think that the law can be applied as it is directly, or do you not think that the obligations contained in Articles 5 and 6 in particular are in fact a little bit vague and will require a lot of dialogue between regulators, between the Commission and national regulators, and indeed the gatekeepers, in order to properly apply the law? I'm not sure who wants to answer that question, whether it's Mr. Schwab or Ms. Vestager, but I mean, before I give the floor back to Mr. O and ask what he thinks, Margaret, do you wish to respond, please?
Well, I can give it a try at least, because we've been trying to translate our experience from specific cases into the DMA. So things that we know of, things that we know how to deal with. And we've also, in who should be in scope, tried to translate what we see as market power. Because we have a very long experience in defining what is a dominant company, and that cannot be directly translated. So instead, we have found these quantitative and qualitative thresholds to say, well, this is what constitutes market power, because this is what we're aiming at. So much market power that it's legitimate to ask for a company to live up to a number of prohibitions and obligations. And as you say, it is foreseen to have a regulatory dialogue for companies to see, well, what is the precise application of the prohibitions and the obligations. And it will take effort to enforce it in real. It will be a lot of work in the beginning, first with the designation, and then with the regulatory dialogue in order for the gatekeepers fully to know what is expected of them. But I think as long as we try to focus on issues that we know quite well, then we are much closer to sort of self-executive provisions than if it is sort of more broad concepts. Because if it were broader concepts, then we would basically have to do an investigation for every gatekeeper. And then we would again lose that speed that several speakers just mentioned as an essential thing here, because smaller companies don't necessarily have the time nor the resources to go through a full competition case. They need to be able to get to the market. They need to be able to say, this is not right, do something about it. And then already with the gatekeeper designation, it can be more directly addressed. Because with that agility, we can both open the market and get the necessary speed in enforcement. And I think speed is absolutely of the essence here, because one of the pain points of some of the first competition cases was, of course, that it took very long. Now things are speeding up if you look at some of our recent cases, but still a lot of things can happen in a fast-moving digital market with networked effects and marginal costs approaching zero if you don't have the necessary speed.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Mr. Schwab a follow-up question in 1 second, but just to make sure, so that you're basically telling us that what you think about is that there's going to be a regulatory dialogue on basically all the obligations of a DMA. Because when I read the text, it's not entirely clear to me, in particular on Article 5, whether it's going to be yes or no, you've obeyed it, and the Commission deciding no, as opposed to how much regulatory dialogue do you think there's going to be on those obligations?
Possible that we end up with a text that is very clear, very understandable, as close as to be self-executive as at all possible. Because as said, we try to match quality and speed here. The quality of the substance of the prohibitions and the obligations, and the speed in making them as clear as possible. But I think it is only fair for the businesses designated as gatekeepers that there is room for a regulatory dialogue, because the gatekeepers will be very different. They are not the same company. And this is why I think it is important to have that agility to say, well, how can we get there, and how can we get there fast, so that we see a change in the situation on ground, because I think that is what it needed in order to build a stronger market and a more diverse market when it comes to these different services.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwab, Monsieur le Député.
Merci. Thank you, Professor Kramer. First of all, I would like to say that in order to make this law effective, France, but also the other member states, should pay more into the EU budget. We can't allow ourselves to work with 25 people on such big problems. And that's the best moment to send this message to governments, because colleagues are objectively affected by the fact that the European Commission does not have the right resources, the manning strength available that it needs. And then regarding the possibility of having very broad Articles 5 and 6, but keeping them very concrete, for instance, with this phrasing where you don't want the gatekeepers to focus more on their own services. It's both very concrete and very general. So at some point, Ms. Vestager will need to say, this is exactly what this means. You cannot put your services on the same page, but on the next page. You can't put that at the top, but at the middle. So it's concrete enough to apply automatically, but it's also concrete enough to get everybody to understand what it means, that you can no longer cheat. Results need to be in a certain order that citizens and regular users can understand. There are countless other examples, but that's the one I chose. Thank you very much. Minister, sir. Are you going to increase taxes in order to please the European Parliament and pay more civil servants in Brussels? Well, first of all, several things. What's interesting is that with you, thanks to you, we have yet another trilogue, because the content of the discussion is rather an extension of what we discussed last week. And I think that this is at the heart of the topics currently being debated between the Commission, the Parliament and the Council. First of all, you have to recall a number of things. MEP Schwab and the Parliament are ambitious, that's normal. There are different approaches between the three texts, the Council, the Commission and the Parliament. Anyway, this is going to be an historic piece of legislation. This extension of the field of competition to digital, this is going to be one of the most important competition texts in the last decades, maybe even ever since the creation of antitrust laws in the US in the late 19th century, because that's the extension of competition law to the digital sector and to its specific determinants of data, aggregation, and so on. So we hope that we're going to find an agreement. And even though we don't go as far as the MEP Schwab would like, there's already an historic text on the table. And then there are debates. There's not, on the one hand, the Parliament that wants to go further and the Commission and the Council that are less ambitious vis-à-vis the GAFAs. This is what Margaret Vestager said a minute ago. It's very good to have very broad principles. If you look at the history of antitrust law, the IBM or the Microsoft cases, that took years, decades, maybe 15 years of investigations. And that raises questions about the reality of enforcement on the ground. When the Council, where the Council is maybe closer to the Commission on that, is trying to restrict things, trying to really understand what's going to be applied. It's not because they're less ambitious than the Parliament, it's because they're thinking, at the end of the day, what we want. Imagine that we adopt the text in the next few months. It's finally approved at the end of the year. Well, the first case in the first half of 2023, late 2023, and that's when we see the first locks, roadblocks that emerge. And so there's some tension, a healthy tension between the discussion on very broad principles that cover more cases, but that are also more complicated, including in legal terms, on the legal basis, more difficult to apply, and a more concrete approach that will cover fewer cases, some areas where we'll need to adapt things with some delegate acts, some that will require more in-depth investigations. Thank you. I would like to turn to Megan and Maya, asking them questions about what type of competition that covers. You may think of, well, there are two things that could happen. First of all, how can you replace Google with a European search engine? So how can you compete with Google, the company? But also, how can you compete on the Google platform, on Amazon? How can I make competition between a manufacturer of bins, of rubbish bins, and the rubbish bins sold by Amazon. Recently, we bought an Amazon rubbish bin. That's why I'm using this example. But how can you make this competition more equitable? To what extent do you think that either of these types of competition is going to prevail? In your case, Megan, I think that you're mostly interested in the fact that given how the platforms work, how can we use the ecosystem that we've created in order to have fair competition on these platforms and not necessarily replace them with other platforms? Did I understand right? And could you maybe develop that?
Yes, that is correct. I think that is exactly why the Digital Markets Act in particular is needed, as well as the Open App Markets Act in the United States. Without a broad shift in policy, we will not experience greater competition. There will be no ability for anyone to compete because, again and again, companies like Google and Apple set the rules of the road. So not only do they set the rules of the road, but they continue to provide access to the only digital marketplaces that exist. And so your example about an Amazon or maybe a smaller company, the reality is this is why it's so critical and why the Coalition for App Fairness is a strong partner to the European Union and supports France's aims to creating a stronger, fairer, more competitive digital market. The reality is, without that, competition will not exist. We won't have alternative app stores. We will not have alternative in-app payment systems. We are seeing time and time again, companies like Apple feel that they are above the law. So if we continue to assume that they are going to have some sort of self-regulation or commit to a solution themselves. They are not. We've just seen this recently in the Netherlands with the Dutch Competition Authority. Apple has proposed multiple times to comply with the law for online dating apps. And their proposals, frankly, show that they are willing to comply as minimally as possible. They want all of the burden shifted to app developers. And quite frankly, when you take that approach and assume that many of these smaller and medium-sized companies have to rebuild and resubmit their apps for review, that's not competition. There is no way for many of these small and medium businesses to survive. And further, think about the impact that that has on consumers and what we are missing out as a society on innovation. We continue to miss out on many things that we didn't even know were possible in an era where most of us are using apps on a daily basis to make our lives better. So I want to say a little bit earlier, too, if you don't mind, about the issue of Apple's, continuous push to charge exorbitant fees. In the case of the Netherlands, their recent proposal that they submitted assumes that they are going to take 27%, charge the app developers 27% to not even use their services. So they're asking many of these smaller and medium-sized companies to continue to pay for something that they're not even getting in return. So going back to your earlier point, there is no future where there is competition, where competition is possible without the work of the Digital Markets Act. And we stand committed to working with all of you to make sure that it is enacted quickly and as soon as possible.
Maya?
And Maya, how many of your members want to become the new Googles and how many simply wants to make a living on the existing platforms, and how would the DMA help in one direction or another? I'm not sure that our members, our startups, want to become GAFAMs or Googles. They don't want to become such systemic players, as Megan said, that believe that they're above the law. In the ethos around the DMA or the DSA, the aim is to rebalance things. Now, the challenge is not necessarily to declare open war. It's either the GAFAMs or it's us. We should stop being naive and we start putting things in place so that startups can at last emerge, and they cannot emerge on their own if we are closed in on ourselves. There are startups that are growing and that are very happy to work with Google, Apple, or Microsoft. The aim is simply to say, yes, we can work together because on some issues there's no other way and we need to make progress, but we shouldn't be entirely naive and think that we'll submit to their every whim, and that's why a text like the DMA is very important. And to quote from what the previous speakers said, what we want is to go fast. And there's a notion of timing in all that. And we can't move fast and immediately without the GAFAMs. So both approaches are necessary. First, how can we rebalance the relationship, and then work with the GAFAMs but also find alternatives. Thank you very much. I'm really, really sorry. There are many, many more things to say about all these matters, but time flies. And another question that is very important, on which I would like to hear all the speakers, is about the relationship with other regulators worldwide, especially in the US. The platforms that we're talking about are international platforms. What's done in Europe has an impact on what's done in the US. What's done in the US has an impact on what's done in Europe. So we could also talk about China and other countries, but sticking to those two blocks. Margaret, could you tell us a bit more about how you're seeing, first, the discussions that are happening between the US and Europe on the issue of the DMA? We know that there are discussions, and above all, do you think that the fact that there are different regulations on both sides of the Atlantic, is that going to create problems in the implementation of new European texts?
The discussion about this has developed over quite some years. I remember when sort of I was walking up the hill with my Google case under my arm, they said, "What's she doing, that woman? What's she thinking of?" And from those early days until now, the debate about digital markets, how to make sure that they're contestable, how to make sure that market power that we're talking about right now, that it's not unchecked, that has developed, I think, over the last 4 or 5 years, something like that, on both sides of the aisle in the US landscape. And I think that is really important. And then with the US Biden administration coming in, you get people in the law enforcement, both the DOJ and the FTC, very committed. And we have increased our cooperation with them, of course, recognizing that we have to some degree different legal basis, and the market situation is not exactly the same, but there is a different sort of sense of alignment. And if you look at the work done in Congress, you'd see that a number of the legislative pieces, they have sort of the same content as we would have organized it in the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. Of course, it's not to be said right now what will finally pass in the US context, but one can see on the proposals tabled by members of Congress that there is a sense of alignment. Also, you have the Facebook case over there that is waiting for its court procedures. So I think you see a lot of change, but in respect of different legislative frameworks and alignment that I think will be really useful for us.
Thank you very much. Monsieur le député,
Mr. MEP, how are things going with your US colleagues? Are you as aligned as the Commissioner was saying? Well, first off, this is a debate between institutions and authorities. Parliaments are not going to apply these texts. So what needs to work is cooperation between international authorities. regarding competition policy. Yet, the contacts that we've had with a number of representatives and senators in the US, the message is very clear. In the US right now, big digital companies do not have a lot of support, neither on the left nor on the right. And maybe it would go too far to explain it, but the competition issue, the issue of fairer and more equitable competition is a major challenge, a major issue that is used by President Biden, but also by both parties in Congress. And I was positively, pleasantly surprised that this bill by Ms. Klobuchar was taken up with a wide basis. Even California senators voted in favor of it. And so it's quite surprising that to see that the main basis of fair competition between the US and Europe is now almost identical. And so now we'll need to go together. It's clear that if we want to succeed, Americans need to go with us. We can't regulate and enforce these laws against the Americans, and it's very positive for us to be in this situation now.
I think it's important to have a discussion on two levels. Of course, Europe is legitimate in setting rules on its own territory. There have been discussions about trade and the fact that Europe is trying to regulate U.S. actors. But, you know, it's normal that EU should impose our rules in Europe. And I think it's important to remember that in terms of hierarchy of standards, if you look at Facebook and so forth, I'm very interested in their services, of course, but the protection of data and their use of data that belong to European citizens, I think it's very legitimate for the EU to have rules and regulations regarding the protection of EU citizens. And we do that today with our GDP and with the DSA, with the Gdpr and the DSA. Recently with South Korea, we could see that there's been a convergence of many democratic societies towards an improvement or better completion of digital legislation. We've seen that researchers have inspired a lot of the regulations that we're now putting into place. And Margarete Vestager and myself have discussed with the Americans, so we've discussed with the president of the Federal Trade Commission, for example, to try to bring about a convergence between U.S. and French authorities in order to improve competition law. As Margaret Vestager said, is there a current microclimate in the U.S. that would enable them to go to to the natural conclusion of this policy? I don't know. I'm not pessimistic so much, but perhaps I'm less worried than Andreas on that subject. We've seen that with regard to the GDPR, California has put it into law, but not other states. With regard to the DMA, there is a gap, a growing gap, between the regulatory system in Europe and in the United States. I think it will become a more important subject if we're not capable of facing it head on now. We have to pass laws that are good for our citizens and good for innovation as well. Thank you very much.
Are there lots of differences between your European and American members about what they want from regulation? And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to be relatively brief because we are getting to the end of the session.
Absolutely. I would just add to what the other speakers have said that I think there is more alignment than has been reported between the Digital Markets Act and particularly with the Open App Markets Act. Last week, we saw the Open App Markets Act pass by an overwhelmingly bipartisan majority, passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and we're really hopeful that the Senate will continue its momentum there. So I would just add that I think a successfully adopted DMA can serve as a model to the United States, and our aims and our goals in providing a fair and competitive digital marketplace are the same. So I'm very optimistic that both the US and the European Union will be able to find a solution that benefits developers and consumers alike.
Thank you very much. Maya?
I think that in the many discussions we've had with the European and other authorities, we've seen that the competition isn't between the EU and the US, it's between big companies and startups. And so therefore it's a collective kind of competition problem. It's not only a European problem. So I think overall I'm quite positive about the outcome. So we have just 7 minutes left. If you'd like to hear my conclusion. Maybe first I could leave you all just a few moments to express your own conclusions. Megan?
1 minute, 1 minute and a half.
Yeah. Excuse me. I would just say I applaud both France, the leadership of France, and the European Union for continuing to really push ahead on the Digital Markets Act. I do want to stress the need for flexible and dynamic enforcement measures. We see time and time again that when fines are imposed on Apple and Google, it's a drop in the bucket for those companies. So we really need to have obligations and clear rules set out as part of the DMA. It's not just enough to have good rules in place, but the proper enforcement and the anti-circumvention provisions are urgently needed as we go forward in this discussion. We look forward to continuing to work together with you. We really view ourselves as a partner, and we hope that the stories of small to medium-sized developers, those voices are some of the most important to this debate. Without those stories, and I'm honored to be able to share those stories and to help be the voice for those developers. I do not think that we would be where we are today. So I applaud you all and the work that you are doing. We continue to be a partner, and we look forward to really strong enforcement mechanisms going forward.
Thank you very much. I was hoping for some fights, and you are not giving me any fights. Maya?
As I said in the beginning, we'd like to move forward quickly and adopt this text. I think it's a courageous text, and we have to continue to remain courageous. We have to ensure that the obligations that we define are maintained. One of the recommendations from France Digital is that we should involve whistleblowers because they might be users. We might also involve, we need to try to have a coalition, and as Megan said, we need to try to have a better balanced, loyal competition with regard to the digital universe. Mr. Minister? Andreas, go ahead. Well, very briefly, I think the main principle that changes with the DMA is the burden of proof, because up until now, the Commission has been running after unfair practices and has been trying to do studies to define unfair practices, and to prove that they were unfair and go to the court and prove it. And by the time they got through the court, the practices had already changed. Now things are different. The Commission has said now we're going to talk about Articles 5 and 6. And if you don't adhere to Articles 5 and 6, you will have a fine. And this means that the burden of proof is now on the corporations. They may decide they don't agree with us and they may go to court, but nonetheless, it will take time for them. And this is the big change. And this means that we've really turned things around, in my opinion. This is a very positive change in a market that is strongly dominated by international corporations. Thank you very much. This makes me very happy because I think one of my conclusions for the commissioners would be that it was time to turn around that burden of proof, indeed. Yes, very quickly, I would just say that we have a historic opportunity for Europe. I think that's what everyone has said. This is the DMA and also the DSA have been historic pieces of legislation. And I think with the DMA and the GDPR, we're building a third way towards internet, and this is essential for the world. I think there will be a lot more discussions to be held with the Parliament and the Commission, but there's a new dynamic. It's quite exceptional in this field. People who think that Europe can change things. I think these texts were presented in the middle of December 2020, and it's barely a year later, just a little bit more than a year later, and we hope that in the coming months these laws will be adopted. And so in just 18 months, we've managed to adopt some of the most important legislation in our history. So we've been able to move quickly and efficiently.
And one of the reasons is your work, Jacques Kremer. That we were able to prepare this in the last mandate. I think also in depth because of the work from people like you understand what was ongoing. Here we are with a potential to completely rebalance the marketplace. I find it so thought-provoking that so powerful, so gigantic companies feel the need to do something which is anti-competitive, to have an illegal behavior to keep out smaller businesses. But that also shows, I think, that they understand what are the dynamics unleashed if smaller companies have a fair chance in a contestable market. Then some of Meyer's members today may be the next big thing, or maybe the thing that really challenges that market dynamic. And this is what makes me really happy to see how our democracy can deliver. Within the election period of the European Parliament, tabled, positions negotiated, now the three institutions negotiating with one another. If we are hardworking and lucky, we will have the enforcement starting 1st of January next year, so that within this mandate, we can produce real change on ground. And I feel really privileged to be allowed to be part of this, because seeing our democracy moving in and making sure that it's the democratic legitimacy that sets the rules of the marketplace, and then you go compete, I think that is a main message to all the many, many companies who get a new chance by this.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm the best moderator ever because we've got 3 seconds left. So I won't speak anymore, but Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. And to finish the roundtable exactly on time is perfect. Thank you very much indeed. Merci beaucoup à vous tous. C'était ma...
Thank you all very much. It was a very interesting. Those of us who believe strongly in Europe, I think, have seen that there are many possibilities for the democratic process that can find solutions to many of our problems. I'd like to thank Mr. Kremer, Madam Vice President of the EU Commission, Mr. Minister, Mr. European Member of Parliament, and all the others who have participated in this very interesting day of debates and discussions. I am sure that you have found the debates as exciting and interesting as we have. We have people watching us all around France and around Europe. I would like to thank the interpreters as well. They've been working hard all day.
Watching us today, wherever you've been watching us throughout Europe in this day of debates organized here in Paris as part of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. On se retrouve
So we'll meet again tomorrow at 2 p.m. for our second day of debates. I hope it'll be as rich as today. So to the Scale Up Europe initiative in the presence of Thierry Breton and Madame Gabrielle, who's the European Commissioner, Bruno Le Maire and Cédric O, as well as many other ministers, members of European Parliament and business leaders. And everybody, of course, very European.
à demain.